Good afternoon, everybody. It's David Schlotthauer here. We are streaming on Major Hurricane Idalia. Got an echo, Let me fix that. There we go. Sorry about that. We are keeping an eye on Major Hurricane Adelia as this is rapidly intensifying. Very intense eye wall going on. We are starting to see what appears to be an eye-like structure. Yep, right there. You can tell there's not a lot of convection within that, which means that's where the eye is, and we're already getting these deep thunderstorm hot towers. That's what we call them in meteorological sense. These hot towers are rotating all the way around, and so the center is right here, to be exact, right in here. And yeah, there's a huge burst of deep convection right now on the northern side of this system. So if we actually look at Recon aircraft, they are out there right now flying this mission as we speak. So they're out there doing this for us as YouTubers. Not only that, just to collect weather data, and they have already found winds up to about 100 miles an hour. So this could be a Category 2 hurricane in the next advisory. Would not surprise me at all. Air pressure or central pressure, 972 millibars. In fact, that is lower than this morning. If we actually go to Miss Piggy with their low-level drops on mission, that is certainly lower than where it is now. 978 to now we're getting 972 millibars, but with that inner core structure continuing to form with a pretty well defined eye wall, shouldn't surprise me if we see a more quicker drop in pressure up until landfall. And again, folks, this has until landfall to rapidly intensify, and it is moving over some of the warmest waters in the Gulf of Mexico right now, 31, 32 Celsius, and perhaps even getting close to 33 Celsius right before landfall here in the Big Bend. So if we take a look at our satellite viewer, just a overall perspective on how the system has evolved since this morning, you can see there is the system really showing signs of rapid organization still, with again that eye that is beginning to get better to find. This is a fairly small system, which could also add more credibility. The system might become a Category 3 or 4 even at landfall. Even so, it is not that far away, probably within about 300 miles from making landfall near Cedar Key. And if you're in Sahatchee or Statahatchee, something like that. I gotta get my terms correctly here for in Florida sense, but you know the location, the Big Bend of Florida here, going to get impacted. All right, the 5 o'clock advisory right on cue. We have 100-mile-an-hour winds. That's what the thumbnail on this channel represents. If we actually go to the products, so this is now a Category 2 hurricane. Doesn't surprise me if we get a Category 3 in the next pass through the Recon as they do their mission still. It is moving to the north now at 16 miles an hour, so it is moving pretty quickly now. It is not moving slow. Otherwise, if this was moving a little slower, this would have probably been a much more worse situation for a lot of people that do live in the Big Bend of Florida. So Adelia, now a Category 2 hurricane. Life-threatening storm surge and hurricane conditions are expected when we actually look at the latest product here from the National Hurricane Center. Yep, all that red there, the Big Bend. I call it the upside down bowl because it looks like a bowl. It's going to collect a lot of water there. The way this is moving in, going to be a big problem. Hurricane watches and tropical storm warnings already out for South Carolina, North Carolina, and yeah, look at this. All of Florida pretty much under a tropical storm watch and a hurricane warning at the moment. And look at that wind field. Tropical storm force winds are already getting close now to Tampa, Florida. And we'll have live weather data on this. We're going to be live on this all night long up until landfall, potentially after landfall. This is 2 o'clock Wednesday when it's going to be in Georgia. So the key messages here from the National Hurricane Center. This is the 5 o'clock advisory again. When you get words like this from the National Hurricane Center illustrating catastrophic impacts, so let's highlight that. Right here, catastrophic impacts from storm surge 10 to 15 feet above ground level and destructive waves probably reaching heights of about 30 or 40 feet high. On top of that storm surge will lead to unsurvivable catastrophic flooding. I'm very sure about that. Somewhere or elsewhere along the portions of the Florida Gulf Coast where a storm surge warning is in effect. All right, there's also the potential, folks, for destructive, life-threatening winds. Yeah, life-threatening winds where the core of Idalia moves onshore in the Big Bend region of Florida, and hurricane conditions are expected elsewhere in portions of the hurricane warning area along the Florida Gulf Coast. Strong winds will also spread inland across portions of northern Florida and the southern Georgia near the track of the center of Addional, where hurricane warnings are in effect. Residents in these areas should be prepared for a long duration, not just power outages, flooding, damaging winds, hurricane force winds, freshwater flooding as well in the hurricane warning area. And we're looking at urban flooding, small stream flooding, that sort of thing. So now another product that I like to introduce to you all. Again, the whole point of this is making sure you all have evacuated, because I'm telling you, you don't want to be in this system at all. And look at the difference here, just 30 or so miles makes. Mexico Beach could get 1 to 3 feet of storm surge. That's a little significant. There might be some flooding in that area. But look at this, right? I'm going to show you some live cameras too. We're providing live recon and cameras, and they're all positioned here within the worst storm surge area. And 15 feet of storm surge on top of, say, a foot of rainfall will certainly make the flood threat here even worse than the 15 feet that you're seeing, possibly even up to 20 feet of flooding along the coast. It cannot be ruled out. And then if you're down here near Tampa Bay, 4 to 7 feet, that will cause a lot of destruction. And yeah, the storm surge is going to be weakening as this system gets closer to making landfall in the Big Bend. But oh my gosh, folks, please heed my advice. This is unsurvivable right here. 15 feet or greater potentially. And think about this, how high 15 feet is. That is 2 humans tall, in other words. So if you think about, say, 6.5 plus 6.5, that's going to be about 13 feet or so. And think about that. Just imagining someone that is 6'5". Some of you in chat are probably 6.5 feet tall. So imagining 2 of you kind of standing on, like, the second person standing on your head, and that's the equivalent of this storm surge. All right, tropical storm force winds, 100% chance of that occurring. It's now expected. This will arrive in the Big Bend and Tampa as early as now. So in the next few hours, Tampa Bay could get tropical storm force winds, and then eventually the Big Bend by 2 in the morning. And this is in Eastern time, so that would mean 11 p.m. tonight, my time. The Big Bend is going to get inundated by tropical storm force winds and eventually hurricane force once that core moves onshore. Now, you can see here, southern Georgia, you have a 100% chance and 90% chance down there across, say, Savannah, Georgia. Southern portion of South Carolina has a good chance of getting tropical storm force winds, and the timing of that would be early Wednesday afternoon, right around your lunchtime. So now, how big or how serious could the flooding be with this? Well, we could all say thank you. The good news of this system is it's going to be moving through pretty quickly. All right, that's why we're not seeing a high risk right now at the moment for any flood impacts, but still a moderate risk. That is a 40% chance of seeing life-threatening flooding and heavy rainfall. Could spread across Jacksonville, Florida, Tallahassee, Savannah, Georgia, Charleston, Augusta, Wilmington, even up here towards Cape Hatteras. And yes, let's not forget about some of my viewers that live over here in the eastern portion here of, say, western Tennessee. You got a lot of orographic effects, so there could be some pretty intense flooding over the eastern half of Tennessee, especially over the Appalachians, where all that moisture gets squeezed out due to orographic effects. Could really exacerbate the flooding, maybe some mudslides and debris, or not really debris flows unless you had fires, but it doesn't matter. You're going to get some flooding up here in portions of Roanoke as well as West Virginia and Tennessee. And yeah, the center is not even going to impact you all. But yeah, you're going to get rainfall, and it could be pretty significant. So now, as far as rainfall goes, probably about an inch of rainfall potentially over the Appalachians here of eastern Tennessee, western portion there of North Carolina. But it's this area right along here. You could see 6 to potentially 10 inches of rainfall. I mean, right where the landfall is, you're going to get the worst of the impacts. Probably 10 to 15 inches of rainfall potentially. Augusta, 6 to 10 inches of rainfall. And then, I mean, you can see it. This is the track. And if you're in this area, maybe you don't get tropical storm force winds, but maybe you get 10 plus inches of rainfall, which is just as bad as wind in itself. Wind is not the only thing with these systems, and I want you all to understand that. We got storm surge, we got freshwater flooding because, well, you get rainfall with these systems. And too much, too quick, what do you get? Flooding. And that's going to be the case in for this system. Now, there is a 70 to almost 80% chance that Cedar Grove, that's where the camera is. We have a live camera position there that I'll show you. There's an 80% chance of hurricane force winds, and the chances will probably go up as this gets closer. There's even a 5% chance, a non-zero chance that this area right in here could have hurricane force winds, which is why the NHC has a hurricane watch out for that area. So yeah, even so this moves inland and it weakens, it is going to be a very strong tropical storm when it moves off of South Carolina by Thursday. And that's why, again, there's a 5% risk for hurricane force. That's 74 miles an hour or greater. So another thing that is helpful today is we got new model data. This is the HWRF model. We're going to be comparing as many models as we can because every model has its different extrapolation of how strong will this get. People are probably asking me in chat, is this going to become a Cat 4, David? Is there still potential that this could become a Cat 4? At the moment, certainly there is a possibility because we have an inner core that is rapidly organizing. We can see a huge contraction with the wind field, but I want to make something clear here. It doesn't matter, folks. It really doesn't matter if this is a Cat 2 or a Cat 3 or a Cat 4. There is a huge fetch of tropical storm force winds well weighted on the eastern side of the system. We're barely getting tropical storm force winds on the western side because this system is moving so fast that the ending result, you're going to have stronger winds that weight on the eastern side. So we don't have a perfectly symmetrical wind field. It is very asymmetrical at the moment. And that's why just because the center is over here does not mean that, oh, I'm not going to get hurricane force winds or tropical storm force winds. I would still prepare for evacuations if you can, because some of these rain bands could bring down hurricane force wind gusts too. So yeah, that will do the trick. So now let's look at our HWRF model. So this is where we're at right now, 18Z. That's pretty much where we're at. And by 21Z, this is at 964 millibars. Okay, so we're going to see this drop very quickly. Now let's go forward in time. Okay, this makes landfall. Is that, let me see what the pressure on that is. 934 millibars on that system. 934 millibars. That is certainly yielding a risk that we could see a Cat 4 right here. Okay, and let me bring up Google Maps here so we can see where the landfall area could be. So if you're in Alligator Point, Bald Point, if you're in Wakala Beach, if you're even on Dog Island, on the H Wharf, Newport, these areas could get significant inundation. All right, a lot of flooding here. I know this is all swamp, but it won't matter. Okay, a lot of people like to adventure out into these areas and watch the storm surge come in. This is not the storm to do that, folks. This is going to be dangerous when this gets on shore. So if we go back and look at our, let's do this. Look at our hurricane model. That's very intense inner core. Really intense. Very formidable looking eye wall with rainfall rates that could exceed 2 or even 3 inches an hour with this. And then once this moves on shore, just because it weakens, that's a 972 millibar. That is a hurricane still on shore, perhaps. With hurricane force winds in the low levels, you're going to get momentum transfer with any of these thunderstorms that do occur, and you could still see hurricane force winds up until perhaps Wednesday night and early Thursday, as this model indicates. That's the H Wharf now, by the way, and this is going to clip the North Carolina coast. Cape Hatteras could get some pretty intense impacts from this, from Adelia. So now, that's the H Wharf model. We have different models like I showed. One is not enough. Let's look at the HMON model. What does this model kind of show us? Shows that the system's a little stronger on its initialization point. But we got to understand, this is the 12Z run. The Hurricane Hunters, let's go back. They have put down drop zones in this. Wow, they found 101 mile an hour winds. It's a little stronger on that. So a lot of this data here is going to be fed into the 18Z computer model guidance within the next few hours. And so we'll get a pretty good idea on exactly how strong Adelia will be, how much stronger it will get before making landfall. But if it's strengthening just as quick as what most of these models indicate, we're probably going to deal with a formidable, dangerous hurricane at landfall. And this HMON doesn't do very well on the intensity. It is really underestimating this because, again, we have that inner core structure. But I'm assuming this could make landfall here somewhere in the 930 millibars over, again, Alligator Point here in Florida. You got Cedar Grove over here. We got some other cameras positioned. So we're going to get some strong winds on camera, and that's going to be the exciting thing. But people that have evacuated, probably not so much. Very intense system. And this shows, again, very heavy rainfall spreading into Georgia and South Carolina. Just because it is a weaker system, again, rainfall is like a cough. Just because you're not throwing up and you're not as sick, you have that lingering cough, and that takes a while to go away. And that's what this kind of illustrates. Now, the HAFS A model, so these are new models that have been released to public domain within the last couple of months, and this gives us more insights of what might happen. So, the HAFS A model indicates that this is not going to get as strong. We have a 948 millibar system, but each model run here, it's going to be back and forth. And so we just don't know exactly how strong this is going to get. We know it's going to be a major hurricane at landfall, but again, similar idea here. Very heavy rain with this comma shape that is approaching, again, Alligator Point up over Newport here, Florida, bringing lots of rainfall. Now, one other model that I wanted to show you all is the HAFS B. Again, we're looking at all these models, and I know there's a lot of detail. Let's play this through. That's 941 millibars Wednesday morning in the same area. So we know pretty well there's going to be a landfall somewhere over here is what most of the guidance has us for us today. But that might, again, shift plus or minus maybe 15 or 20 miles based on, again, on the exact location and evolution of the steering pattern. That's the critical point. You cannot predict a landfall this far out exactly, since, again, the models have a hard time pinpointing systems that are this small, and they're pretty fragile with the overall steering pattern. But we think somewhere over here, go back, right over here, you can have a landfall. If you're on St. Teresa, Alligator Point, Dog Island, Port Leon, St. Mark's, yeah, that's kind of in the swamplands here. St. Mark's National Wildlife Refuge, as well as Shadesville in Florida. This is probably your area of landfall, potentially. Less chances over Stanhatchee. Fish Creek, we got a camera out of there. Horseshoe Beach, we also have a camera. So we got you covered here on the ground, visually on the system. So now I wanted to show you all now the worst case scenario is if the H-Wharf comes to pass, and that's maybe 930 millibars system. This would be a very high-end Cat 30. Winds that are right around 120, 125 miles an hour. A Category 4 potentially, but plus or minus 5 miles an hour. And in other words, if it's 125 mile an hour Category 3 or a 130 mile an hour Category 4 hurricane, your impacts don't increase very much at all. 5 miles is not going to make a big difference. And so that's why, based on what I see here, a high-end 3, a low-end 4 cannot be ruled out. A Category 5, not expected to happen. We're not going to see that. There's just not enough time for this to spin over the warm Gulf waters. Now, if this was moving at, say, 7 or 8 miles an hour to the north, then I think we would have a sure bet. We would be looking at a Cat 5 at landfall under such favorable conditions. So the track of this, the timing is the only thing that's not going to allow this thing to just go off the charts. Now, one more model is an AM 3-kilometer model. Again, I like looking at all these models for a reason. This model particularly wants this at 136 knots. Now, you guys are probably like, oh my gosh, Cat 5? Cat 5, David, are you kidding me? I would relax. It's not going to become a Cat 5 because the NAM 3-kilometer model is not a hurricane specialized model. It's the North American model, which that's what NAM stands for. So it's not trained to see these systems as well as hurricane models go. But now that would be the highest ceiling of this. And if it does happen to be that, we could have wind gusts onshore here probably exceeding maybe 140 miles an hour. Now, is that a possibility? Most certainly it's a possibility. But is it going to happen? Probably not. I just don't think we're going to see a high-end Category 4. And there's no way the pressure on this would get down to 915 millibars. Now, anything's possible in the laws of physics, right? But a 915 millibar system, probably a 1% chance of that occurring. Now, if it happens, I'll be shocked. I'll be like, gosh, Idalia, you surprised us. Because, wow, that would be very devastating. That would be bad. Surface winds here, at the surface, about 120 miles an hour. But our clean average, or our clean sustained wind, maybe Category 5 with those wind gusts, maybe 140 if you just look at this model. Now, if this comes to pass, yeah, this is very intense rainfall. Wow, very, very heavy rainfall. We got 50 to 60 decibels here, so there would be a lot of flooding if that did come to pass. Look at the precipitation radar reflectivity forecast. There it is, really, really dumping over the Georgia and the Carolinas on this model. Now, how much rainfall specifically? Again, this is based off of one model and not your typical global models and everything. I mean, this little fetch area right in here could get anywhere between 8 to 12 inches of rain. That's a foot of rainfall, by the way. If this were ordered to slow down anymore, we would be dealing with unsurvivable flooding for sure and other impacts. So thank goodness, in a way, this is going to be moving onshore pretty quickly, possibly accelerating to 18 or 19 miles an hour, which, again, 19 in your guys' head seems slow. Okay, might be like, oh, 19 miles an hour, that is really slow. That's not really slow for a system. The average motion with hurricanes is about 8 to 10 miles an hour. So 19 miles an hour or 18 is not that slow at all. And that's going to be the reason why we are not going to see 2 feet of rainfall versus like Michael, Harvey. Long story short, Harvey was one of the worst hurricanes because it stalled for so many days and it just dumped inches upon inches of rainfall. Now, looking at our GFS model, very similar here with its rainfall output, maybe 8 to even 10 inches of rain. Let's look at our winds here on this model. Yeah, this wants 100 knot winds. That's a category 3 on this forecast with pressures that are down to about 950 millibars based on, if you extrapolate the actual winds to this, it's what you would likely get. So this is even saying maybe a major hurricane, even on a global model. The Euro, let's take a look at that. A different model that I like to look at. Of course, it's not going to go aggressive because that's just the Euro for you, but stronger than 978 millibars. We're already lower than what the Euro is showing. And again, that's the difference between global models. They don't see these like hurricane models do because they don't. The global models don't have those physics that are calculated into their algorithms to spit out a major hurricane. It would take something like a Cat 5 for the Euro and the GFS to really realize that. Now, rainfall on the Euro, again, not as aggressive because it thinks that the system's not going to be as strong, but definitely over 7 or 8 inches of rain, definitely over Georgia and the panhandle of Florida. Now, we do have live observations that I am monitoring where this system is actually at. So we'll give you live updates on this, as well as Recon. Yes, Recon is flying out now into the system. And they are collecting pressure data and wind data for us. So we'll see if this actually is getting stronger. I'm definitely sure it is. But also, a fun thing that I wanted to show you all. Okay, all those cameras do work. Okay, let's go over to there. Let's go to our cameras. All right, radar Omega. Let's bring that up. Actually, hurricane panel. There we go. So we have our cameras that are laid out here. I was only able to find 3 cameras, unfortunately. So that's what you have. We have radar Omega with the big screen there, and that station on the National Weather Service. We're also watching live observations. These update every 10 minutes. So we're not getting much wind at the moment over the Horseshoe Beach area. That's where the observations are taken. Now, if you guys are wondering about where's the latest data, it's at the very top. Okay, so if you look, you can't miss it. It says 5:20 p.m. That's the latest data. And winds now 4, gusting to 9 miles an hour out of the east-northeast. So keep an eye on that. We're probably going to see winds getting higher and higher. We are definitely seeing a pressure. The pressure is dropping fairly quickly. And actually, if we make this a little wider, you can definitely see the surface pressure drop quite quickly. And that's an indication that the system is getting closer with time. So let's go back to radar Omega. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is definitely very well defined Wow, this is pretty substantial now. Intense eye wall really firing up right now. On the latest, this is the meso floater, and you can see it right there, really exploding. This is bad, and there's lightning strikes going on within this. So this is a telltale sign that this is explosively intensifying. I mean, you do not want to see anything like this, and that is definitely an eye on visible satellite. It may not be shown on IR satellite, but you just trust the Schlott dog here that he's got it right. If we look at our long wave IR, yeah, there's even a little bit of an appearance there. Actually, wait, no, that's clean. This is what we want. Yeah, a little bit of a warming with the cloud tops in the center. And these cloud tops right here are not going to give us much in the way of cloud top information here. But I can tell you all. Actually, you know what? I have another product that I can bring up on how cold those cloud tops are. It's called windy.com. I don't know if you guys have heard about windy.com, but be sure to check it out. Just type in windy and then .com, and then you can find it. All right, so let's go to weather radar first. Yeah, look at this. There definitely an eye wall, solid eye wall forming right here. So that's a bad sign. Let's take a look at our satellite, and let's take a look at the infrared. And now we could actually see how cold these cloud tops are. Oh my goodness. Negative 14 Celsius within this. So huge new burst of deep convection has yielded that. This is where our center is right now at the moment. But yeah, look at all those lightning strikes. This is very intense updrafts throughout this eye wall. And that's an indication that it is strengthening pretty quickly. So let's go back to this imagery. And these are updated once a minute. So we're going to be able to show you all in real time before the sun sets what it looks like. And wow, folks, that is a signature there of a system that is not far from becoming a major hurricane with such cloud tops like this, especially right here on the eastern quadrant. Now, another thing I wanted to show is radar. Let's get that, yeah, here it is. Oh yeah, look at this. The eye is really better defined. That is like a backwards C. Still open on this side, but wow, it is closing up in a hurry on the eastern quadrant. So let's actually go to our velocity. Yeah, this is already... Yeah, this is a major hurricane maybe. 114 mile an hour velocities. Now that's, of course, really high up. This is not at the surface. But this might allow the NHC to make this 110 miles an hour in their next advisory. And if they increase it by 10 miles an hour for every 3 hours, this could become a Cat 4 at landfall. I can see that happening. A big solid area of 105 mile an hour winds. So that could yield this to be a very close of a major hurricane. Probably not quite there yet, but it's not far. It isn't far. And it's going to be interesting because, again, this has a little bit of a distance to go. Actually, another product that I like looking at is measuring how far away is this. And remember, that's 115 miles an hour. So this could be 120 at landfall, maybe 125. 'Cause it's at 100 now. Doesn't surprise me if it's at 110 here. Yeah, it would be more than 120, perhaps, by 11 p.m. tonight, if it continues doing what it's doing. All right, so let's go to our measure distance tool. Center's right here. Okay. Oops. Yeah, so 271 miles an hour. Or 271 miles out. I wanted to do something here. I want to calculate when the landfall could be based on how fast it's moving. Because again, I want to make sure you all are prepared. So if it's 271 miles out, so 271 miles out divided by how fast it's moving. So I would say an estimated motion right now is about 17 miles an hour. Okay, that doesn't make sense. So it travel... You guys need to help me calculate that. I don't know the calculation. I think you multiply it or something. But 271 miles out, and it's moving, so that's... Let's see. So that has another 15 hours left before landfall. That makes pretty good sense. That would be by about... Probably about 5 in the morning, 6 in the morning Eastern time. That's when that would make landfall. Somewhere in the Big Bend. And remember, what we just saw is most of the models on this side of the cone. So again, I wouldn't be surprised if the NHC starts moving their uncertainty cone over this way a little more. But yeah, this is a sign. This thing is really gaining steam very quickly. And looking at latest radar data, I think we're beginning to close off an eye wall on the western side already. Yup, this thing is trying to close off now. A very healthy looking eye wall surrounding about 70 or 80% of the system. So that's not good. That isn't, it's closing off pretty quickly. And that means once that eye wall in the highest parts of the atmosphere closes off, I think this thing is just going to be Wreck-It Ralph. Have you ever heard of that movie, Wreck-It Ralph? It's basically where we're at this point with this system. So, yeah, we just got more lightning strikes. Big area of deep convection that is ongoing. Wow, look at that. That is becoming more visible with each 1 minute frame. So cloud tops are warming within this eye. It means we're getting sinking. The air is sinking. And that allows the system to be able to intensify quicker. We're already showing you that there's deep convection here. We're starting to see more of that covering around that eye. And the way this looks, I think this... It changed very quickly. Well, when we had Hurricane Ian, if you guys remember that, it intensified about the last 9 hours before it made landfall. And that thing went from a Cat 2, I believe, to a Cat 5. Quick. So that's why we are watching 1 minute intervals of satellite data. But in the meantime, let's take a look at our actual cameras. So Let's go to Stan Hatchie. Right now, looking good. But let's actually go over here. Oh, not that one. This is our live camera. This is Cedar Grove, Florida. And I'm telling you, those palm trees are only going to be moving more vigorously as time goes on. And this is an area that could get some pretty serious storm surge. So I won't be surprised if we get some flooding on the camera. These cameras are a courtesy. This one in particular, there's a link in the description, and also it is provided on this live camera. Because I don't want to get copyrighted. I want to give some credit to these people that run these cameras, especially for Hurricane Idalia. And we can see the palm trees here really beginning to agitate, and as time progresses, these palm trees are just going to go. Eventually, they're going to just start wiggling more vigorously. White Sands Beach, Florida 2. We're also looking at that camera. This is provided by whitesandsbeachresort.com. They have a link there on their camera, but the full URL is also below this live camera, or the image. It's on the image, but it's right below. You can't miss it. So make sure you type that in as exact, and it will take you to this camera. So yeah, happy Tuesday. And again, this is White Sands Beach Resort, and that's really close to where this center is going to be making landfall. So as time progresses, we're going to see things really get dangerous here with these palm trees blowing in one direction, I'm very sure. And we're probably going to see catastrophic damage too. I'm hoping we do not lose these cameras. Fingers crossed, folks. I mean, copy that. Copy me. Fingers crossed, you know, because if we lose cameras, then there's nothing I can do. But for the time being, we have live cameras. All right. We did Stan Hatchie. Stan Hatchie does not look like the water there is glassy, which means there's no wind. But I'll tell you, watch the water in a few hours. We're going to start getting some waves, some ripples, and then eventually we'll probably get some angry waters here. And the ocean is just over here on this image, on this live camera. So again, this images, or this live camera that is provided with the full URL in the description, as well as on this camera in itself. I've provided that. So that way, again, I'm giving these people full credit for these cameras. Because again, without this, we would not see this on the ground and just look at satellite and rely on Recon data. Because 100-mile-an-hour winds, you know, if you just look at it off of Recon, how strong is 100 miles an hour? That's what these cameras are here for, to provide that real-time visual data. So how cool is that? Again, I want to say thank you to these people that are actually hosting this. And again, the title of this camera actually, Stan Hatchie River Webcam, and they specifically put it Hurricane Adelia. So this is mapped out from there. Okay. So again, full credits go to those cameras. Hopefully I'm not pulling something from, like, say, Mark Sedeth at all. I feel terrible. Was it Laura? I think it was Laura that I did it. I still feel bad for just grabbing someone's camera without kind of using their permission. Long story short. So hopefully that's not his camera and it's just being hosted through a different website. Sorry, Mark said if I did host the camera without your permission. But yeah, we gotta provide real life saving information. Okay, we got some storm reports. In the meantime, while we are keeping an eye on this, let's actually go and take a look at radar, because we do have severe thunderstorm warnings. We got storm reports already. And this is to show you we're getting wind gusts 44 miles an hour this far from the hurricane. Remember, our hurricane is over here. Okay, it's right there. These reports tropical storm force wind gusts that far from the center, just to show you how immense, again, that asymmetrical wind field is weighted on the eastern side. Fort Lauderdale, Hollywood, Pembroke Pines getting hit pretty good right now with some pretty intense rainfall, strong winds, you bet. Tropical storm force winds, yeah, tornado possible, and 70-mile-an-hour winds on this. So yeah, this is generating some pretty intense wind gusts at the moment. And our storm report here, the Miami Tamani reported a wind gust of 44 miles an hour at the time of that report. And again, this is the outer band from Hurricane Idalia moved through the area. So you're witnessing these outer bands, and any of these outer bands will generate some strong winds. And you're probably wondering, why are these generating strong winds? Because you have winds aloft, right? The atmosphere is three-dimensional. And so when you're imagining these rain bands that move through, right, you're getting momentum transport. So you're getting, say, tropical storm force winds, say at 4,000 or 5,000 feet. They're being transported down to the surface due to momentum transfer, energy transfer, that is. So instead of the winds being at this level, they're being transported down within these rain bands. No, there's probably not tropical storm force winds now over Sunset, over Miami at the moment, but there was earlier because of this intense rain band transiting the area. Homestead, we're also seeing some intense winds with gusts up to about 70 miles an hour. And again, a tornado is possible with this. So I want to make that clear. This is a very intense rain band at the moment. I mean, wow. Water spouts, perhaps. Lots of lightning with that. Key West, let's look at that really quickly. Nothing going on there, but more rain bands are going to be moving towards Cape Coral as well as Tampa. Man, look at that eye. Let's go back to Key West. That is a very well-defined eye from the Key West radar site, even indicating we got some echo tops on this that are very high. In fact, echo tops, oh yeah, look at this. 60,000 foot echo tops. That is explosive and a half. Very intense convection. If we go over to Tampa, though, and look at that, yeah, it looks like we're getting an eye wall closing up already. The eye wall is getting closer and closer of, closing. See the echo tops. Yes, look at this. 60,000 foot echo tops. That is high. And that means this is generating a lot of convection. Also, some deep convection near Marriott Island in Florida, 58,000 feet. So what you're witnessing here is some very deep convection and a lot of rainfall. I mean, this very dangerous, very, and it's only going to escalate as we get closer and closer to landfall time as this intensifies. So looking at the latest, let's look at the latest mesofloater. What's up, Butter Dwag? How are you doing? Hey, if you want to join the call, Butter Dwag, it's actually actually, I'll just call you one-on-one for right now, because I'm sure other people are actually, because he has family that lives in Florida. Just making sure his family is okay. What's up, Butter Dwag? How are you doing?
Hey, David.
How's everything?
1 second. Let me grab my headphones real quick.
Yeah, he has family, folks, that live near the Tampa area of Florida, right in harm's way. So I'm going to speak with a viewer that has family over there. We just got more lightning strikes on the southern eye wall. More lightning, and just got another one that just popped up. So we are seeing 8 lightning strikes in the last 15 or so minutes. So while we're waiting for him, here's a live look at the latest visible imagery and And this thing is blowing up. This thing is not messing around. You can even see it right there. Ready? Okay, I don't think he's ready just yet. What's up? All right. So, dude, this thing is rapidly intensifying.
Yeah, I'm just getting up, looking at it now. I'm pulling some stuff up. I'm seeing down to 972 millibars, but I don't know if that's the most recent.
That is the most recent Recon pass. If we go to RAL, let's bring up that. Let's take a look at our latest. Again, this is Butterdwag. Everyone that is joining in briefly.
How's it going, everyone?
Okay, I love how ADT has us at 63 knots. It's not at 63 knots. So we know that for sure. Because it doesn't see the eye very well yet. All right, Juggernaut Jumper, what to expect in Ocala? Oh, yeah, Ocala. Gonna take off my headphones so that way there's no distraction. All right. So for the Ocala, Florida area on I-75 here, let's actually go. You know what? Let me see if I can bring this up. We're gonna actually use. So yeah, let's use the H-Wharf. And let's actually forecast this. Let's go to composite reflectivity. So, of course, Ocala, Florida. That's, by the way, where my mom lives. So, let's bring this forward. All right. So, if we bring this forward, this is about, I think this is, this is Eastern time. So for Ocala, you're going to get some rain bands that move through your area. You probably had a couple of rain bands sweeping through, but the majority of this is going to come tonight. And Ocala here could get quite a bit of rainfall. Bellevue, if you're in Mount Olive, in the Florida region, Williston, you're going to get some intense rainfall. Now, again, any of these rain bands that do move through will be capable of producing tornadoes. And some of them could be strong tornadoes too. So keep that in mind, along to go with exceptionally high rain rates that could exceed 2 or 3 inches an hour that could lead to flood problems as well. So, yeah, if you're in Ocala, this is pretty significant, all right? The rain, that eastern quadrant going to sweep through the area. You might get some intense thunderstorms. Now, the winds probably not going to be as big of a deal, such versus, say, like Horseshoe Beach, off towards the north. But again, Mom, it doesn't matter. You don't need tropical storm force winds. All you need is some intense rainfall and some flooding to cause just as big problems. You could hide from the wind, but you cannot run from the water unless you can evacuate to higher ground. And we all know there's no place higher in Florida. So if you evacuate, you might as well go to Georgia or like the Appalachians here where it's much higher. But look at this. I mean, this is really, really concerning. I mean, that's a very intense eye wall. And this is, again, the H-Wharf model. We're, again, waiting for the 18Z to come out. So, this is Sun and Sound Beaches, St. Teresa Summer Camp Beach. I mean, look at this. This is a signature of a major hurricane. Carabel, very intense offshore winds here, wrapping around the center. So this right front quadrant, where the system is moving into, going to generate some exceptionally high storm surge, greater than 15 feet, some isolated areas could have storm surge exceeding that. So just keep that in mind. This is destructive. This is bad. And there's already a special marine warning out for that area. So just giving you guys a heads up. Actually, Juggernaut Jumper, I'm going to actually add your name to the list here. You're in Ocala, Florida. Yep, custom locations, folks. If you want one, give me one. No, I'm just kidding. But if you want a custom location, just let me know. And I will be sure to add you. Okay, why is it not working? Why is my location thing not working today? Come on. Come on. Oh, I can click on the map, so... So there you are, Juggernaut Jumper. You are on the map. So that means if there's a future hurricane or system, I know where you basically live, but you know you understand with what I mean. That way, other viewers could also I can track other people. If H Wharf is correct, that will spell trouble. Oh yeah, big time. It will spell trouble. No doubt. I mean, look at this convection right here. This is pretty explosive right now. All right, let's get a new update on Recon. They're flying out into the system. Looks like they're making another pass or doing something. Let's go back and look at that. We have had some aircraft data issues, so we'll see with what. We'll see with what they find on that northeastern quadrant, if the pressure has fallen any further. This is our latest mission right now. I think we have another mission in progress. Oh, no, we don't. So, yeah, this is our only mission right now, the Air Force mission, flying into the system. I bet you... Actually, let me see if I could bring up Flight Radar 24. Not that. Flight Radar 24. So I can actually see where the Recon currently is. Only if... Okay, good. Okay, yeah. They're now making their pass into the center. Little weird little loop that they did here. Usually they just kind of go straight. So, yeah, they're right here right now. So, once Google Earth updates, we'll get our Recon. So I bet you the system is probably somewhere over here at the moment. It's moving pretty quickly. All right, let's move it over to our camera panel. And, oops. I hate when this goes black. Good. All right. So this is the latest. So what you're looking at is latest observations out of, again, Horseshoe Beach. We're getting latest wind gusts up to 8, sustained at 4. And that's the 10-minute average wind, by the way. Heat index, almost 100. Dew point in the 80s. So it's very humid there. And yeah, look at that visible. These images update every 1 minute. So we are giving you the latest real-time live information. If you guys are new, please share this with your family and friends on social media. We are looking at a life-threatening, catastrophic, perhaps, I don't want to get too far with myself, unsurvivable hurricane. If we're witnessing a closed-off eye right now, we might expect a major hurricane with the next Recon mission pass. And if it's already a major hurricane now, it has another 15 hours left over water temperatures in the low 90s, upper 80s. You can sure bet it might become a Cat 4 once it moves near Alligator Point, where it's expected to potentially make landfall. Yeah, those clouds are definitely exploding, and we have live camera feed on this. Because again, sharing this with your family and friends gets this out to many people. We have 340 people watching. So again, let's share this with as many people as we can. Because I know you might not live in Florida, but you have family and relatives that live in Florida. Just because I don't live in Florida, while my mom lives in Florida, my mom's friends live in Florida. Those friends live maybe in Florida. So it just, it's a family tree kind of thing. And yeah, this thing has definitely changed structure. It's exploding. It is plain on exploding right now. Let's take a look at our live radar data. That eye, by the way, right in here is beginning to clear out a little more. So I mean, since I've been live for the last hour, it has improved fairly quickly. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That is a very clear eye right now. That's a very clear eye. Very intense eye wall now. We're seeing reds pop up on the screen. So that could be a major hurricane. That could be. Man, the radar data is going ballistic on this. Just because it's just going crazy right now. But yeah, we have major hurricane force winds, I'm sure, in this already. Doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me by any standards at all. I mean, like, that's as clear of a signature as you can get with a hurricane. Really clear. I live in Philadelphia, but have friends that live in Tampa. Exactly, Katie. Philly. You heard it from the viewer. She lives in Philadelphia. Is Philadelphia going to get impacted? No, but who else is going to get impacted? Her friends. His or her friends will be impacted by this. Thank you so much. I'm glad you liked the hurricane coverage. I appreciate all the good compliments. I try my best. I mean, people rely most on my hurricane coverage ever on YouTube. I mean, I know there's another YouTuber out there that's probably better than me, but as far as it goes, I'm one of the better ones out there because, again, we are looking at real-time information. And guess what? I want real-time information. I won't watch someone stream unless it's real-time. So we are providing up-to-the-minute information, satellite data, radar data, and guess what we're missing? We're getting up to the date, fill in the blank, a little trivia kind of thing during this stream. So we're providing up to the minute radar, satellite data, but what else are we providing up to the minute of? My RV is sitting on my property north of Ocala. Oh my. Recon! Someone got that correct. So we're providing live recon data. That is the critical most information because, yeah, that shows us how strong the system actually is. Right. So we do got a buoy there that's not getting any wind. Doesn't have any wind measurement. See what this other one. Nope, no recent data. So we are going to get new information here very soon. So estimating the center is probably somewhere right over here now because the recon is turning and headed into that. somewhere over here is where the center is. So I would not be surprised if this is down to 965 millibars. And if it's down to 962 millibars, and that's 1 hour worth of recon data, I'm telling you right now, that's a big deal. That's bad. That means this thing is intensifying quicker. So let's go back just to kind of share or kind of reiterate while we're tracking this live. Yeah, see there it goes. It's just blowing up right now. So as of right now, winds are at 100 miles an hour as of the 5 o'clock advisory from the National Hurricane Center. That's what this illustrates. But again, it could be close to a major hurricane right now with winds that could be up and around maybe 115 miles an hour. And I will have, hopefully, I don't have to update my thumbnail so much. Because probably the next update, it might have 125, so I can stay ahead of the game with the intensity. But yeah, winds are at 100, but this is the latest track forecast from the NHC right now. And there's your red. There is plain on red, and that means a hurricane warning has been issued for that area. So this is going to be making landfall roughly by about 5 in the morning Eastern time. That's 2 in the morning my time. So that's what the latest forecast calls based on most of the model guidance. This cone or this track could shift a little bit. That's what the cone of uncertainty pretty much illustrates. But then it moves on shore, and hurricane watches are out for Georgia as of this 5 o'clock advisory. This is the very latest information. Moving north at 100 mile an hour winds, and it's going to remain a tropical storm through the entire 5-day forecast. And yeah, Bermuda, once again, could get another close call. This time with Idalia and not with Franklin, since Franklin is passing safely away or by Bermuda. This is going to be another one of those close calls. Interesting, though, it wants to curve out. It does this. We'll see what it does. Does it loop back around and try to intensify? Some of the models do indicate that could happen. Or does it go out like that and curve back out over the Atlantic? We don't know. Or does it go like that? There's a lot of what-if situations as far as the intensity or track forecast. Key messages from Hurricane Idalia: catastrophic impacts from storm surge inundation of 10 to 15 feet above ground level, and destructive waves are expected somewhere between the Aquilia River and the Yankeetown, Florida. Life-threatening storm surge inundation is likely elsewhere along portions of the Florida Gulf Coast, where a storm surge warning is in effect. Residents in these areas should follow any advice given by local officials. There is also the potential for destructive, life-threatening winds where the core of Adelia moves onshore in the Big Bend region of Florida. Okay, so there's not only the potential for life-threatening flooding, but life-threatening winds too are anticipated. With hurricane conditions expected elsewhere in portions of the hurricane warning area along the Florida Gulf Coast, strong winds will also spread inland across portions of the northern Florida and the southern Georgia near the track of the center of Adelia, where hurricane warnings are now in effect. Residents in these areas should be prepared for long-duration power outages. I want to make that clear with you all that power outages could last for many days. Not hours, probably many days. Damaging hurricane-force winds are possible in portions of the eastern Georgia and southeastern South Carolina where hurricane watches are in effect. Areas of flash urban and moderate river flooding with locally considerable impacts are expected across the Florida Big Bend, central Georgia, South Carolina, and the eastern North Carolina later tonight into Thursday. Yeah, considerable impacts are anticipated. So looking at the latest storm surge forecast, again, they are predicting the Aquilia River, the Big Bend mainly, 10 to 15 foot of storm surge is anticipated. And if you guys think 15 feet is not that big of a deal, take a 7-foot person. Let's just pretend you don't find many people that are 7 feet tall, but think about how tall 7 feet is and double that by 1. That's what you're going to get. So 10 to 15 feet is catastrophic. That's bad. You can't stand that. You can't be within that at all. So 10 to 15 foot of storm surge is anticipated across the Yankeetown area, the Aquilia River as well. White Sand Beach too in Florida, expected to get some catastrophic storm surge. Not to mention, even storm surge over here could exceed 2 to 4 feet. Might even see that go up to 5 feet eventually. And then storm surge over here, the Beaufort Inlet, as well as the Drum Inlet, could get 2 to 4 feet of storm surge. If you're in Pamlico and Ponago River, the Pamlico Sound might get 1 to 3 feet of storm surge too. So yeah, storm surge is not just over here in Florida, but it is going to expand across the Carolina coast, including for even portions there of the southern tip of Virginia. Let me get a drink really quickly here. So, again, storm surge is going to be exceptional. Wind, rain, not the only thing. Storm surge is another killer too. So now, the chances of tropical storm force winds definitely going to happen. Ocala, Florida, you're going to have tropical storm force winds. More than likely you will. Damaging winds too with those tropical storm. But very likely, even in southern portion of South Carolina, and look at this, even in North Carolina, you have a greater than 40% chance of tropical storm force winds. But it is ground zero right in here where we have to really watch for potential life-threatening catastrophic impacts with this system. So now, as far as rainfall goes, this is the latest update, and right now we're looking at a moderate risk for flooding. This is the latest as of 12 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. Wait, hold on. It is... Yep, it is 4:30 p.m. So that is about 1:30 this afternoon. So this is the latest. Moderate risk over Augusta, Tallahassee, Wilmington, even Charleston over here could get a slight risk for flash flooding and a lot of problems. Now, the day one outlook does have a moderate risk over here just south of Tallahassee. And then the day two risk expands much further northeast with a slight risk here too by day three over the North Carolina coast. The amount of rainfall, let's update this. This has not updated yet. There is a 6 to 10 inch threshold of rainfall that could fall over Tallahassee, Augusta, as well as Cape Hatteras, Wilmington. And I'm just want to make my point clear here. 6 to 10 inches is a lot of rain in a short amount of time. Especially that Idalia is going to be moving through fairly quickly at around 20 miles an hour. The storm motion is expected to be. So, seeing this amount of rainfall with a 20 mile an hour motion, movement motion storm says it a lot. Imagining if this was moving slower, this would be a much bigger, more life-threatening situation. So the risk for hurricane force winds have continued to increase a little bit to the north here, almost 10% of that occurring over the southern or southeastern Georgia coast, with a very likely chance of seeing hurricane force winds, that is winds greater than 74 miles an hour. And this is the 1 minute average potential, with a 60 to 70% chance of that occurring over Cedar Grove, as well as Stanahatchee in Florida, including Alligator Point and Newport. So let's take a look now at our hurricane models, because again, I feel like this is fairly important. is how strong will this get? Okay, and there are a lot of questions. Before we get to the models, let's see if Recon, okay, they have found the center. So it looks like this portion of the system is not quite as strong as it was. We'll just see with what the pressure is when they get the center. We don't have... Oh, yeah, we do. Extrapolated pressure. Okay, no, the pressure is lower already. 969 millibars. That's their latest pass. They're not even in the center yet, so I imagine they're going to find pressures that are lower. Yeah, this is definitely more intense. So we're down to already... Yep, this is stronger. Definitely stronger by a few millibars. So it's dropping by about 3 to 6 millibars per hour. So that would make a landfall at 920 millibars. There's more than enough time for this to become a significant system. So now that's 21Z. This is 2 p.m. my time. And this is performing as what the H-Wharf is showing. Now, 920. Okay, I just said 920. Please don't take that seriously. Do not take that seriously. All right? I don't want to scare you all, because I know some of you are, a couple of you, the Reaper and Chase McLean said, wow. I'm sorry if I kind of bleeped that out, but calculate that. All right, so actually, you know what, Butterdwag, can you do me a favor since you're in chat? If you could calculate if the pressure drops 3 millibars and it has another 13 hours left over water, calculate that. What would the pressure be potentially at landfall? Thank you so much. Yeah, it's 916. Well, the latest Recon, they have not flown into the center yet, so I won't know. It could be lower than that. We'll have to wait.
Make the calculate. 969 for 18. Go on.
Oh,
just pull up a
okay.
calculator.
They flew through the center. We got the center.
What are we at?
967, 968, 966. Okay, this is where the center might be. 66. 965. We're at 965.
Okay. So yeah. 965 or so.
And earlier was at 972 millibars.
Before.
Oh
yeah, I mean it could definitely become 920 or lower if it stayed consistent at that rate that we were saying.
Okay, but what I'm so you calculate okay, so 972, 71, 70, 69, 68, 67, 66, 65. So that's 7 millibar drop within the last hour or so. Okay, 7 millibar drop. So if you could calculate, we're playing a what if situation, folks. It drops 7 millibars per hour over the next 12 or 13 hours. What would the pressure be when it got to the Big Bend?
Well, that would be down about 84 millibars from now. So.
Oh my gosh. Okay, let me calculate this. So that would be 84 millibars lower. So 965 minus 84 millibars, he said?
Yep.
84. Oh my gosh, 881
Yeah,
millibars.
that's
881 millibars.
that's pretty crazy. I don't know about that, but if
Okay.
it's dropping pretty fast, though, I will say that at the current moment.
Oh, it is. So now
Yeah.
another calculation I want you to do is what if it dropped 3 millibars over the course of an hour? So I'm just trying to make early predictions here. So if
If
it's
it made 3 over the next 12 hours,
so
like 3 per hour,
so if it dropped 3 millibars per hour up until landfall, how what would that how many millibars would that be?
so like 36, I think, 12 hours to landfall. So 900, so around 959 millibars.
Not 959 at
Oh wait,
landfall.
no, excuse me. 9 minus 929, or it's at 965, right?
Yeah, based on the extrapolated pressure.
Yeah, 929. I put in the wrong number at first.
All
Yeah.
right, so if it drops at least 3 millibars consistently per hour, we would get a 929 millibar. But if it drops 4 millibars, that could be in the low 920s. Actually,
Mm-hmm.
upper nine teens. Oh, I wanted to let you know too. Taniel says, by the way, Recon had a 4 millibar drop in 45 minutes with their pressure reading.
Yeah, it is dropping off like a brick off a cliff
Yeah.
right now. It is in those warm waters right now. It is ready to rev up to get as much juice as it can right now.
Mm-hmm. See the latest intensity. Man, that radar is range folding. I can't get a good speed estimate on that. All right. Thank you for the calculation. All right. Going back to talking here. All right, so we made early estimate calculations that this could fall into the 920 millibar range if again, if the 2 to 3 millibar drop per hour on average continues. Now, I'm not saying we're going to get down to 980 millibars, but that is a big drop in pressure in such a short amount of time. And look at the deep convection on this. I mean, this is definitely clearing out an eye pretty quickly. Four millibars in the last few hours. UGSISR. No, we're getting pressures that are lower than that. We got to get a drop zond in there. One of these majiggies that drop that they get. But the extrapolated pressure is 965.8 millibars. David, check Discord DMs. Okay. All right. So we're taking this to a whole new level. Um, um, Butter, I'm gonna call on the live stream team. So if you want to join me over there, you can. All right. Hey there, Space Tracker.
Well, Daniel.
So, what are your thoughts, Daniel? How strong could this get? Because I know you know a lot about space stuff, and you know, like,
well, well, I also know a lot about weather,
of
but
course.
with this storm, I see it getting to at least a Cat 3 at this rate, if not a low end 4.
Okay, that's kind of what I'm going with too. Because wow, that plane found a huge drop in pressure, six millibars in the last hour, according to their supposed current indication here that they found at 972. Now it's at 965 millibars. Thank you, Delphi33 for the $20 donation. It means a lot. What's up, Weather on the Go? Good evening. How are you? Thanks for your excellent coverage. Love your channel. Followed you during Ian. Hello from Citrus County, Florida. Well, here I am again, covering Adelia. And it's a coincidence. The eye is cursed. We could be looking at another major eye-named storm, nearly hitting the same state. Only this one's further north. I guess weather repeats itself. Thank you, the Oreo
Yeah, it's
Shell.
a weird occurrence. Extremely weird occurrences with the eye name storm.
Yup. Man, this eye is clearing out, Daniel.
Yeah, so I'll get you a rough estimate on how much that is currently warming. It is from the last every single hour I come back to this thing and it's getting more and more impressive by the second.
Yeah.
So currently the eye is still chilly, but compared to everything else around it, it's cooler. The coolest spot currently, I'm using windy.com for the infrared on that. It's negative 60 Celsius right now, lowest roughly. But that's gonna warm up.
Oh yeah.
I would say probably around 5 Celsius in not too long from now.
Oh yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. This is definitely organizing really quickly. All right, someone's asking, grocery quick, is a category 5 in play? No. We cannot go that far. Highly
unlikely, unlikely story with that. Okay, so yes, I give it like 10% chance of happening, but at the current rate of movement speed, and that we're like at this point less like 12 hours away from this thing approaching land. I don't see it happening. I see like a medium category 4 at max, but I don't see a category 5 unless this thing does something remarkable in the next 2 to 3 hours. I don't see that happening.
So, yeah, low end, I would say 130 mile an hour winds. Probably my highest worst case scenario intensity forecast at the moment until we get more recon data. If the pressure keeps falling rapidly and that relates to eventually the increase in winds, then low end Cat 4 is more than possible. But if the system was moving slower, and let's just say it was over here, okay? I don't want to wish for the worst, Okay, if it was back further and it was slower, then maybe a whole different story. We would be looking at a high-end Cat 5 that is 150 mile an hour winds, maybe a low end 4 under such warm sea surface temperatures and a very thermodynamic profile. But the movement is what is, I wouldn't call it saving grace at this moment, because this is going to still be a catastrophic situation, life-threatening, potentially unsurvivable. But it could be a lot worse, where we could be dealing with a low-end Cat 5 hurricane versus a low-end Cat 4 hurricane. But a category comes from wind, not from rain or storm surge. And I hope eventually, when technology gets better enough, they will combine everything into one to where, okay, it's got to be based on wave heights, not the wind or pressure. What's up, Ethan? Welcome. Hey, everyone. I'll be able to attend this stream soon. Just have to finish some work. Okay. What's the current pressure? Let's see. The current pressure right now is 965. We're waiting for a drop zone. We're waiting to get an estimate of how low the pressure actually is. Because this was at 973. Actually, you know what? No, that could be possible. 973 where they did that drop zoned at, but it came out to 972. So if this is slightly lower than the extrapolated pressure, then it could be 964 millibars, which would be exceptionally lower. And if we look at our H-Wharf, that is right on par of what this model shows. That's the 12Z output. We're waiting for the 18Z to render. And again, if we just look at one model, all right, I want to make sure I'm being clear about this. If we look at just one model and assume that the H-Wharf is right the whole time, then this is 934 millibars at landfall. Now, the winds, will they be this weak or this strong? They'll probably be stronger than 97 knots. The pressure allows a Cat 4 to flourish. So that's why the intensity forecast on my end probably scraping Cat 4 with 130 mile an hour winds right at landfall point, 12 a.m. on Wednesday. So that would be in about 11 hours to impact, 11 or 12 hours before the thing makes landfall. Hi, David. I'm in Panama City. What can I expect with the storm? Panama City. Okay, so let's go to Panama City. Let me get the bearings straight. By the way, if you guys know 12 a.m. 12 p.m. landfall. Oh. Yeah, I said 5 a.m. weather on the go. So yeah, 12 hours until impact, which would be 3:32 in the morning my time. That would be 6:32 in the morning Florida time. So, but back to what I was saying, Panama City, going to get a close call here. You're probably going to end up seeing hurricane force winds briefly, but again, where that center passes over is going to be absolutely essential. If this center passes over Mexico Beach, then Panama City could get clobbered very hard. If the center passes over St. George Island, lesser impacts. If it hits, say, Fish Creek, the impacts are even lesser for Panama City. It's all about where and when that turn to the northeast occurs. If it's later, then it goes straight into Apalachicola, versus if it's earlier, it misses Apalachicola and it hits Steinhatchee in the Big Bend. But I want to be clear with you all. It does not matter exact landfall. You don't need the landfall with this, okay, to get catastrophic impacts. A great example is that we are getting wind gusts actually up to, this is in knots, by the way, up to tropical storm force. Look where our center is. Our center is way over here, okay? Our center is all the way over here, and tropical storm force winds are going to be impacting Anna Maria Island. So, yeah. Okay.
I do want to step in here for a second. I'm getting things from Tristan that Recon might have gotten a. This is surface level, 118 mile per hour surface level, wind speed around the center. So,
Oh
if
my.
that were to be the case, wherever that is, probably in the right-hand quadrant. If not, I would be even more surprised. If not, we could be expecting a higher end 3 in the next update, or at least a category 3.
Yeah, 110, somewhere in that. 118, it's growing extremely
At least
fast.
at least 115 miles per hour.
Yeah. So I'm looking at data here.
I can confirm that is true.
Whoa! Wait, did they update?
No, Tristan's telling me stuff in the background. He's doing his calculations on the what they're recording. Take that with just a tad bit of grain of salt. We'll wait for official confirmation on that, obviously. But by the time the official forecast comes out, it's probably going to be 120 at the current rate. Also, another thing I want to point out is the tornado threat for this.
Oh, yes. Yes.
This is honestly, it kind of feels like a similar situation to Ian in a weird way, but not quite. But it could be similar, but further up the coastline. For this event, it's definitely, you could have 1 to 2 violent, strong tornadoes. We've already seen severe thunderstorm warnings and even a few tornado warnings pop up during the storm, so it could possibly be very hard to decipher if it's a tornado or if it's wind damage during this. But that's another thing. Since we're going already into the nighttime hours, just be aware and look. If you get a severe thunderstorm warning, be very cautious because the atmosphere already has a lot of spin to it. And I've already seen several funnel clouds form on other streams from chasers. People were right underneath them. A lot of outflow, a lot of all that. It's all they're very strong, trying to form. Not all of them will, but they will produce damaging winds. We did have a confirmed tornado earlier on near Marco Island, Florida. So keep that in mind.
All right. Joe B
Yeah.
is Joe B 561. I'm in Perry, Florida. Could I see the eye? Let's take a look at that. Let's go to let's locate where Perry, Florida is. All right, Perry, Florida. So could the eye make its way over Perry, Florida? There is certainly a distinct possibility, especially if we actually look at the cone of uncertainty here. Don't I actually love Radar Omega? All right. So
I use WSP3 still. I might switch over eventually.
So right now, the cone of uncertainty is right in the middle of Perry. So, again, you cannot focus on the center. I mean, I'm going to repeat myself because the center is not important versus the entire storm. That is just as important as the center in itself. Because you will get serious catastrophic impacts even away from the center. You only need the eye wall to get to have the worst impacts too. I would think getting the eye, it's the worst technically because you're gonna have the eye wall, then you're gonna go in the eye, and then it's gonna be calm and quiet, right? Not much wind, and then you're gonna get the backside of the system. That's the reason why the eye is the worst part. But it could also spread away from the eye too. The eye wall simply could ride along Perry, and you might end up getting 12 inches of rain. Okay, so we'll probably get the eye wall at least. Again, I'm not going to say Joe 56-1. All you need to know is you should be evacuating. You should not be there at all in Perry, because there is going to be 15 foot of storm surge, perhaps even higher than that, based on exactly how strong Adelia gets. Because we know if Adelia is stronger than forecasted now, the storm surge could go up to 18 feet, or even perhaps close to 20 feet, which would obliterate Perry in itself. So I don't want you to just focus on, will I get the eye wall at least? How about this? Assume that you're going to get the worst of it and evacuate. That's the best advice that I can give you. Because a lot of people, I want to get the eye because I feel special. You're not going to feel special when you get the eye, because it's going to be destruction. It is going to be bad. I promise you that. Come on, David. Remember Laura?
If you want to see what the eye looks like, just watch your professional storm chasers do it.
Yep.
Not yourself.
All right, so let's go over to the satellite here. Let's look at the system. Oh yeah, look at this, Taniel. Look at the IR. This thing is really wrapping around quick.
David, do you want to show my thing, my WSP3, which I'm screen sharing?
Let's see. It's the same thing that I have up. I have the same thing. If you look at my stream, I have Radar Omega. I like Radar Omega. It's just as good as WSV3. And it's slightly cheaper.
Well, slightly is an understatement. A lot cheaper.
But yeah, look at this system. I mean, this is pretty serious.
If we look at true color, you can really see.
All right, so if Retimber can chase this, anyone could chase this and be in the way of this. Oh my gosh, no. You guys, no. You guys do not understand. No. You guys,
no.
You're hearing it from Taniel as well. Do not underestimate this. I mean...
See, I have fun in tropical storms if they come up the East Coast occasionally. But if I was under the gun... See, in Florida, I get that... I've said this also in my videos on my channel. I know how Florida works. I've been there in storms. No one gives a damn about what
language
happens with these storms. Sorry. About the what these storms do, because they've been through it before. They had that storm, whatever, yada yada yada. It's just gonna be like, it's gonna be like that storm. That didn't really do too much damage, so I'll stay for this one. No, you have to evacuate if you're not in... I know you guys can take a Category 1. You have taken a Category 2, 3, 4, 5. But not all of you have been in the exact dead zone of where the eye struck And also, it varies from time to time. So,
It has the 18Z model runs come out yet. Let's take a look. Nope, not yet. We don't have the 18Z output. So until we get that, I've got to say, I'm sorry. We can't. We update every hour, so at 4 o'clock, hopefully we'll get the newest data. All right, so we got the drops on in there. Let's see. Pressure is at 968 millibars. The final number, 968, so that's 4 millibars lower in the last hour. And that's where the center is. So the center has jumped a little bit over to the northeast. East-northeast. That is.
yeah, it is. It's wobbling a little bit.
But if that course stays, if that course continues, that would bring it over the Big Bend, maybe somewhere over here. So right where those cameras are on my live stream is... Oops. Why don't I... Camera keeps on going out. There we go. Not much wind right now, as much as there was earlier. But that's going to change in a hurry.
Yeah, a little quiet right now. The quiet before the storm.
Mm-hmm. There it is. There's our monster showing her power. And there's the track forecast with this system. Hey, Lucky Gamer, how are you? Okay, do you know how to get recon data? Okay, so how do you get recon data is... This is the website. Let me see if I could... I don't know if I have it anymore. I don't think I have it anymore. Just type up recon data and it should pop up. All right, Ethan is here. Ethan, if you can join.
Good old Ethan. Okay, let's see what we have here. So we'll expect this thing to wobble. It's been going back and forth between east and west on and off throughout the day, but settle down somewhere within the panhandle. Where is the main question?
Yep. So storm surge amounts in the Big Bend, especially in the purple, that's 12 feet. 12 plus feet, that is 10 to 15 feet expected. But I would not be surprised if some isolated areas get storm surge up to 18 feet high with this. Yeah, 18 feet of storm surge, potentially within the Big Bend of Florida. So someone else wants the recon data. I don't know where it's at. I cannot find it. And this is not it, because this goes right to this cyclone website. So that's not it. I have look at how many bookmarks I have. I mean, I have so many bookmarks, so it's not going to be easy to look for this. Oh, wait, here it is. I think, is this it? All right, this is it. This is it, Lucky Gamer. It's in the It's in the chat. So that's what you use. But then you have to make sure you import it into Google Earth, which took me a little while to do. So it's a little complicated to get, but once you have it, it should be fine. What would the wind gust amounts be like at landfall? So at landfall, if we look at the models, this is looking at the NAM 3-kilometer model, and we all know that the NAM is not a hurricane trained model specifically. Yeah, this is Taniel laughing at me because he knows that it's
Especially NAM 3-kilometer.
mm-hmm.
Don't get me started how that thing works.
Yeah. 137 knots potentially at landfall sustained with wind gusts that could reach 145 miles an hour.
Hmm. By the way, I love how the GFS run that is currently, working processing right now is already out of date on the millibars.
Yeah.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Hey, Ethan,
evening.
how are you?
I'm doing pretty well.
So, we have a rapidly intensifying system, Ethan. Pressure dropped 4 millibars in the last hour.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is what we were expecting and what we were afraid of in a way that, yesterday it didn't quite reach hurricane status as fast as some people expected, but today it is climbing through those categories, and it has reached that period where it is going to continue strengthening, at least heading toward landfall.
And the NHC, and Ethan, I don't know if you saw their latest products, they're predicting 15 feet of storm surge, potentially higher.
Oh my, that is an increase.
And they even mentioned the words, Ethan, catastrophic and considerable in their impact thing.
Yeah, certainly. If you get storm surge of that amount, 10 to 15 feet it looks like, that is extremely destructive and makes conditions, especially along the coast, incredibly dangerous for anyone who might still be there.
And so, another question that I was wondering, and a few people were asking in the chat not long ago, how strong could this get, Ethan? What's the potential? Could this reach Cat 4, 130, 140, 150, 120, 125? What are your thoughts? So we need to answer the questions as much as we can.
Absolutely. And yeah, it seems like the latest forecast information, we are expecting at least a high-end Category 3 that is part of the official outlook. But the wild card in all this, and I'm sure you all watching the stream, David has mentioned this a lot before in preparing you guys for this. The ocean waters are really, really warm. That is feeding rapid intensification of the system, and therefore, we've seen this intensity trend going up and up as the forecast has come in. So it's very possible we do actually go into that, we do cross that Category 4 threshold to maybe 130, 140 mile an hour range. We can't say exactly where it's going to end up, but it is possible that we end up at Category 4.
Yeah, and the latest H-Wharf, Ethan, wants this making landfall near Alligator Point, Florida at 934 millibars.
Oh, that would be pretty low.
Yeah.
Pretty low pressure.
And you want to also know the ceiling on this too, Ethan? The NAM. We know the NAM is not a hurricane model. Just kind of catching Ethan up with what we're looking at here. Winds at the surface could reach 130, 140 knots.
Wow. That's some serious wind. it depending on the model, but still, that possibility is some serious wind.
And 850 millibar winds around that system could reach 160 knots.
Absolutely. We're going to be, in any case, dealing with a really strong system here, a major hurricane at landfall, which makes it imperative to continue monitoring these changing conditions going in, because tonight's going to be critical. We're going to see just how much in the coming hours this intensifies, as that could have a big impact on what happens when it makes landfall.
Yeah, and my job is to keep everyone safe. Please. I mean, I've said it too many times. Get the word out about this impacting system, because we're here as a team keeping you guys updated every single minute. Remember, we've talked about that. Every single minute updates, live news, weather information as it comes in. And right now, we estimate winds up to 110 miles an hour based on latest Recon data.
Yeah, we certainly could see that going up in the next outlook, or the next advisory, I should say.
I called 100 miles an hour of the last advisory before it even came out, and I'm like, I think this is a 100-mile-an-hour system, maybe 105. And guess what? It reached 100. So my estimate now is probably about 110, maybe 115 miles an hour.
Oh yeah. Yeah, if this continues, I mean, we've seen are talking about in here. I know I just joined the live stream, but I assume you know what you've been talking about. What I'm seeing here in the chat, like Lava Command just said, Recon has 936 millibars, another 5 millibar drop in about 45 minutes. That would be rapid intensification, certainly.
What
Yep.
Lava Command? Where are you getting that from? Where are you getting the 963 millibars from? I am not seeing that. I am reading off with what they found, and if we look at the drop zone here, and I want you guys to look at this, 968 millibars. 968 millibars at the surface. Well, actually, you know what, though? The vortex message didn't come out, so it might be lower than that. I don't know, but I don't see it at 963 millibars.
Well, he also knows his sources. That's Tristan.
I know, but like, we don't want to over hype things up when I have the information right in front of me for my viewers to see.
Absolutely.
If it's at 963 millibars on the Vort message, that is a 9 millibar drop in pressure in a full 60 minutes. That is exceptional. And get this, also Ethan, me and Butter calculated, what if the pressure dropped this much? If it dropped 5 millibars per hour up until landfall, we would get pressures down to like the low 19s, like 913, 914 millibars at landfall.
Oh yeah, that would certainly not be good.
No. Okay, it is official. 968 millibars on their Vort message. 968. So 4 millibar drop in pressure.
I'm gonna mute for a second. Hold on.
Okay. So if you guys are new, welcome. It's David Schlotthauer here, your hurricane expert, I should say. Since I've been tracking these for a while. Not just this year, last year, but the year before and the year before that. I tracked Laura, I tracked Irma and Maria. You guys remember those? I even tracked Hurricane Harvey when it made landfall in Texas. And believe me, I'm not trying to use my eco here, like my ego, they call it, just to make me look better and be more popular. But I saw Laura becoming a Cat 4 before anyone else did. I saw Hurricane Dorian, it was, to becoming a Category 5 hurricane before anyone did. Because of the information, the analysis that I collect. Of course, the NHC is going to be... Oh, we are getting our first runs right at 4 o'clock. Are you guys ready to see new recon or new information? 971 millibars on this. So the system is slightly stronger than the 12Z output for the same exact time. It's like a millibar lower. What's up, Tony H?
Tony.
Oh, I do not want too many people in the live stream, but I'll invite our air traffic controller. He is... So I don't want to have too many people in here, a minimum of like 2 or 3 people, because I just don't want it to get oversaturated. So if you're not talking, just mute yourself. Because I want to keep this really high-key, high-end, good professional. All right, what's up, Fire Ant?
What's going on, everyone? Good evening.
Guess what? Recon finds pressure down by 4 millibars within the last hour.
4 millibars, that's probably what, 5 miles an hour wind speed, possibly?
Yeah. Well, no, the pressure dropped.
Maybe.
Pressure
Yeah,
dropped
maybe.
4. The pressure dropped 4 millibars within the last 1 hour.
Ah.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and talk.
So we are getting our latest model data out. Any chance this hurricane slows down? At this point, no. Now
We're
there's
gonna speed up.
Now there's a chance that it's going to actually now hit Steinhatchee based on the expectations. Cedar Key, that's where the cameras are at. It's going to hit that area. Now again, depending on where this hits, could mean the difference between an extra hour over the waters or not. But Ethan...
I'm back, by the way.
Welcome back. Hey, H-Wharf has this 3 millibars deeper for 0Z tonight, Ethan. In 6 hours, it has it deeper by 3 millibars.
Oh, man. And it's really important that we pay attention to that, because as we have noted, the trend has been for a stronger hurricane. And if these models are depicting it, maybe they're coming into line with the intensification of the system. So we'll have to see that output. But that's an important thing for the audience here to keep in mind, and makes it imperative to, share this kind of information right now, is that this is trending toward a stronger hurricane. It has been for a few days now, and that means that it might actually be stronger than officially forecast for the landfall. So that's something we're going to have to really watch.
All right, new possible landfall point I'm estimating will be in Steinhatchee and Horseshoe Beach at about 4 a.m. Eastern Time. Steinhatchee, Horseshoe Beach. Landfall point potentially, based on the latest H-Wharf model, potential trend and track. What's up, Tom? Yeah, what's up, Tom? So, I want to just tell you, Tom, not to start any problems at all, but remember what you were saying a few days ago? This is not going to be no biggie storm. Maybe a category 1 at most. Where's a category 1 at? It's a category 2 now. See?
Ooh.
Oh man.
Yeah, so this is kind of following the expectations we had here going into this. I mean, The thing that that David has talked about in his videos so many times before, and if you have not subscribed to his channel, I certainly recommend you do so, because he's been talking about this for weeks and even months. There is so much energy available in the Gulf of Mexico because of all the heat, of all the energy content um, in the upper ocean. That's what's feeding this, and that's why we were concerned about once the system came into the Gulf, it could strengthen quite quickly. Hurricanes are heat engines. They rely on that heat, that moisture, and that allows them to get stronger very quickly. So that was kind of the concern going into this, that even though it might be a little disorganized at first, if other conditions were favorable, it would start trending towards something stronger.
And this is what we're seeing. Remember, you all, and I cannot. Let's look at Hurricane Ian. I could go to the. Yeah, I wanted to show you. I know we're going off topic here, but a great example is Hurricane Ian. So if I go to the archives, advisories. Now let's go to last year and let's look at Ian. And oh my goodness, this is when. So this was the 11 o'clock. Actually, I want the. I want the graphics. Yeah, graphics archive. So, and Ethan, so you can see this too. So I want. This is just a realm of possibilities that we can see. We knew Ian was going to be a major hurricane when it got into Florida. But look at how quick the thing intensified. Once it moved over, well, at this time it was 115 to begin with when it came off of Cuba. But you get the idea. Look at it only spent, this is less than a little over 24 hours over this portion of the ocean of the Gulf of Mexico.
And became a Cat 5 later on.
Yeah.
After.
It became a Cat 5. So, theoretically, this could become a Cat 4. And that's why we have to really watch this. Now, of course, that's just based on wind. And Ethan, actually tell my viewers that it's not just wind we're worried about, which is why there's a category, right? We use a categorized system for a specific reason.
Yeah, the Saffir-Simpson scale is based on wind intensity, basically. So when it goes into different categories based on how strong the winds are. But as David was mentioning there, wind is only one danger factor in these kinds of systems. Obviously, water is a predominant concern. Water is stronger than wind, even as it's going. If you have water flowing at 2 to 5 miles per hour, it can cause damage reminiscent of an EF5 tornado. Water is immensely powerful, as all of you are aware. So when a hurricane comes in, we're concerned about two hydrologic hazards. Well, if you look at the ocean hydrologically like this, storm surge. Storm surge being the water that comes in is pushed onshore from the hurricane. That in this case could be 10 to 50 feet in some places. In the Big Bend of Florida, where it hasn't really gotten that high in past systems. So this could be uncharted territory in that regard. And storm surge is extremely destructive. We saw that with Hurricane Katrina back in 2005. It wiped everything off of where that storm surge was at its highest when it came on shore. It just obliterated everything. So storm surge is a very dangerous aspect of it, and in some cases can penetrate inland a considerable distance as well. The other hazard then would be rainfall, because flooding rain can extend well inland even after it does make landfall. So Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, maybe North Carolina even, could have flooding concerns with that. And that poses an additional threat, not only for the coastal areas, but also for places further inland. You've also got hurricanes posing a threat for some tornadoes in the outer bands. We see that threat going on today. But the wind hazards being extremely strong and the storm surge and the rainfall being very high concerns those are kind of the predominant things we're looking at with this particular system.
And I'm telling you, it's one of those things, Ethan. Luckily, this is moving through the area fairly quickly. Maybe an estimated forecast speed of about 18 to 20 miles an hour. Imagining if this was going like at 8 or 9 miles an hour.
Oh man, that wouldn't be good. And we can kind of think of a past example of that with Hurricane Harvey. It was very slow moving, and it dumped over 40 inches of rain in some places in Texas.
Yeah, 40 inches.
Unbelievable.
So, the good thing about the only probably, I shouldn't say good, because people are going to start underestimating this, but the only good thing about this is the speed at which it's traveling. I would rather a system travel at 18 to 20 miles an hour and move through the area much quicker than instead of it moving at 4 or 5 miles an hour, which at time could bring 30 plus inches of rain in a couple of day period. So,
Absolutely.
okay, Ozonated said, which is barcode, by the way, Ethan, so, you know.
Oh, okay.
He said recon missions are canceled. I don't think they're canceled. If it's canceled, then that is a bad thing, because... Oh, no, we got another recon in there that just flew through the center. Okay, we do have 2 aircraft. I did not realize that. I should have been paying more attention. So we have 2 aircraft in the center. Oh, man, Ethan, guess what the pressure is now?
What is it?
962 millibars.
Whoa, okay. That is lower.
968 to 962 millibars.
Yeah, we also, I want to point out, we did have a question from Heidi Esterholm here. So the warmer the water has what effect on the storm? Did you want to answer that, or me?
Yeah, you do. Sorry, I'm looking at recon data.
Okay. Yeah, Heidi, what we see with warmer water in basically any hurricane is that it increases the intensity of the storm. If other factors are favorable, hurricanes rely on that really warm, moist environment to thrive. It feeds those thunderstorms that coalesce around the center and make it a strong system. And these really warm waters in the Gulf of Mexico are the main driving factor for the rapid intensification of Idalia right now. The warmer the water, the more potential you have to contribute energy to a hurricane or other tropical cyclone.
Mm-hmm. You know what, Ethan?
What?
After reviewing recon data, I think we might have 115 mile an hour winds. There is believable flight level winds. The plane was flying at about 5,000 feet. Surface free, yeah, this could be upgraded to a major hurricane. Does not surprise me. Does not surprise me with the pressure that has fallen that quick.
Yeah, we could be on the threshold of that right now even. I will be right back.
Tyler Will said 110 miles an hour. Probably too. Anywhere between 110 to 115. But I'll tell you, if it's 115 right now, then that's a 15 mile an hour jump with winds in a matter of a 3-hour period. This could easily make a Cat 5. Not Cat 5, Cat 4. Excuse me. My tongue likes to act up.
4.
Category 4. I meant to say 4, not 5. See, I'm speaking too fast. My thinking is 105 to 110. NHC is usually conservative. That's true, but if they're seeing a rapidly strengthening system, may not be so much. Oh, thank you, Daniel. 5. You gifted 5 memberships.
Yes.
David Martz, Storm Chaser Griffin, thank you for being a member. Rainy, thank you for becoming a member. I do appreciate that. And don't worry, for those that are a member and I haven't posted anything for members only, I am looking into getting a drone, hopefully by the late fall or early winter. I'm also looking into getting a GoPro to make time lapses on weather situations. And so that will be for members only. So make sure you stay tuned for that. It takes time, but I promise you, members only content is coming to the channel. Does it randomly gift people
Yes, it does.
Okay, so it's a random thing.
So, I wish I could give it to a actual person individually, but
I just got one, so thank you very much, Daniel.
well, thank YouTube as well because it
And YouTube.
randomly.
Algorithm.
I guess it's so generous.
Yes.
I don't know if there's something with moderators if it gives you a better chance.
Yeah, I don't
think
know. I don't think
But-
so. Yeah.
I know Lava Command, yes. Barrel Clinic deepening also is possible with the system, but it's mainly the warm waters that will cause this to deepen exceptionally fast. But yeah, we have 2 missions in there right now. We're waiting for a new mission to fly through the center, which will be hopefully really soon. What's up, Lily Marie? When does the next track from the NHC come out? Less than an hour. Less than 1 hour.
See what's happening. I am watching these wobbles very closely. Thing loves to wobble a lot. I'm noticing.
Gosh, this eye is getting organized pretty quickly.
My question is though, is it gonna have enough time to clear?
So the latest H-Wharf model wants this down to 938 millibars, and the track has shifted slightly to the right. So we are now looking at a potential landfall right over the Stan Hatchie area, Fish Creek area. That's where the H-Wharf wants us to make landfall at. We are also getting new model data out. That's just the one. Let's look at Idalia on the HMON. 952 millibars on the 18Z run. Has that shifted at all? Also, it has shifted slightly to the right and indicates that a landfall is anticipated. A landfall is anticipated probably Wednesday morning or Wednesday late morning-ish. Between about 5 a.m. and 8 a.m. 5 a.m. and 11 a.m.
Yeah, that's been like the consistency, but I feel like it's been going earlier morning,
Mm-hmm.
like 4 a.m. to 8, somewhere in that time frame.
So models have trended down on this cycle. They're not as strong, but we'll see. I noticed the 18 and 06Z runs are so conservative, while the 0 and 12Z runs are more aggressive.
Yep.
David, it may hit a high tide in the morning, extra 2 or 3 feet of surge. Yeah, Justin Lee, that's why I said storm surge could exceed 15 feet in some areas. I'm taking that into consideration. What's up, Marcus Mustard? How are you?
At this point, we're pretty much at the point where it's paralleling the coast of Tampa. Pretty much. It's almost there.
So let's see. No new updates yet. Sometimes they'll release those special updates.
So if you look on a longer loop cycle, it does seem to have more severely wobbled towards the east a lot more.
Yeah, that's why it's gonna probably hit Horseshoe Beach now. Potentially Steinhatchee. Yeah, we'll get a new update, but the latest models now 938 to 950 millibars at landfall. Any guess on the impact to Savannah, please? Yeah, let's go over to that. So if we look at Savannah right now, on the latest Savannah, Georgia, you're definitely going to get moderate to heavy rainfall into the late and mid-morning hours. But you could also get quite a bit of rainfall on the backside of this too. This is going to have an extra tropical look. It's certainly some big time winds on this, so once this makes landfall. Yeah.
Also, David, I forgot to ask your opinion on this. I've been seeing the models trying to curve this right back at Florida. What do you think about that?
That's what I was mentioning, is that there's a chance it recurves. Let me look at
right back into the east side of Florida and
yeah,
then back into the Gulf where God knows where that's gonna go.
Yeah, I see with what you mean on that. Yeah, this could curve back around and hit Florida again. But this time,
all about timing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all, the models are all over the place with this. See the euro. You see, the euro does not indicate that will happen.
GFS at one point, I think, had it. I don't know if it still does.
No.
No, GFS has it.
Yeah, GFS does, but it weakens it.
It's hard to tell yet. Also, keep in mind that's out of what I call the golden zone of a model, which is around the 84-hour mark.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
So, take the strength with a grain of salt, because that would go right over the Gulf Stream area. So, it might pull together.
Welcome back,
I'm sorry,
Ethan.
I didn't mean to interrupt. Yeah, I just wanted to say, I'm gonna be back just in a little bit. There's a thunderstorm actually about to hit. It's approaching from the north, and I should be back on in just a short little bit of time. It's not gonna be too long.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
John. Shear increases as the storm progresses north, so we will see how much the system can intensify before shear interferes with it. But the shear vectors is what you're looking at, John. There's not going to be any shear at all up until landfall. I'm not trying to wish for a stronger storm, but the shear vector is out of the south as the storm is also moving to out of the south to the north. So the shear vectors align on top of one another. So there's different kinds of shear. Okay. If the system is moving north, a learning example or a learning moment or a teaching moment. So the system is moving this way, correct? All right. And if the shear vectors are like this, let me use a white marker for this. So if the shear vectors are slightly tilted in this favor, but the storm is moving at like 20 miles an hour, anywhere between 15 to 20, right? Your shear vector is aligned in such a way that even so there is shear there, the system's not feeling much of that shear as long as it's moving with the shear vector. But now let's just say that the system is moving in the same direction and we get northwesterly flow aloft in this situation. Therefore, that's going to impart a northerly shear. And so that 20 knots or whatever shear you're seeing would be more detrimental to the system. So even so there might be shear, it's out of the south as the storm is moving along with it. So there's not going to be much inhibitors. I hope you heard me, Justin, or John 54-2E.
Justin.
The last 2 hours of aircraft reconnaissance observations moving slightly east of north, close to the latest NHC forecast track. East of the north motion is what you would see if you are in Franklin. All right. So, nice Twitter update from Dr. Levi Cowan.
Yep.
Right front wind rotated to the way the system is headed is the worst part. Yeah. So, good point on that, Tom. Also, it is to be noted that the western quadrant of hurricanes like that, or eastern quadrant. So, if the system 2, I want to make this clear too, again, it has to do with motion. Systems moving in this general direction. You have your hurricane, say for an example, right here. I know this is not accurate. I'm sorry. The worst of the winds are going to be felt. The weight, the wind energy is focused on the eastern side versus if the system's moving slower, you're able to wrap hurricane winds around the entire circulation. We might have seen that already occur though. So this is a little more symmetrical based on the Air Force mission, including even perhaps on our Miss Piggy mission. So it's only bad if you're in the eye. No, Joe 56-1. It's not bad if you're only in the eye. It's bad if you're gonna get storm surge too. Yeah. So this is the latest on this system. And look at what we got. We got our panel view showing you White Sand Beach, Florida. We got Cedar Grove, Florida. Oh, it's going to stop playing, and there we go. It just stopped. So our latest observations indicate that the winds have not picked up yet at the Horseshoe Beach at the moment. Why do all storm names sharing with the letter I some of the most historic? I don't know. It's a coincidence. I don't get it. I was thinking the same thing too. Well, we all thought letter K was cursed because we had Katrina. So how's everyone enjoying the live coverage?
Woo.
Florida is susceptible to storm surge as it's so flat. Exactly, Tom.
It's also more marshland than ever.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, at this rate, Florida will be gone in like 50,000 years.
What's up, Ario Force TSC? How are you? Welcome. What's up, Gore Vidal? Welcome to the stream. What's up, Heidi? Love it. Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to be live all night on this. I will be live all night long on this system up until it makes landfall.
Yeah, I try to stay with you. I'm probably going to go live on my own channel when it gets closer.
Mm-hmm. The Aurea show, the coverage is super informative. Thank you. I appreciate the fact that you take time to answer everyone. I try. Unless the chat goes berserk, then it might take a little longer.
Yeah, that might happen near landfall.
Dang, I keep on getting ads at the worst time. Yeah, that's YouTube for you. It happens to me also. When I click on someone's live stream or video, ads pop up.
I never get ads because I have YouTube Premium.
Yeah. Good example. If you don't want ads on this channel, get YouTube Premium. I do agree, Butter Dwag. Make sure to leave a like and subscribe. Let's get this information to as many people as we can possible. Because again, this is live, right? Real-time information. Real-time. Not versus videos where once you upload that video, the information that you see is getting old by the second. Unless you're just focused on the NHC forecast. But if you're a model lover like the hurricane models that we're looking at, then that information gets old very quickly. David was retired following the storm because of its devastation and high death toll, and it will never be used again for an Atlantic hurricane, making it. It may be used in the East Pacific. Yeah, I was retired. I was destructive. I think I had winds up to like 180 or 190 miles an hour. I
Didn't know that.
I know. Tom was... I don't think Tom has never been used yet as a hurricane name.
Hurricane Tom becomes a category 5. Why do I see that happen? It's always the simple name storms that are like the most powerful or most destructive, I swear.
I'm waiting to be able to see an eye on GR2 analyst. There is an eye on the storm, John 54-2E. Look at.
Yeah, it's there. It's in the working progress stages right now.
At this point, it sure is.
I mean, it's really gone. It's really getting its act together on that eye wall. But it will really form once it starts really clearing.
Is this shifting west or east? So the 18Z model guidance has this shifting to the east. And it's no surprise that the system initially is further to the east than previously thought. So that means the system is going to make landfall somewhere over here near Horseshoe Beach. In fact, if we look at the hurricane models right now, we can see that there has been a trend. Each model run has trended this further and further. Interestingly enough, though, it has sped up a little more. We were thinking probably Wednesday afternoon, maybe a landfall. Now it's Wednesday early or late morning-ish.
Yep.
Yeah, there's an eye there, John. It's little, but there is an eye that has formed. The eye of Hurricane John 54-2E. Just kidding. Man, look at all the lightning on this.
Hmm.
Wow. Serious lightning activity. And cloud tops, by the way, Taniel, negative 18 degrees Fahrenheit.
What's that in Celsius?
I don't use Celsius.
Oh,
That's
come on.
that's negative 83 Celsius.
Go. Hmm.
Oh, and more lightning. And this is just putting out a lot of lightning at the moment.
I'm gonna start tracking these cells that are in the northern portion of Florida because they're starting to scare me a little bit.
Oh yeah, the ones near Daytona Beach.
Yeah, that line. I'm just gonna check just in case there's any spin couplets anywhere. Probably broad rotation all around.
Man, there's a pocket of strong winds over the so over Palataka or Paltaka,
Yeah, I
Rollstown.
have no idea.
Yeah, there's a little little pocket of tropical storm force winds on that.
Looks like there is like a little couplet that might be there. It's a small couplet and weak, but that's to be expected.
So Tyler says, so Cat 3 by 8 p.m. on the next advisory. Again, it doesn't surprise me, Tyler.
Probably will be at least 115.
Yeah, 110 to 115. We are getting better satellite intensity estimates. Or radar, I mean. 105 mile an hour winds. So at least it's definitely stronger than 100. And the actual number, whoa, this updated. Now 118. So we could be at 118 miles an hour on this.
Great.
Can you check the CMC model? Let's see the CMC.
Oh, Jesus. Who knows how that model's gonna go? I'm gonna have a look myself.
So the CMC model is 981 millibars. Which, again, is not the actual intensity that we're seeing. We're waiting for new Recon, though, to fly into that system. New data. So let's go to Flight Radar 24.
Also, from one of my friends that he just sent me what his conditions are like. he's on the Space Coast, so the east side of Florida. People that don't know, his conditions that he had the main outer band piece that we're currently looking up at near Daytona Beach and all that went through the Cape Canaveral area. He said it was the outer band, pretty severe wind and lightning, but to be fair, that's normal for this time of year. You're in Florida, to be fair. Not too bad yet, though.
Man, the sun is about to
Stay that way.
sun is about to set on this system. And wow, that is a very intense eye.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Look at all the lightning strikes in this. Man, this thing is exploding.
Sure is.
Yeah, look at the last few frames right here. The southern side is just popping off right now.
But the right-hand quadrant eye wall is where all the lightning action is.
Dude, I think this is a major hurricane. That's already a major. Cold
I
cloud.
feel like it is.
It is already. It already has to be.
Well, they're probably gonna update it to 115.
I need that aircraft recon to be in there, though. Oh, gosh. All right, that proves that this is a major hurricane. We have 112-mile-an-hour winds on the Air Force mission. Man, those rain rates, Taniel, over 1.5 inches an hour.
Impressive. Now,
They...
to be fair, I've seen powerful more than that, but for this system, oof.
Let me see what the extrapolated pressure on that is. Oh, they don't have the extrapolated pressure.
Sad face.
I'm guessing it's down to probably about... Oh man, I need them in there. They found 965 at some point. Yeah, they did. That was from over here. Depending on which aircraft you look at, Miss Piggy found it lower than the Air Force mission. So they're tag teaming this. Miss Piggy's out there. The Air Force mission is out there. Check ADT. Oh boy. If you're telling me to check it, you know it's probably a big deal. $75 knots at least on the ADT. But I disagree with that. That's 90, 85, 90-ish miles an hour. That's not the current intensity.
David, look at the image I just sent in the Discord chat right now.
Yeah, I know. I see that.
Yeah, the imagery of the final light that we're gonna see of a probably this monster. When we see light hit it again, it's gonna be starting to weaken.
Oh yeah, they won't see the eye on visible. So, since you know a lot about space, and I also want to know this, how high up do these weather satellite images orbit at?
So it can vary. It can be anywhere from it's like around 250 kilometers up in low Earth, to anywhere from 500 to 700 kilometers up.
Oh, okay.
So it can vary. All I know is that currently there are 4 tropic satellites out there, which are the more recent satellites that launched from Rocket Lab, which are, well, if you hear in the name, tropics. Uh, they have new instruments and stuff on them, so they can, see the facts. Well, scan the clouds in detail. It's kind of hard to explain, but they are equipped with new technology in their small sat launchers. Also, thanks for the correction. Leo is 500 miles, but kilometers is a little different. It's they can vary anywhere, probably from the kilometers. I'm just trying to remember from like SpaceX streams, but that can vary because the orbit changes slightly. So 300 to 700 kilometers up.
Dang, and it's able to provide us these high resolution images without the images moving around because it's all stationary, the satellites. And that makes me ask this question: how do the satellites not fall from where they're at towards Earth if they're stationary?
Well, the thing is, how you say they're stationary. Not all are stationary. They do move. However, there's also other satellites out towards further away from Earth that are a slower orbit. So it's, a yeah, they kind of vary in speed depending how far away they are. But they don't stand still. They do move onto the dark side.
And that dark side is why we
The
have
dark
ion.
side, well, but there is multitudes of satellites out there that have technology that we currently can't access because it's probably top secret in the weather world, at least. It's a lot of stuff.
The R says geostationary is not stationary.
Yes, it's very much not stationary. Everything in orbit orbits the Earth. So think about the ISS, and that's a fantastic point to make. Where is the ISS right now? I'm curious if it did fly over this storm earlier. So if it did, I can get that image for you because NASA has live feeds.
By the way, the eye size is about 4.75 miles, almost 5 miles in diameter. So it's a small eye. But look at the western eye wall. Starting to get that deep convection going. That deep convection really wrapping all the way around. And that's why we are seeing these images of a better defined eye. Also, we are seeing severe weather over Daytona Beach. We have no tornado or severe thunderstorm warnings, but we are getting quite a bit of rainfall. Some of these outer bands moving in. And then, of course, Palm Bay, if you're in the Harmony area of Florida, we're interesting. Severe thunderstorm warnings. Those been expired. Why are they still there on the Radar Omega app? Is it a Cat 3? Oh, let's find out. Hold on. Don't tell me don't. Shh. Don't.
I'm not telling you about that.
Oh,
I'm telling
okay.
you about tornado threat. Tornado watch expected, by the way.
Not a surprise. So on this one, we are at 960. We're at 962 millibars. So that's 4 millibars lower than the previous fly through. So it is still strengthening pretty quickly.
Great.
Flight level winds, at least based on the Air Force mission, do not support a major hurricane yet. So I would think probably 110 miles an hour will be a safe guess at this point.
You already know the weather weenies are screaming at the screen.
What do you mean they're screaming at the screen? Screaming at the screen. Can't even.
Screaming at the screen.
It
Let's try to
rhymes.
say that because they're like, darn, it's a Cat 3.
The thing is, if it's a Cat 3, then it's gonna probably be a Cat 4. Right at landfall.
Yep.
By the way, 962 millibars now would be 10 millibars lower in the last 2.5 hours. They're always a bit conservative. Of course they are. The NHC is. That's why I think 110 miles an hour is probably going to be a safe bet at the moment. I don't think this is... This could meet the definition of a major hurricane with its radar presentation, though.
I've seen crappier looking majors than this.
Yeah. No, Tyler, no Cat 5. Don't even go there. We're not going to see a Cat 5. If the system was way further back here, then it would be a Cat 5 maybe, but it's running out of time. It's running out.
Now, I give it like at max a 5% of a Cat 5, not even a 10 anymore. And those chances will continue to probably decline down to a 1%.
And then a 0%.
A 2.3% chance of Cat 5. Everybody in chat, put your chances of what category you think it's gonna get.
So this look at the Cedar Cove, Florida camera. We're going to spend a lot of time looking at live cameras while I am looking at recon data. Thank you, Pamela H. I'm glad you liked the stream a lot.
David, you should start a poll of what you think.
Oh, yeah, I should.
What?
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Let me do a poll. Let me do that.
Yeah, this will... Let's see.
How strong will Adalia be in the next advice?
Cat 2, Cat 3.
Cat 1. I'm gonna just do all of them. Cat category. Category 1.
Memes. Do Cat 1.
2. Category 4. Dang it. Okay. Here we go. Let's see. Let's get those votes in. Time to have some fun while we are watching the live cameras.
Guess which one I hit.
Yep, I know weather on the go. I understand. Hit the vote button, folks. Let's see. Oh, 56 people say a category,
Category
3.
1.
57 people.
I hit category 1 just because I don't want to vote in it like correctly.
Once we get the new advisory out for the NHC, then I'll make another poll on how strong will it be at landfall. Save those answers in your brains, folks.
No.
55% say Cat 3.
Really, 22%, 23% say it's Cat 4.
Hit that vote button.
Is that the new thing? Instead of hit that like button, hit that vote button.
Okay, this is a dumb question for Master of Disaster. What happens when 2 hurricanes meet?
Oh no.
One eats the other. That's my answer.
Well.
Oh, that's your answer.
Well, my answer is war.
they do Fujiwara, but one will
They do a
eat.
special dance.
Yeah, they do, yeah, but one eats the other up eventually.
Not all the time, actually, David. Not all the time. One just flings another one out to sea sometimes. That's usually the more common one. The eating of a storm, I've never seen. It happens on a rare occurrence in special environmental conditions.
Oh, NHC updated 105. What?
It?
What? What? Why 105? Literally.
That's it? I thought 110 would have been more conservative.
They're being way too conservative.
Yeah, I have a suspicion reanalysis can show that being Cat 3.
And they're back.
Guess what, Ethan? It's only 105 miles an hour. It's not even a major yet.
Right. That's pretty in line with what I think we were expecting. It's not going to really reach the major hurricane status until later tonight, tomorrow morning, perhaps.
However, there was a Recon went through and found a spot that was 118.
Oh boy.
So,
And they found pressure down to 962 millibars now.
Yeah, so it does continue to strengthen.
Yeah.
I thought it was.
So
gonna be at
now
least one.
the next poll will be how strong will Idalia
Yeah, we're doing polls.
Idalia be at, oh wait, no, hold on, at land. Let's do this poll. Sorry, folks, all these polls are coming out.
Yeah, it's just a way for us to interact as we wait for additional information to come in. We continue to watch these cameras here as the conditions are going to begin deteriorating along the Florida coast this evening and into tonight.
By the time it makes landfall, everybody here is gonna be dead. Well, in energy, I'm not saying. Well, the Florida coastline is gonna be taking a beating.
Oh, here comes all the votes. All the votes.
Oh
So
dear.
49%, 52. We're at 50 on Cat 4. Someone keeps on clicking or unclicking something. Make a hard decision and keep the vote. We're at 60%.
I'm thinking Cat 3.
At this point, I go with a Cat 3 at landfall. 120 miles an hour. I mean, I was predicting
can change.
I was predicting a Cat 3 now 115 at this exact time, but I don't think that's happening.
Sad face, but also good happy face for the Florida people.
At this point, as what Weather on the Go said, it doesn't matter on how strong it is. There will be catastrophic impacts.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are still expecting it to strengthen at least a little bit more as it does come in. Um, and I do want to address a question here from Chase McLean. He asked, what atmospheric wind height do they categorize the strength of the storms? For hurricanes, tropical storms, things like that, the wind scale is based on wind at the surface because that's where the impacts are going to be. Although the plane height is higher than that, obviously.
Hit the vote button, folks. We're at 59% on Cat 4. So most of the viewers say Cat 4. But those 6% are saying, oh, maybe a Cat 5.
That was
Um,
quite unlikely.
Me over here getting my own personal stream.
Man,
ready.
that eye, Ethan, is really defined. Let's look at latest radar data live on this storm. Look at the radar.
Breaking news.
Yeah,
That's
it
what
looks
you
like
really need. You need a breaking news screen, David.
Breaking news. It's a Category 2, 105 miles an hour.
Dreadful. Aww.
yeah, that presentation is really well defined on the radar there, so we are getting more concentrated convection around the eye.
Yes, we sure are. Let's see what Weather on the Go said. VIP here, Tom Byrne. Yeah, storm surge is a problem, but what I'm saying is the strength doesn't matter because tropical storms can be just as bad with impacts as a Cat 2 or Cat 3, sometimes anyway. Exactly. Don't focus on it. It being what, folks? Say it in chat.
The
Don't.
You know-
Don't. I want my.
also the that eye wall, by the way, on radar is
It
Yeah,
being
more-
the
more
eye. You guys cannot focus on it being the eye because what is surrounding the eye, you might ask? Rounds upon rounds of heavy rain. We even have water spouts and tornadoes. I mean, look at Tampa. Tampa's about to get hit with their real first rain band. And you could definitely see what I mean by that.
Also, this band here is part of the more inner part of the storm, not full outer band. Like the well, these are outer bands, but not like the very outer bands.
You did address the mesoscale discussion, right?
No, I didn't. If you want to address that, since it's severe weather, since it's up your sleeve.
Oh, certainly, yeah, let me open this. We do have a mesoscale discussion by the Storm Prediction Center. These are just areas where they are highlighting potential for certain impacts like severe weather. In this case, it is severe weather. This is for the western central portions of the Florida Peninsula. The tornado threat will likely develop across western Florida this evening. And there is an 80% chance that the tornado watch will be issued. The discussion goes like this. Hurricane Idalia will continue to move north-northeastward across the eastern Gulf of Mexico this evening. The outer bands of Hurricane Idalia will begin to impact the western coast of Florida in a few hours. As these bands move into the coastal areas later this evening, strong low-level shear will be maintained as a low-level speed max brushes the coast. The latest WSR-88D vertical wind profile at Tampa Bay has 0 to 3 km storm velocity near 500 meters squared per second squared, and RAP forecast soundings increase low-level shear along the western coast from south to north over the next few hours. This suggests that discrete supercells embedded in the outer bands of Adelia may develop tornado potential. The threat is forecast to gradually transition toward the area southwest of Gainesville, Florida by late evening. So, increasing low-level shear, a couple of embedded isolated storms within those bands, within the outer portions of the hurricane, will contribute to a tornado threat here within the next couple hours, especially across western Florida peninsula, and a tornado watch is likely to be issued.
Gosh, that is not good at all. You also want to know what's not good? This eye is rapidly organizing. We have now a completely closed ring of heavy rainfall.
Oh yes, that is a concerning aspect.
Watch the western side of this. Boom, watch. Doom. It just closes off. All of a sudden, it's completely closed.
I also want to bring to attention that it almost looks like there looks to be a outer eye wall trying to form now as well.
What are your thoughts, Ethan, on that? That would be a really big eye if it does. I don't think it's not
Outer
strong.
eye wall,
I don't think it would be strong enough for an eye wall replacement cycle this early yet.
well,
Yeah, I can't say for certain. It does have multiple bands around the eye, it appears. But mainly I'm looking at that concentrated eye. It is pretty well encircled by convection.
Also, another thing to keep in mind, it could have been already mostly full, but it's just appearing on our radar now, coming more into view, so keep that in mind.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's catching the back side. But there is definitely an eye on IR satellite. Definitely.
And the that eye is warming
Oh yeah.
once again.
That is quite strong, and we are getting new recon data here in a little bit. To give us a pretty good idea of how strong this is actually going to be. Miss Piggy! Piggy!
Oh my god. It's just
Visible, Tom is not available. It's dark already. We can't get visible. Because you know what? Because look at visible. This is what visible looks like.
It's black.
Yup. Watch this. It's gone. See? You can't see it.
Well, you kind of see it, but it's disappearing.
Why can't satellites, and you probably know the answer to this, Taniel, they should have it like night vision, so you can see the storms in night vision.
Well, technically they do. In ways, if you go to the one of the other settings, let's see, I forget what it's called. Let's see, visible / shortwave. Shortwave is the night vision, 2 kilometer.
I don't have shortwave.
Visible / shortwave, 2 kilometer.
Oh yeah, right there. There it is. Duh. Oh, so that is night vision. Okay.
Pretty much. It's not as much of detail, but you still can make it out. And also shows the eye usually better than visible.
Yeah, there's the eye.
Learn something new every day.
All right, so Tom Burns says most of the models are wrong, and that's the truth. Well, yeah, the global models at least. The one model that's way off, and Ethan knows this already, is the Euro model. The Euro wants us at 980 millibars at landfall, somewhere in that books.
Oh yeah. And we're obviously not seeing that.
Nope. Sorry, Euro, you're not right. Our Euro
Right.
model. All right, so the eye is about 6 miles in diameter, roughly speaking, when I go from the eye wall to the eye wall. Rain is covering a little bit of the eye, but it's about 5 or 6 miles in diameter. That's what we're seeing. And it's growing. I mean, that's expanded a little bit more.
Oh yeah.
So this made a little wobble to the north-northwest, by the way, Daniel and Ethan.
Yep.
To the north-northwest, okay. As we would expect. I mean, these hurricane tracks, they do tend to kind of wobble sometimes. You've got multiple factors going on to control their steering, but once they get strong, like this system is strengthening here, their motion can even be influenced by their own internal dynamics.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes they spin around their own center, the low-level center.
Really interesting to think about.
I
The
will.
low level
I will.
is always. I'm sorry. Go ahead, David.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt. I have to say thank you to Mother Nature today. It's only 91 degrees outside. While that seems hot, the dew point is also 39 degrees. So it feels like 85 outside. So it feels cooler than it actually is.
How it works.
So at least
Anyways,
it's not
as
hot in my office.
That's good. Okay, your PC would be overheating. But as I was saying earlier, the low-level center is pretty much the main heart of it. It's kind of, I don't know what analogy could be. Is interesting point. I guess I could take my space knowledge. We all think that the sun is the center of the solar system. That's actually not true. The sun orbits around a center point, which is, well, the center point.
The supermassive black hole in the heart of our galaxy.
No, I'm talking about in our solar system.
Oh, yeah.
Galaxy.
Oh, okay.
The sun orbits around that, but same thing with a low-level center. Similar kind of base. So when the thing wobbles, low-level center is not always perfectly lined up with the current eye. It's pretty close, but it's not always perfectly lined up, so it makes it look like it wobbles, even though it's usually going straight.
Also, I'm seeing some hints of a more rapid phase of intensification that might be occurring right now, Ethan, and as well as Daniel. We're getting some mesovortexes within the eye.
Oh, yeah.
We're getting mesovortexes. I mean, mesovortices within the eye. We're seeing one right here. We might be seeing one right here. I mean, we're seeing 2 or 3 of these orbiting around each other, around the common center.
Yeah, and that's interesting because some of these mesovortices and eddies embedded within the flow can cause corridors of much more significant wind damage. That was something observed with Hurricane Andrew back in the 90s. A very powerful storm produced corridors of extreme wind damage that were believed to be enhanced by eddies in the flow.
Jeez.
Also, we did have a comment here in the chat that said, could you turn Daniel's mic up.
Yeah, I did
They're
already.
having some trouble.
I already did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine is low. I'm not trying to cause background noise, so that's why it's lower than normal.
Right. Also, did you look at the photograph that was posted in the group?
Oh no, is it? Let me see. Let me see this. Oh wow.
See, the
Yeah,
thing
this
is,
was just...
a good problem,
Well,
a bad problem with me is I don't know how to read these, so
Ethan,
break it down.
explain. Break it down, Ethan.
yeah, for those who
Tristan
might...
sent it to me.
Yeah, for those who might be curious, the photograph is just a plot of the vertical wind profile based on wind vectors in a polar coordinate plane. And what we see here is how the wind is changing in direction and speed as you go up into the atmosphere. If you get these longer lines, that represents stronger low-level wind shear because you've got more distance between the starting point and the ending point. That means the wind is changing speed and or direction with height. And in particular, what this represents is very strong low-level wind shear developing in the lowest 0 to 1 kilometer of the atmosphere. With that comes an increased threat for a couple tornadoes, which is why we're seeing that watch that's going to be issued here pretty soon, with any of the discrete storms in the bands of the hurricane. So that is an observed photograph that tells us that the low-level wind shear is quite strong. This was something brought up by Lava Command earlier, and I believe Daniel posted something as well.
All right, we got new recon data. They're not in the center. They're about to be in the center really soon, though.
Oh, hey, Fire Ant.
Hey, Fire Ant.
Hello, everyone. I'm
Hey,
back.
Tony.
So,
Welcome back.
Fire Ant, we have 105.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Classic Tony.
Gosh.
Don't worry, I've been following the recon.
So, Tony, what you think the landfall is gonna be?
Vote.
Wind speed.
Have him vote. Yeah, if you guys haven't voted yet, please vote. How strong will Idalia be at landfall? I want to hear your guys' opinions. I really do.
Tony, I currently think 125.
Okay. David, what do you think?
I would say probably 125 until I see. I mean, the structure could arguably enough scream out a major hurricane right now.
Okay.
So I would say 125 at landfall, unless
Ethan, what do
something
you
changes.
Oh, what do I think with landfall intensity?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm leaning more strongly toward upper end category 3, but not discounting the potential for a low end category 4.
Oh.
So, looking at the 120 to 130 mile per hour range, perhaps, depending on what happens tonight.
Man, that eye is getting very circular, though. A very circular eye. I mean, it was a little ragged early on. Look how ragged it was. But all of a sudden, that eye has really gotten more circular. If
Oh my
you
god, on certain radars, it kind of looks like Mickey Mouse ears. Swear to God.
Are you serious?
It's like, it's dead on with Orlando. I'm like, hello, Orlando, I want to go to Disney. But I can't.
I don't see I don't see Mickey Mouse ears. Oh, wait, maybe.
Hold on. I'll send a photo. Look
I
at
see
the
the
eye shape.
picture came up.
Oh, yes! It does look like Mickey Mouse ears. Oh.
Or heart, but Mickey Mouse ears are more fitting.
Nice.
Oh, wow. Yes, there's the Mickey Mouse ears. I don't know if you guys can make that out.
Just a weird thing. See.
Oh,
Weird shapes. See, it's more of a heart shape on Radar Omega, but that was really
Watch
funny.
out, guys. Here comes Mickey Mouse.
MSE
Evacuate the area.
MOUSE.
Oh no.
So, David,
what?
Yeah.
I wanted to let you all know, the people that are here watching, I am opening up my Discord server on October 1st. I don't know. Surprised not many of you have actually asked me about a Discord server. Only a couple of you, but just letting you all know, we're opening up a Discord server on October 1st. But there's always what we call members only. So if you're a member, we will open it up to you a week sooner. 8 days sooner for members only. And then on October 1st, we will open it up to the whole public.
Yeah, and it is going to be really good. Trust me on that.
We have a pretty good staff team. I feel like we have a great, awesome staff team built into the server. So, yeah, it's going to be great. It's going to be great.
Let's just hope it's not a train wreck like all the other times.
Now, I do want to bring up something. I don't know if it's you on your guys' end, if it's a glitch or not on the Discord, but Fire Ant just has the letter F, and I will share this on the stream really quick. And J for John 54-2E with all dots. I mean, the name does not even finish, and it's like that with Butters.
I think that's all you're in, David.
That is
Yeah, I can see everybody.
Yeah, that's how you're in.
okay, because like there's 3 that just say J, F, and B.
Buh. Buh. Dot.
Giving us a sneak peek.
Gore Vidal a week sooner, so that would be on October 1st. So it would be on September 24th that I would open up the server to you as members.
AKA me.
Thank you for the $2 donation, Ario Force TSC. Yeah, this looks fairly impressive, and you know what? Actually, it looks pretty symmetrical as well. I mean, that is not really lopsided if you follow the lightest green shade. Maybe a tad bit lopsided, but that is organizing. That is definitely better defined.
Also, Tampa is about to be hit by that band.
So, here's an interesting fact about St. Pete, Clearwater, Tampa. If they get a 4-foot storm surge, that would be a record.
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
Oh.
I'm not kidding.
That's it?
Yep, that would be a record.
Well, at
Yeah,
least
that
in
is a-
recorded history.
That is a
Ever.
concerning aspect of this. Something we've discussed here too is that some of these places could see storm surge values they haven't seen in either a very long time or maybe have never seen in recorded history. So could be going into uncharted territory in that aspect.
Well, from the way So, David, if you'll grant me a few minutes, the way I understand it, the water is going to be sloshing around in Tampa Bay in all directions. Then once the storm actually gets past, it's going to be pushed up against the beaches coming out of the southwest. That's the way the water's going to come from. So they're taking a pounding in all directions from the bay because the bay's being sloshed towards St. Pete. And then as the storm lifts, that circulation is going to kick it around and bring it back into St. Pete. The water has nowhere to go, basically.
All right. So with that being said, it's time for my routine hourly update for the people that are here. Again, share this with their family and friends on social media. We have a Category 2 hurricane right now, potentially still. I'm still optimistic if this is even a Cat 2 hurricane right now, but it's 105 miles an hour. It is expected to be a major hurricane by tonight or very soon. We expect it to be. And yes, there are hurricane warnings up for Tampa Bay. There are hurricane warnings up for the entire Big Bend of Florida. And this will remain a hurricane well inland of Florida into southern Georgia with winds that are 75 miles an hour. We're also looking at this to weaken to a tropical storm, but guess what? There's a hurricane watch issued for southeastern Georgia and southern portion of South Carolina. We are still expecting to see life-threatening rainfall and heavy and flooding, along to go with storm surge, which is why there could be storm surge, or there will be storm surge warnings for the coast there of Georgia and South Carolina. Tropical storm warnings extend from near Lake Okeechobee up the coast into Georgia and the Carolinas. And this is expected to remain a tropical storm for the entire, you guessed it, 5 days. 120 hours left for this to hopefully weaken below tropical storm intensity, but it won't matter because impacts will be bad. So this is a look at the 5 o'clock advisory, and there are some strong wording that the NHC has put it out about this because of how strong this could actually end up getting. Catastrophic impacts from storm surge, inundation of 10 to 15 feet above ground level, and destructive waves are expected somewhere between Aquila River and Yankeetown, Florida. Life-threatening storm surge inundation is likely elsewhere along portions of the Florida Gulf Coast, where a storm surge warning is in effect. Not to mention, we already have SPC meso discussions out on this due to the risk of tornadoes as well. So I want to let you all know there's a storm surge warning in effect for these areas. Residents in these areas should follow any advice given by local officials, or simply put it, the National Hurricane Center and your National Weather Service office. Okay, now Fire Ant did state in Tampa Bay, the storm surge does slosh around because of the storm. So at first, let me actually bring this up so I can show you all. So the winds at first are coming in out of the east-northeaster or east-southeasterly direction. So actually, storm surge is going to pile up here over on the east coast of St. Petersburg through the Tampa Bay region. So you're going to get storm surge piling up here, including near Terra. We got a new update from Recon. We'll look at that in just a second. But there will be storm surge at first that piles up here over Turn Bay, over the St. Pete Pier, St. Petersburg as well. Some of these other areas throughout here, historic Bayview, could have storm surge building up because of this wind coming offshore. But once the center moves on, or once it gets to the north, then you're going to get a shifting in the winds. Winds are going to blow onshore, and that's going to pile up the water over here on the west coast of Florida. Gulf City, Sun City, along these areas. Even some of the bays or some of the inlets here could also get some storm surge. So just a heads up that right now, areas along the coast here have lower storm surge now, but it will come up rapidly once the wind shifts onshore. So let's look at the storm surge. There is a potential for destructive, life-threatening winds where the core of Idalia, moves on shore. Okay. Big Bend region of Florida. With hurricane conditions expected elsewhere in portions of the hurricane warning area along the Gulf Coast. Strong winds will also spread inland across portions of the northern Florida and southern Georgia near the track of the center of Adelia, where hurricane warnings are in effect. Residents in these areas should be prepared for long-duration power outages that, again, could be days before power is restored, not just hours. This will be a long, long duration, lasting 2 or 3 days or longer. Damaging hurricane-force winds are possible in portions of eastern Georgia and the southeastern South Carolina where hurricane watches are in effect. Areas of flash urban and moderate river flooding with locally considerable impacts, are expected across the Florida Big Bend, central Georgia, and South Carolina through eastern North Carolina later tonight into Thursday. Now, I don't mention this very often with the storm surge map, all right, that there is going to be exceptionally life-threatening, perhaps unsurvivable storm surge impacts over the Aquilia River of Florida, the Big Bend. I do have 3 live cameras out in the direct line of fire where this is going to be moving on shore. So we're going to go from north to south. So Mexico Beach, 1 to 3 feet of storm surge. If you're in Carabel, probably right around 4 to 7 feet. If you're on the... I can't even read that. Some of these names are hard to read. Aquilia River or Yankee Town, maybe about 7 to 11 feet. I'm going to skip the 10 to 15 feet for right now. We'll get into better detail on that in just a second. The middle of the Longboat Key could see as much as 3 to 5 feet, maybe 4 to 6 feet of storm surge. Bonita Beach, there right around 1 to 3 feet. The mouth of the St. Mary's River could see 2 to 4 feet, as well as a Drum Inlet might see 2 to 4 feet of storm surge. Actually, I'm going to bring up a storm surge map here in just a second. Actually, yeah, we'll do that in a wee second. Now, notice how I kind of skipped over the purple area here. And the reason why I did that is I want to really emphasize, and that's why we're going to go to the map here. If we can bring up the map. All right, so let's go to... Is this interactable? It is interactable. Okay. All right, so this is the storm surge map. Actually, this is not really... Okay, there we go. So... All right, what's going on here? Okay, this acting funny today, I guess. So this is the storm surge forecast. Areas in the red are storm surge greater than 9 feet above the surface. Yeah, above the surface, combined with that high tide and high surf, high crashing waves, could make the storm surge much worse than what it actually looks like here on the map. So a lot of these red colors indicate... I can't even read these. These cities are so hard to read with this. Yankee Town, Crystal River... might see 9 feet of storm surge. Now back to the map that I wanted to show you. There is a potential, and no, I'm not hyping this up. I don't like doing this, but there could be isolated instances of storm surge exceeding 18 feet high. Okay, 18 feet high, especially if we get water that piles up. Let me go to some of the, yeah, like right up in here, we could get storm surge piling up over the Swanee River, Fowler's Bluff, as well as, say, Fanning Springs. We could have storm surge exceeding 15, maybe even 18 feet high. Stanahatchee could see storm surge exceeding perhaps 15 to 18 feet. Fish Creek, 18 feet plus of storm surge cannot be ruled out. Again, based on what we are expecting, if this ends up being weaker than forecast, then the storm surge impacts won't be as bad, but still definitely a life-threatening situation unfolding. Now, the earliest reasonable time of arrival of tropical storm force winds will be as early as Wednesday morning, Eastern time, but that's tropical storm force winds. We will see winds increasing up until the center of landfall point. So if you're getting the eye tonight, the strongest winds will occur within the eye wall, and that will arrive right around 5 o'clock to 11 o'clock in the morning is what we think. There's still some adjustments to be made with the actual timing of the landfall with this system. But like I tell you all, can't stress enough, there is a 100% chance that is this purple on your screen. Okay? 100% chance. That is as high as you can get with confidence that there is exceptionally high confidence that there will be tropical storm force winds expected with tonight's hurricane. So here's a look at the greatest flash flood risk over the next few days. Augusta, Tallahassee, Wilmington are under a moderate risk for flash flooding. Atlanta, Montgomery, Chattanooga, Knoxville, Charlotte, Raleigh, Roanoke are under slight risks for heavy rainfall. This includes for Tampa Bay, as well as portions of the Big Bend might get the worst of this, with a slight risk to maybe moderate risk for heavy rainfall. And again, that will cover mainly this area right over here. Freshwater and storm surge flooding are expected and might make the conditions much worse than what they should be. The entire state of Florida right now is under a marginal risk for flash flooding, as well with the tornado risk too. Actually, let's go to the SPC. Let's look at the product on that. So here's a look at the categorical risk. There is a 5% chance of tornadoes today. The wind is a 5% chance, and a hail risk is 0. So there's no chances for hail with this, with a very moist environment and warm, with super saturated in the deep layers. So you're not going to be able to get much in the way of large hail. Man, I'm ready to fall asleep. A lot of talking here. Sorry. But 5% risk for tornadoes tomorrow into northern Georgia, as well as the southern portion of the Carolinas, including for Georgia, under that risk. 5% risk for wind and a no risk for hail. Ethan is actually going to dial deeper into this, why we are not seeing a 45 or 60% SIG for damaging winds. We'll get into that in just a little bit. All right, rainfall totals anywhere between 6 to 10 inches throughout most of the path of where Adelia is going to be moving through. Tallahassee, you're expecting to see 6 to 10 inches of rain. Augusta, 6 to 10 inches of rain. Perhaps Cape Hatteras there. Over Wilmington, maybe as much as 4 to 8 inches of rainfall can be expected. So if you're living along the coast here of the Big Bend, it's going to be a water threat mainly. A wind threat for sure, but you could run from the water. You could hide from the wind. You cannot run from the water. So make sure you have all evacuations already rushed to completion. This is the last effort you can do to protect yourself and your property, including your pets and livestock, because this will be destructive. Devastation, total devastation is not out of the question. Hurricane force wind probabilities on their latest advisory. This actually needs to update a little more. They have not updated it, but I'm very sure right now there is a 70 to 80% chance that the northern portion of the Big Bend near Statahatchee, as well as, say, Cedar Grove, will likely get hurricane force winds greater than 74 miles an hour. So now the question here is, how is this system going to evolve over the next several hours? Well, we have seen some corrections with the 18Z model output today, where if we just go back, pay attention to Tampa Bay, which is right here, okay? Pay very close attention. If we go back a few model runs, we can see Tampa Bay is further off to the right, and it gets closer with each progressive model run, which means now Tampa Bay could get more stronger tropical storm force winds than what we first thought. The rain bands could be stronger. We could see more wind damage out of the system than what we previously thought. If you're in Tampa Bay, Cape Coral down here, you're not going to see the worst of it, but you're under tropical storm warnings for this reasoning. But the system is expected to intensify up until landfall at 938 millibars. And again, the landfall right now is expected to be right around that 8 o'clock in the morning hour-ish, I think, is when we will see a landfall. But if we go back again on many of these model runs, again, this is the 18Z H-Wharf. We can see this is the big bend, all right? Right all in here is where we're concerned most about how high the storm surge will be. But if we go back to previous runs, this is the 12Z run, you can see where the big bend is at this time. If you go back another model run, it's a little further back. So follow my mouse on this. Can you see all these, or the line that I drew up? This is the big bend with each progressive. And if we go back to the 0Z, pretty much in the same area, but we have seen a big trend now towards a faster system. It looks like it's going to make landfall much sooner than what we thought in yesterday's run, as we can keep an eye on where it is. So we can see in today's run, much closer, much sooner than yesterday's model run output, of indicating that the system will still be as strong but faster in motion. Here's a look at the 18Z NAM model, and I want to stress a lot on this, okay, is that this is going to be a very powerful hurricane. If it's 150 or 950 millibars, if it's 938 millibars, if it's going to be 940 millibars, whatever, it really is not going to matter a whole lot. We're expecting to see devastating impacts. The storm surge will be exceptional. We're looking at winds that could reach 125 to 130 miles an hour at landfall potentially, which is catastrophic. So if it's 915, we just don't know right now at the moment, but this, regardless, will be devastating. Here's a look at the wind forecast on the NAM 3-kilometer model. We have winds at landfall that could be near 130, 140 miles an hour. Again, all this depends on which model you look at. The NAM is not a hurricane model, so it's going to over-exaggerate things a lot more, versus the H-Wharf or H-Mon that are hurricane specialized models that Recon feeds them data into. So at this time, if we look at this model, just let alone, we have a major hurricane at landfall. Major Cat 4, major Cat 3, major in itself is more than enough to give you guys the warning to evacuate if you all can. So right now at the moment, this is strengthening. This is a powerful hurricane, as we can see on satellite. If we play through satellite, you can see that the eye is becoming better defined with each passing hour. And that is a signature of that eye is very clear right now on IR. So this could give the NHC a 120 mile an hour system. And based on the Recon data, again, my own data, let alone based on what I see, I do see that this is now a major hurricane with winds that are at 115 miles an hour. And that's why right now I am going to be, while Ethan does much of the talking, I am actually going to be busy at updating my thumbnail. So Ethan, take it away, sir.
Yeah, just give me 1 minute.
All right. So while we wait for him, I'm not going ahead of myself. I don't like doing this, but it is a major hurricane right now. And based on what I see, definitely still a Category 3 at landfall. I'm not going for a Category 4 at the moment, at this present time. Okay? I'm not going to go that far out and say, oh, this is going to be a Category whatever, Category 4. But nevertheless, it is a very powerful hurricane. All right.
Okay, I'm here.
All right. Welcome. So I'm going to update my thumbnail now on YouTube. So while you do the talking.
Okay. You want me to just talk or share the screen or anything?
You could share your screen. Yeah, it should work. Actually,
Let me get that note.
actually, you can't because I need to update my thumbnail. So just talk.
Okay, yeah. Well, as you have just heard David say, very concerning seeing this hurricane here. We do have tropical storm force winds that are coming into the western Florida peninsula now. And as David was talking about earlier, there is a tornado threat going on with this. In fact, just a little bit ago, we officially got a tornado watch issued by the Storm Prediction Center. This is for the western peninsula of Florida. And let me just open that up and look at some of the probabilities. Yeah, we have a moderate chance of tornadoes, a low chance of strong tornadoes, and the summary goes, bands of thunderstorms associated with Hurricane Idalia will move inland this evening and overnight. Strengthening winds aloft will increase the risk of tornadoes in a few of these storms. So, the tornado threat is increasing a little bit. That's why we do have that tornado watch. I don't think that it's increased that much from earlier necessarily, but what we do have is increasing low level wind shear moving onshore with moist air providing some instability. There is a parameter used sometimes in forecasting, and you might see this on the SPC sometimes, called the EHI. This is the Energy Helicity Index. It's a very basic parameter just to show where CAPE and helicity are co-located, and helicity is essentially one of the measures of wind shear that we look at relative to storm motion. So, what we see on the muzzle analysis is that it suggests there's a core, or I suppose you should say a shield, really, of stronger EHI, of larger EHI values moving into the western Florida peninsula. And these values are in a range of 2 to 4, some of them 5 offshore at the moment. And typically values of above 2 when you start to be more concerned with this, so that is something interesting to consider. This is obviously not a traditional supercellular environment. We're looking at a hurricane, but it has shown some ability to forecast enhanced tornado risk in some tropical cyclones in the past. There was a paper published which described that in the past. So we do have that tornado threat that's increasing along the western Florida peninsula. That is why that tornado watch has been issued, and this is going to be a watch that goes for quite a while. This is in effect until 6 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So if you are in that watch, it's going to be for quite a while. And this does include some pretty big cities. We've got Gainesville, we've got Tampa, we've got Sarasota, Fort Myers. These are all under that tornado watch, and that goes over toward Orlando, but doesn't quite reach Orlando yet. And that is the anticipation that we're going to be seeing some of this increasing. We've already got a special marine warning, actually, offshore, headed northward toward Sarasota, Longboat Key, and eventually Tampa. It's got a ways to go, but we're going to have to watch that one if you're in the area, because it does have some potential for water spouts as it moves north at about 35 knots. So, it's going to be a thing we watch, certainly, as we head into the overnight hours. But as David was talking about too, we've got a bunch of other impacts with the storm. Serious storm surge inundation possible, especially around the Big Bend area. 10 to 15 feet, maybe locally higher, as he mentioned. So that is something really concerning. That's why evacuation orders must be heeded. And time has, really just about run out for residents in this area if you're going to evacuate. And that's why it's important that action be taken as soon as possible. We do have, actually up on the chart here, several counties in Florida where mandatory evacuations are in effect. So these include portions of Citrus, Dixie, Flagler, Franklin, Gulf, Jefferson, Lafayette, Leon, Levi, Pasco, Pinellas, St. John's, Suwannee, Taylor, and Wakulla counties in Florida. Portions of those counties have mandatory evacuation orders in effect, mainly for coastal and low-lying areas, some mobile home areas as well. If you are interested in seeing these specific evacuation alerts, we do want to provide the most up-to-date information here. I'm posting a link in the chat where you can go see the latest evacuation alerts, the specific evacuation zones that are listed in those alerts, where voluntary evacuations are also in place, because we've got a lot of counties that have evacuation alerts of some degree.
And actually, let's bring that up for our viewers to see. All right. So, evacuation order map. Let's, I can't even make this bigger. I don't think we can. So this is the evacuation order map I wanted to show you all that Ethan sent in the chat. So the areas in the red here are a mandatory. You have to get out right now. You do not have any time whatsoever. You must evacuate. The yellow means voluntary evacuations. That's a code yellow. Means you don't need to evacuate. But if you're in the red area, you have to evacuate. You are not allowed to stay in your home. You have to evacuate, get into a hotel, and sleep for the night somewhere else, like in Georgia or in portions of northeastern Florida. The blue areas are no evacuations. Okay, so there's no evacuations there expected, which is good. But if you are in the red, there is an evacuation order right now, and it is mandatory. You have to evacuate. No, I can't stress enough. This is life-threatening. St. Petersburg, Clearwater, if you're in Palm Harbor, if you're in Largo, please getting ready for another rain band that is moving on shore soon. These do have potential water spouts, Ethan. We have actually a pretty strong couplet that is actually approaching Sistia Key, Sarasota within the next, probably in the next hour or so.
Yeah, that's what we're really going to have to be watching for, that tornado threat in the short term. Also, I wanted to address something mentioned by Tom Byrne here earlier. I know that tornadoes are not the greatest threat in this. Storm surge absolutely is, because storm surge is such a deadly hazard. But David did a really good job of explaining all the other hazards with this earlier, and I was just kind of elaborating on the tornado threat, because my specialty is actually in severe weather meteorology. So just kind of providing a broader discussion of the hazards with this thing. Certainly, storm surge is the biggest thing we're concerned about on this.
Most definitely. So if you're in St. Petersburg, Clearwater, again, the first, not the last, I'm sure, this is a pretty intense rain band that is moving onshore. And again, as these bands progress, you're going to get stronger winds. St. Petersburg, you're getting some moderate rainfall right now, and it's only going to get heavier as we look at the latest Doppler radar. And this is from Radar Omega. You can see the rain coming in out of the southerly direction. It's coming down on Freeway 275. If you're in Palm Harbor, you're about to get hit pretty good with some pretty intense rainfall as that band moves northward. And of course, we have more of these rain bands that are moving through the Jacksonville area. Nice, good arcing bands up here towards Live Oak. Lots of lightning, Lake City. If you're in Orange Park, if you're in Baldwin, please take shelter. Jacksonville, right up there. Just be aware, we are talking about some pretty intense rainfall rates with this that could exceed an inch an hour at times, depending on exactly how heavy the rain comes down in your local area. If you're in Madison, Florida on I-10, just be aware too, we have that arcing band. Any rotation on this? Let's take a look. We have not much rotation, a little bit of more rotation on this near Columbia, just broad rotation, but no tornado warnings at the moment. That will change pretty quickly once we get into the evening hours as Adelia gets closer to making landfall. And here's a look at the latest structure of the system. And it has a pretty good eye. I mean, a nice good looking eye wall on the eastern and southern sides, the northern sides. Pretty good looking eye wall here. And so with that being said, this is becoming stronger. It's strengthening further. and we're starting to see hints of that eye on IR satellite imagery. And so, and if we look at that, that eye is definitely apparent. You cannot ignore that at all. Really popped through within the last few hours since I started live streaming today. So,
Yeah, it looks pretty well defined there.
yeah. So we're up to 206 votes. If you haven't voted yet, how strong will Idalia be at landfall? Please vote if you haven't already. Because we are tracking this. We have live recon data. They're flying back into the center again to give us a better look at how strong this hurricane actually is. And right now they found pressure, Ethan, at 960, about 959, 960 millibars. So it's dropping very quickly.
Okay.
Yeah, it's dropping quick.
Yeah, that would fit with the expectation there. That would fit with the idea that we could see an increase in intensity when the next advisory comes out.
And that next advisory will be out in about a couple of hours. In 2 hours, we will see the new advisory. By the way, these drop zones did find winds that did reach 116, 114 miles an hour. So some pretty intense winds out of this.
Oh, absolutely.
So we are live tracking this right now. I think 120 to 125 knots by the next advisory is certainly a possibility. I don't think so. I don't think so yet.
By the way, I do want to update what the eye temp is right now. It's negative 34 Celsius now, so it's definitely warmed up quite a bit.
Oh yeah, it's warming up. Without a doubt. Actually, wait, hold on. Let me see this. This might be warmer. Oh, yeah, it is. Negative 32 Fahrenheit now. That is a much warmer eye. And by the way, convection surrounding the eye, Taniel and Ethan, negative 106, negative 115 Fahrenheit.
Oh, those are tall. That is what we are concerned about here, because now that the eye has gotten so well defined, the convection so strong around it, it's still undergoing intensification, so we're going to be seeing those categories tick up as we head through the night.
Yeah. Okay, we need a new mission. Let's see what the Air Force mission has found.
By the way, I believe, like looking at radar right now, I think this thing is taking a little jog back towards the east. But
yeah, it's wobbling.
Yeah. Again, I see Mickey Mouse ears.
Oh, I wanted to say too, I don't know if I talked about this. There was another drop. A drop zone dropped in the northeastern eye wall, measured, and this is for you, Ethan, about 1,000 feet above the ground, 131 miles an hour.
Whoa. Okay. That's strong. That's an important thing to consider too. Even if we have, say, for example, right now, winds of 105 miles per hour, the gusts are going to be higher than that. They could reach into Category 3 intensity. So if this thing does go up to Category 3 intensity, some of the wind gusts could be higher than that even.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So Lava Command is freaking out over something.
He's always freaking out about something.
So,
Tony knows that best. Me and Tony know that best. I need to see what he's freaking about. He does this. He's having his moment. Give him a second. He'll come back down to Earth shortly.
All right, so like what I just showed you guys, based on drop zone data, again, we're reviewing the data right now. So this is the northeastern drop from this is from Miss Piggy. Also reported 925 millibar winds at 114 miles an hour. However, the latest pass, that's from the Air Force mission, did find 131 mile an hour wind at 925 millibars, which is about 1,300 feet above the surface. That is strong, and that is much stronger than the previous drops that found winds only at 101 miles an hour. So, big jump in winds, Ethan, and the pressure has really fallen quickly.
Yeah, that trend of increasing wind and falling pressure, they go hand in hand, and that's why we do believe it is still intensifying at this point. And the radar, or the satellite presentation, well, and the radar presentation too, those both seem to concur with that.
So, I know, Tom, it's above houses in Hugh. I have to laugh at Tom. Tom thinks it's not that important to see 131 mile an hour winds. Ethan, teach Tom how important it is about those low level winds.
Well, yeah, what we're looking at here really is a couple of things. Number one is the trend of how strong the winds are they're measuring. If the winds are getting stronger aloft, the system is strengthening. We're getting a stronger hurricane, obviously. But also, if the winds are getting stronger aloft, the winds are going to be stronger down at the surface as well. Some of those might get transferred. The system is strengthening through a deep layer, through a deep portion of the storm. So that does have a reflection on surface winds as well. It's not saying the surface winds are going to be as strong as what they are aloft, but they will be higher as the winds aloft become stronger.
That's why we look at that. At 925 millibars, that is 1,300 feet above the surface. That's not very high. That is not high at all. So,
yeah, when you consider the aspect of momentum transfer, because that is a big way in which wind energy is transferred to the surface. Momentum transfer referring to that momentum of the air aloft being drugged down to the surface. That can occur through like precipitation loading in thunderstorms, for example, or even hurricanes as well. And that can happen with an increasing pressure gradient also, because that strengthens the ambient flow as well.
well said. All right, we got some breaking news. We might have 3 Vort maxes in the center right now. We might have these vorticity maximum, and I don't know if this is true or not, Ethan, but those indicate that the system is rapidly intensifying, correct? When we see vorticity Vort maxes within the eye itself, where there's no rain and everything.
It could be. This is something we've seen in very strong hurricanes in the past.
So basically, that we got Recon in there. We're getting wind gusts probably up to about 120, 130 miles an hour. Won't be surprising. But I'm telling you, this is not good. This is very dangerous. Major updates within the last hour. Well, I strongly believe this is a major hurricane. I don't know if anyone trusts me on that. I'm sure everyone agrees with me at this point that this is already a major hurricane. Oh gosh, Ethan. Oh my goodness. Look at the latest IR imagery on this. Very organized now.
Very organized. Yeah, let's see.
Look at this. I mean, this is a Cat 3. No joke. No doubt.
Yeah, this is... Seeing that is really concerning because that suggests we've got really it's got that buzzsaw look almost to it.
It does.
Where it's just... Yeah, where it's really concentrated. That shield of dense convection is where things are
Especially
getting
on the
really
north
strong.
side. North
Yes,
side going
especially
into
on
the southern.
Absolutely.
Very soon, it's gonna loop around fully.
But that is
Oh.
a sign of a really strong storm and probably still intensifying at a pretty good rate.
And keep in mind, all the way up until landfall, we have either 88 to even 89 as it approaches the coast sea surface temperatures,
Yeah.
which is plenty of fuel, especially at the clip it's going at. It's not gonna up well or anything. It's going to use that fuel, and in past years, for example, last year, right around this time, it was not this hot.
No.
Not even close. Probably at max, I don't know, like 80 to 83, maybe 84 at max, where this track is going. Very hot in the Gulf right now. It's piping hot.
Mm-hmm.
And echo tops, depending on what radar site you use, echo tops are like 50 to 60,000 feet.
To be expected.
Wow. That's deep.
Yeah, it is. This is not good. This is not good at all. I am not liking what I'm seeing. This.
Oh, hey, Megan, welcome.
Hey, Megan, north of Tampa. Is she good? Wait. Oh, yeah, Brandon's mom is in Hudson, Florida. Hudson, Florida. Actually go to that. She should be fine. The eye is going to be passing just north of Horseshoe Beach is where I think it's going to make landfall. Maybe a little bit to the north than that. But you're definitely going to see very strong tropical storm force winds. Brandon's mother, probably 60 to 70 mile an hour winds for sure on this. And there could be water spouts and tornadoes too. So watch out. Watch them tornadoes.
Exactly, that's what I was going to say.
Gosh, that eye is very defined right now. Very defined.
Yep.
Yeah. We are still on our way to a
Megan,
major hurricane.
hold on, Ethan. Megan, you're coming out in October? You're coming out in October to see us? Is BJ coming? Is BJ and Big Brandon coming along for the ride? Oh, just you? Why just you, not Big Brandon and BJ? I'm not good enough, laughing out loud. You're not good enough.
Ethan, we're gonna have a track shift here.
Oh, in the coming update?
Yeah, because if... Hold on, let me screen share, show you.
It's wobbly. It's definitely wobbly.
Oh. But look at the look at WSP3 trying to correct. Look how much off the line is
Let me see.
from where it should be.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
It's
Wow.
wobbled so much. But the line keeps updating and the cone's not updated yet, so it's pretty much on the edge of the cone, the previous cone, so
You gonna pick me
yeah.
up from the airport? Which airport are you flying into, Megan?
I'm also
Is
at the same time I'm watching.
is Tampa in danger? Tampa is under hurricane warning, so at this point, I would say not as it's not you're not going to get it as bad as say the Big Bend, all right, but you will get definitely tropical storm force winds for sure. There is no doubt. Once these rain bands move through, you're probably going to get torrential rain and some intense winds. Sacramento depends on. I don't mind driving to Sacramento, but I cannot do interchanges. I mean, that's too much. Probably. Well, I will have to see how it's gonna work out. But don't worry, someone will pick you up. Man, it is already 6:10 p.m. Thank you, Megan. You can do it. You gotta practice. I know it's high tide. Yep. So yeah, we're gonna keep an eye on this. Also, Ethan, this is pretty symmetrical now, too.
Yep, we have been seeing indications of that, which suggests a healthy eye for the hurricane.
Yeah.
Certainly appears to be.
And that eye, yeah, this is not good. Wow, not good at all. The eye has cooled off a little bit though. Negative 40 degrees Fahrenheit. But we'll see what that means. We're gonna get there a new pass into the center. Let's see what Miss Piggy's finding. No new update with that yet. No new update just yet. How's everybody enjoying the live stream? If you're enjoying it, please like the stream, share this, and subscribe if you're new. Because this is going to get more intense. We're just beginning to see this thing unleash its wrath. I mean, it's gonna be a long night. Long night.
Tell me about it.
Sir? Yeah, it certainly appears to be, and I just want to say too, if anyone's just new to the stream, for the 250 people watching, thank you for being here. We really appreciate it. Be sure to like and subscribe because this helps us to get that information out more, and this is very important considering the magnitude of the storm we're dealing with.
Yeah, I mean, this is a major hurricane. At this point, I am not gonna. I mean, the satellite presentation really. I mean, on IR at least, it is really. It is nasty.
It's presenting a very healthy presentation.
Yes, Megan, this is rapidly intensifying right now. This is explosively intensifying in such a way we could have a Category 4 landfall. A Category 4 landfall. And if we look at the last 100 frames, this is what we call a mesosector. So where we're able to, where is my, okay, there it is. So this is what we call a mesosector, where we're able to see every single minute what the storm is doing. So we can see more blobs of deep convection. It looks like the latest frame there indicates that the eye is warming up again, starting to clear out a little bit more quicker. And so, I mean, just the surrounding look, very symmetrical right now. I mean, look at the ring here, really symmetrical. And so, as this moves north, there's going to be some wobbles. And so, timing out these wobbles right now, it's going to make landfall potentially just north of Horseshoe Beach is where I think this is going to landfall at. You know, though, Ethan, you know what I'm concerned about this hurricane, or why I'm so concerned about this hurricane? I mean to say, my words are twisted.
Yeah.
This is actually, if you think about it, since it has an eye right now, if you compare Ian and the distance to impact, this is looking a lot more healthier than Ian did when it was just as far away from Florida. And that thing still was able to become a Cat 5.
Yeah. It has a very healthy presentation. That's why we are expecting it to still strengthen overnight. It is feasible that we could go into the category 4 intensity if it does maintain that trend. We did have a question too. Hey David, my friend lives in Zephyr Hills, Florida. Will he be involved in the storm?
Let's see. Zephyrsville, Florida.
Zephyr Hills.
Zephyr Hills, Florida. All right, let's take a look at that. Take a look. You will be impacted by this significantly. Also, if you guys want me to add you all to the map, okay, we have different people that I have across the map. I know it's hard to see, but see these little DSs? If you can get an idea. Maybe it's hard on your end, but these are different people. We're viewers that are subscribed to me. So that way, if a hurricane or a tropical storm or a winter storm impacts your area and I go live on it, I could actually know where you all are at. So if you guys want me to add you to the map, just let me know right now and I will be happy to do that. We have quite a few that I have on the... Yeah. We have quite a few people. You're in Perry, Florida. Okay. Get ready for the chat to go, get wild here. So, using search, Perry, Florida. And your name is Joe. You're okay. I'll add you there. So you are now added to the list. So now you're right there in Perry. So make sure the location is within about 5 or so miles away from where you live. The more accurate, the more better.
But don't make sure it's not right over your direct location.
Oh, we got a verified YouTube channel in the chat. Congratulations, you must be a huge YouTuber. So I will add you to the list. In case Dallas, Texas, there could be severe weather well out in advance. Next year sometime or this year. So let's add another one. Dallas, Texas. Let's do John Taylor Trucker, or Tucker. Your list or your name is on there. I'm in Beaumont, Texas. Port Louisville, Texas. Okay, let me do all the Floridians first, since those are actually important. Because that is like a now thing. I will get to other locations later. And this is Emilo Vero X Project. All right, so I live in South Georgia. Well, which city or town? Storm Spotter 227. South Georgia doesn't give, it's a broad location. We're in South Georgia. City, please. All right. Palm Beach Gardens. You live in. Frank is saying. Oh my gosh, chat's going wild. It's going fast.
It was the worst mistake.
Clearwater, Florida.
Okay.
So I'm guessing you live in Clearwater, Florida, Mass Cookie or MS Cookie. Sorry, I'm gonna get to a few more locations here, and then we will talk more about this. Because adding people, this is showing me that I care about you guys. I mean, I'm clearly putting you guys on my personal map here on Radar Omega.
Yeah, and we want to say too, anyone who's in the chat, you don't have to feel pressured or anything to do that. If you're not comfortable with it, you certainly don't have to do it. It's just one of the ways by which David can know the geographical area where some people could be impacted by high-end weather events like that. Also wanted to thank John for a donation here. John Taylor Tucker, we appreciate the donation.
Oh, thank you, John Taylor Tucker, for the $3. I do appreciate it. All right, 2 more locations, and we'll get to this more in a little while, so I'm able to... All right. So I got that there. So we added... Oh, we got 2 viewers that actually live in Puerto Rico that watch my YouTube. So this is great. Now, there is limited space. I wanted to let you all know that. We have 126 locations remaining. So I'm in Davenport, Iowa. Okay. Let me add you. Davenport, Iowa. And your... Oh, crap. Where is it? Where is it? Davenport. There we go. And then name. That means I'm getting people outside of the hurricane zone. All right, so we'll do 2 more locations, and then we'll get tracking again. Oh, that eye is definitely warming up quickly. Definitely changing. All right, Beaumont, Texas, the Reaper. All right. I want to make sure, though, that you guys, I don't know if I added you twice or anything. If you see your name on the location here, do not ask me, because it's gonna ruin everything. So if you're on the list, please do not send me that, because then I will likely by accidentally type it in, and then it's a whole different story. All right, Tom Byrne, city or state, please. You're in California, but you're near San Diego. But which city or, or town are you closest to? Thank you. All right. Atlantic Beach, North Carolina. Okay, this will be the last one. After Tom. After Tom will be the last one for right now. Okay, using search. Let's use search. Atlantic Beach, and your name is Linda Snyder. I love that name, Snyder. So we have quite a few people that are in the path of this hurricane. North Count North Count and something SD. Don't know if that's a location you gave me. No, it's not. All right, so that will be all the locations for right now. We'll add more later on throughout the stream. But I'm just letting you all know there is 123 slots available. Okay? 123 slots available for me to add your name to the list. All right? Again, if you want to be added in, I will let you know when to give for the location, because I'll forget. Chat goes too fast. But this when we do locations again, just let me know which city or town you're closest to. Don't give me an area like I'm in the southeast. Well, there's thousands of cities in the southeast. It's got to be like pretty specific. Thank you. All right, Jordan Fate, thank you for the $20 donation. Do you think it's possible for the storm to stay a hurricane when it reaches the East Coast? Cherry Grove, South Carolina. All right. Since you donated, I'm actually going to put a location on that. So, Cherry Grove, that's this area. Jordan Fate, that is. This person donated $20. That's why I'm doing this. All right. There we go. That's a good question. Ethan, what are your thoughts? Could this remain a hurricane when it moves over near the Myrtle Beach area of South Carolina?
That looks pretty unlikely. It looks unlikely because there's going to be extensive land interaction by the time it's moved through Georgia by that point. But we are still expecting a pretty strong tropical storm, moderate to strong tropical storm perhaps, with a very heavy rain, tornado, and strong wind threats. But a hurricane seems rather unlikely by that point.
It's going to be spinning a lot of time over land, so it's going to spin down. But a tropical storm is a guarantee. You will get heavy rainfall and some gusty winds, for sure.
Yep.
No, you're not, Diana. You're not on the list, but I could put you on the list. Chase McLean, what's your city, town in your state? I'm only doing 2 more for right now, okay? Because these are actually moderators. Diana and Chase. Location list. All these people are my viewers. And so that's basically lets me know who's in the path. So Joe 561, he's in Perry, Florida. So I know he's going to get impacted. Cypress, Texas. In Houston. All right, let me bring that up. And the name is Chase McLean. All right. Any more? I think Diana wanted. Okay, now people are flooding my to add them to the list. Oh my gosh. I guess we're gonna be doing locations for the next hour. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, we did have a request for an update on the hurricane, and I do actually have a couple of notes here. I had some messages Lava Command relayed to me. Thank you for those. Craig CC, I'm sorry, PhD on Twitter. This is kind of an interesting note for the residents in this area. Professional storm chasers are leaving places like Cedar Key because they find it unsafe because of the storm surge.
Oh my
That tells you how
gosh.
dangerous it is. Storm chasers are leaving that area. Another report is NOAA 3 Recon aircraft nearly found major hurricane support just now in Hurricane Idalia. Pressure continues to rapidly decrease.
Also, keep in mind that most chasers are not going towards the panhandle. Well, not a lot of chasers
shoot.
like going towards the panhandle in general because it's not the safest place to chase in the world. And again, there's the storm surge threat, which is going to be even worse over there. But that just set in stone that yeah, this is definitely, even though it's a category 2 and soon to probably be a 3, it's still a very dangerous storm, even if Florida has gone battered by even worse storms than this in its time.
I freaking lost freaking recon data on Google Earth. It's not loading.
Rip.
I can't
Technical
even.
difficulties.
I
Always
cannot.
going to be there.
I cannot get. The best estimated pressure I can find is 958 millibars. They did not pass through the center. I was not able to get a actual central pressure on that, but they did find 100 knot winds, which is 115 mile an hour at least at the moment. We're getting an Air Force mission in there right now, and will get us better data on how strong this is. But I'm assuming it's a major hurricane based on all indications. There's no doubt this is not a category 2 anymore. The eye has continued to cool, though. It's not as apparent like it was earlier. Eye temperature now negative 50 degrees, so it is not as warm as it was earlier. This could be undergoing an eye wall no, it's not going through an eye wall replacement cycle. Never mind. Tampa Bay is getting hit right now, though. So until Google Earth loads in the data, I am not too happy at the moment. I'm hoping I can...
we have a cranky David.
That is important because I could actually look over that data and everything and determine, but I can't because it's not even loading. Maybe their systems are down or something. Yes, she is, Megan. But I can't go down. I'm gonna have dinner like in 30 minutes. I'm actually pretty hungry. I'll let her know that you probably called. Oh my goodness, Ethan. You would not believe this.
Yeah, he's gonna believe it.
What is it?
We've radar velocity data has winds up to about 120 to 125 miles an hour.
Yeah, we are seeing some suggestions that this is still making a run for Category 3, and in an hour and a half, it is possible that we have a Category 3 storm, because that intensification trend does seem to be continuing. It is really a healthy system at this point.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the point that we might be witnessing a major hurricane. I would not be surprised in the next advisory if they switched the number up to 120 miles an hour. Maybe 115. If it's 115 right about here, it could still reach a Category 4 at landfall.
Yeah.
Also, Aeroforce TSC says, "Hey David, do you mind checking Discord?"
Oh, sure. What is it? Yeah, I got those links already, Aeroforce TSC. Yes, I did. I'm aware of it on Flight Simulator. I've seen the structure on Flight Simulator. That thing is a beast. I was not able to fly into the system today. I was just so tired. I had to get this stream actually ready for this big day that we're doing. So I was up until like 5 this morning. I'm like, I need to just sleep for a little while. So I was not able to make it possible flying through the system.
And that's at. So I went through the system earlier and actually didn't look too impressive in Flight Sim.
It didn't?
Earlier.
Good. All right.
So, but I think right now it would be looking even better. But speaking of taking a little nap, I might dip out, take a little snooze, but come back a little later to when it's a little closer to landfall time. So I have a little bit more energy.
Oh,
That
yeah.
makes sense.
And so I can do my own coverage with you guys.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
We're going to be on all night with this. And I hope I have enough energy to stay up all night for this. Because that's what dedication's all about.
Grab a ton of water.
Yeah, really.
Make sure it's freezing cold.
I think freezing cold water makes me tired.
How does that work?
I don't know. If I eat too much, I get... Actually, I got a snack in my backpack. I can just kick out the chips if I need to. I'm just not... I'm not going to eat them on stream, though. That's not appropriate for me to do. All right, so an update. Urgent update, folks. We need to talk about this. We are witnessing what might be a major hurricane. Even so, the NHC has 105 mile an hour winds. We have an hour and a half before the next complete advisory comes out. And I'm very sure they're going to pull the trigger on a Category 3 hurricane. Everything indicates that very solid eye wall that is completely closed. Earlier on, it was open, but this is fully closed right now. There is no opening whatsoever. And what we might see, oh gosh, Ethan, look at this. Very strong vortmax is going on within the system. We have two very intense, actually, we might even see 3 of these vortmaxes rotating around the parent center, which is right there. So this might be a signature of even faster intensification that we're seeing right now.
Yeah, it could be. By these indications, it seems to be reminiscent of past major hurricanes that we have seen.
Air Force mission finds pressure at 961 millibars. I'm surprised they did not find any lower pressure than that. We'll see with what they get on the other side of the system. One thing's for sure, we might have a major based on the NOAA Air Force mission. So... and this is very strong. Looks like the eye is actually getting a little smaller, too. We'll see how that transits. Actually, we have Mark Missenbaum I can bring up here. I like Mark Missenbaum's radar site. Why can't I... Hello?
Hello?
Okay, you're here. Okay, I thought my internet went out for a second.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying my best at providing the most detailed information, and it's not loading.
Yeah, technology doesn't always cooperate.
Trying to get Mark Missenbaum's radar, and it's out. Their site is down, I guess. So we are limited, but we do have Radar Omega, and that's important.
Also, Heidi Estholm asks, so when the eye is smaller, what does that mean?
Yeah, it's shrinking in size. Could mean an eye wall replacement cycle, could be in the early stages of beginning, but I do not see any indications that we have an eye wall replacement cycle. It is. It's just the loop speed is not. I wish there would be a setting on here where the loop speed is actually faster. But yeah, that's where it's at now. Boy, Bradenton is getting hit. Sarasota, Florida is getting hit with some pretty intense rainfall rates right now. And there is some indications we might even have water spouts.
Concerned within that band, there could be a couple isolated areas of rotation develop pretty quickly and move off to the north-northwest. So, for those in the area, please keep that in mind. There is a tornado watch in effect.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I wanted you to repeat something, Ethan, in regards to the storm chasers. I want you to be very firm with that and let viewers know just how serious this actually is.
Yeah, storm chasers, obviously, they are very daring people. I'm one of them. And we look for all kinds of dramatic weather, tornadoes, hurricanes, blizzards, all kinds of dangerous weather events, really. And so you see a lot of storm chasers heading down to Florida for this system. But we just got a tweet earlier that was a very revealing and concerning aspect of this. Professional storm chasers who have chased storms for years are leaving the Cedar Key area. They're leaving the coast of the Florida Bend because this is so dangerous. When the storm chasers leave, the people who go after these conditions intentionally, you know that things are going to be bad, especially right along that coast of the Big Bend. That's why we emphasize how dangerous things are right in that area. The storm chasers have left, so the zone is in evacuation also for many coastal areas. So there should hopefully be no one there in that coastal area because it could be deadly for anyone who stays behind.
You heard that from Ethan, you all. Storm chasers leaving. They can't even track this. They can't even collect scientific data because how dangerous this hurricane might become right when it makes landfall. I mean, professional storm chasers, Ethan, I mean, they've been through EF5 tornadoes, EF4 tornadoes, and yet they are not staying behind when this makes landfall. That is really, really a big deal. That's concerning.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a very revealing mood among the meteorology community there. It's a very revealing attitude about it, just how dangerous this is.
Oh, is Miss Piggy going to make another round? Miss Piggy is going to fly through the center again. Making a quick...
So Isaac Logan says, I live in extreme northern Lake County, Florida. Is it going to be bad here?
Extreme Lake County, Florida.
Extreme northern Lake County.
So Lake County, Florida. Sorry, I don't know my locations very well. So Lake County, Florida, extreme northern. You're definitely gonna get rain. Oh yeah. This feeder band right here, this rain band, this is very intense actually. That's actually going to be moving towards the Lake County area. Like Fruitland Park, if you're in Altoona, Lindaville, Zellwood eventually, you're gonna get hit with that intense rain band. Are there any rain total estimations for Ocala, Florida? Yes, there is. If we want to look at the NAM model, let's take a look at that. Oh, the NAM is rendering, just beginning to render. So it'll be interesting to see how strong this is going to get. So on the 18Z run, Ocala, Florida could get a few inches of rainfall. That's what this illustrates right in here. Maybe 2 to 3 inches, according to the NAM. But again, that's one model. Let's look at the Euro. Okay, forget about the Euro. The GFS, within the next 50 or so hours, you might end up getting about 2 inches of rainfall out of this system. Let's take a look at the winds on the H-Wharf model. Man, the H-Wharf is really being generous. I thought it would be more crazy about these winds.
Yeah, well, it's going to change with time.
Oh yeah, for sure. That is... I cannot wait for the NAM to fully get released. I'm really curious about this. How strong the NAM is going to see it as. Man, Ethan, that red and orange is growing around the eye already. It's growing and growing.
Yeah, it is still on its way to intensification, and we are still seeing that taking place right now. That convection becoming a lot denser around the eye of the storm. I think someone mentioned Ocala, Florida in here also. Ocala, you do have a concern for significant impacts, strong winds, heavy rain. Thankfully, you're inland enough to where the storm surge isn't as big of a concern, but damaging winds and heavy rain, along with maybe a tornado threat, those are certainly things to keep in mind tonight.
Man, Cedar Grove is just getting pelted with rain right now, and those winds are really strong. Ooh, lightning. Okay, there's lightning on that.
Wait, is there lightning in the eye, or is that otherwise?
Sand Beach. White Sand Beach had saw lightning flash.
Oh, okay.
Winds have not picked up on the Horseshoe Beach very much. Winds are averaging at 11 miles an hour, gusting up to 17 at the moment. Actually, that's the highest wind gust that we have had so far today. Or tonight. I just cannot wait for storm season. Oh my gosh. I'm dying hard for stormy season for California.
Oh, it's going to be wild. What about Panama City Beach and Panama City, Florida? Keegan Duncan asks.
Panama City Beach. So Panama City Beach, we'll get to IR in just a second. So Panama City Beach is a tough one. What do you think, Ethan? I want your inputs on this. Because the center is going to pass to the southeast of where it's going to make landfall, but I think there could be some big impacts. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, you'll certainly be dealing with some heavy rain and wind impacts in that area, probably. Um, I would imagine that for sure, but thankfully, the positioning of the system, you should be out of the storm surge concern for the most part. Mexico Beach to Indian Pass, that's only 1 to 3 feet of storm surge expected in that area. So, storm surge is not a very big concern, but you could have some strong wind and heavy rain concerns, especially if this shifts a little further off to the west.
Yeah, there could still be some adjustments, but now the chances of it going towards Panama City, Apalachicola are not likely. This is definitely going to be headed right towards Horseshoe Beach. Man, Ethan, each radar scan, this is just getting more stronger.
Yes, it does appear to be. There was a question earlier about the storm surge in Perry, Texas. That area, I think, is where we're expecting some of the heavier storm surge to come in based on the forecast. That's about the 10 to 15 feet range. So, coastal areas in that county, certainly a big concern for storm surge there. And for Tom Byrne, yeah, I guess I should say not as big of a concern for storm surge in Panama City, because it's not entirely negligible. But the or the NHC forecast has Mexico Beach to Indian Pass gain about 1 to 3 feet, so that's a pretty good sign. And further to the west of there, at this point, not expecting as much.
The NAM is rendering, and it is not looking good. This could still be a Cat 4. So, this is a very small eye now. This is probably a few miles across. Let's see. 6 miles. Actually, about 7 miles across. That's a very small eye, though. And
That is extremely small.
And you know what small storms like to do, right? They could intensify much faster than what the forecast calls for.
We have seen that in the past.
This is bad. This is definitely devastating. Each image right here just it looks like, I mean, you can just see each improvement on the radar. It's just getting more better organized. You can just watch it. And if I can see it by each frame, that's not a good sign either. Okay, the eye is warming up significantly now. Oh yeah. Let's see here.
Yeah, interesting comparisons in the chat there. Wilma was an exceptionally small eye at only 2 miles wide. It was incredible. This is a lot bigger. This is more toward average, but it is still, in a comparative sense, fairly small.
Okay, the eye has warmed 10 degrees in the last 10 minutes.
Oh, man.
The eye has warmed.
And the pressure is still dropping.
Let me see what latest recon Miss Piggy found. Really weird. The Air Force mission did not find with what Miss Piggy found. Miss Piggy is finding stronger winds, which is the NOAA Air Force 3 mission. My estimates right now. I would certainly say a Category 3. Flight level winds peaked at about 114 knots. So I would say definitely a Category 3 here. Someone was asking about... They found 110 knots. That's what Tyler was asking. And they did find a little stronger than 110 knots, but that's not enough for them to call a 125 mile an hour hurricane yet.
Also, Heidi Osterholm asked, the dark red on the IR is signifying heat, she asks.
Yes. That's what this is signifying is... actually, Ethan, you could better explain this. What is IR satellite?
Well, the infrared satellite, especially when we're looking at the tops of convective clouds, is assessing the temperatures, and actually, as we head into these more vivid colors, deeper reds, for example, we're measuring colder cloud tops, which means the storms are deeper and likely stronger. So, as we get colder, that tends to indicate stronger storms. That's not to say what's happening in the eye of the hurricane, that's completely separate. But this is measuring the tops of the cloud, the top of the cloud layer, basically.
And this is what we're witnessing right now. This is an indication that the eye, a warming eye means it's getting stronger. So we're starting to see definitely a clear signature now. See, 30 minutes made a whole different story. This is really clearing out.
It is still organizing. We're still getting bursts of convection around the eye wall.
Yeah. We're going to get a new update here with the cloud tops. We're at negative 41 Fahrenheit. We were at negative 55 earlier. So definitely warmer. People
Absolutely. Also, oh, I'm sorry.
Tom Byrne wanted to see the visible. It's IR. We're using IR satellite images, Tom, because it's dark. It's not daylight. But you can see how this all has evolved. How Idalia has. And yeah, there's some very explosive convection. Really explosive.
It appears to be. Also want to say for the 300 people watching, thank you for being here. We really appreciate you attending the stream, helping to spread this information. Please be sure to like and subscribe. This helps to get YouTube to share this information as well. And certainly if you have any questions, we will be happy to answer to the best of our abilities. Our goal here is to be providing live information as the system strengthens and is approaching shore.
Yep. Oh, we got a new update on the flood risk map from the NHC. They have trimmed back the slight risk in portions of Montgomery. We still have the slight risk for heavy rainfall over Knoxville, Chattanooga, Charlotte, Roanoke under the slight risk. And yeah, there's a big area here of a moderate risk of heavy rainfall and flooding, which again will come with storm surge. Storm surge versus freshwater flooding. I don't know if it could get worse than that.
Jordan Fate asks,
Oh,
can you show the water temperatures?
Yeah, hold on. What's up, Justin? Can you friend me on Discord? I've not talked to you in like forever. Actually, did he? He didn't. He did not friend me yet. So Justin is the NHC person. No, he's not. He doesn't work at the NHC, but he is like smart as freaking heck. So if you want to friend me, Justin, I want to hear your thoughts on this. That's why I wanted to add you. Hold on. I'll be right back, Ethan. My Discord is acting silly. Hold on a second.
Okay.
It is acting terrible, and
I'm familiar with that.
okay, come on. Don't be like this to me, Discord.
A meteorologist, and I'm not as big of a hurricane specialist on there, so I'm not going to quite go in depth to that, really, but that is what it stands for. And I did have a question from Jason Odom to, I believe, Jason Odom, to see, no, Jordan Fate, I'm sorry, to show the water temperatures where the storm is located. I would have to ask David about that because he does have the screen up, and I don't know of any resources for that.
You know why my Discord's acting funny? Because I have streamer mode enabled. That's why.
Ah, okay.
Stupid thing. I don't know why it does that. I hate Discord sometimes.
Oh.
So it should work now, so I should be able to... I don't know if Justin's even here anymore. But that is my username.
That's quite a username.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna change it back.
Let's see. Can you ask, or, yeah, Aeroforce TSC says, can you check Discord one more time?
Of course. Let's see. Here's a better one. Oh, wait, no, hold on. Oh, this is cool. Look at what he drew up. Aeroforce TSC drew up several different vortices in this, with one vortice, Ethan, that has winds up to 120 miles an hour.
Whoa.
Yeah. I mean, that is a very good image. Actually, you know what? I'm going to post that on Twitter, actually. That is stinking awesome. I'm posting that. That is actually... Latest radar imagery indicates Idalia continues to rapidly intensify. Winds estimated to be 115 miles per hour. Sorry, you guys. This is my job. It's called posting on Twitter. Called Twitter posting. Hurricane.
Yeah.
Adelia. You could follow me on Twitter. Just go to Weather United 1. You could find me there. All right. I made that a simple post, so. Really good graphic, though. Really good. Arrow Force. Justin G, friend me, please. Can you send me a friend request? All right, so yeah, this is definitely warming up. Let's see if we could actually crack 1,200 followers on my Twitter page. If anything is life-threatening, that's when I post. Most of the time, I do my hurricane outlooks on there too. So anybody wants to follow me, it's at Weather United 1. All right, Justin.
And there is a link to David's Twitter in the chat here for anyone who didn't see.
And description. Don't forget about the description.
And the description too, yeah.
Man, I'm so disappointed that Google Earth went out. It just went out. I can't view recon data. Oh, wow, Ethan. Guess what the pressure is at right now?
What is the pressure at?
957 millibars.
957. Wow, okay.
957 according. No new update from the Air Force 304 mission yet. But we got a 957.
You did see the update from the NHC, right? 10 p.m.
Oh, it's out? It's out? No. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Shh. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, update.
Right.
No, you're kidding. You're freaking kidding. It's not a freaking major hurricane. Are you serious? What the heck? Like...
Well, this is a 10 p.m. position update, so it could change with the latest at 11 p.m. That's still an hour away.
Oh, that's right. Okay, never mind then. Why are they... Ethan, I have a very important question to ask you. Why do they have to be so conservative? I mean, there's everything. There's enough data to prove this a major hurricane. I don't get it.
Yeah, well, they're taking everything into account from various measures, various examples of presentation on the storm, and they're really not going to jump the gun on things, so they're just taking a lot of different aspects into account.
So with it being 110, wow, it's going to be a close call. Could Idalia still become a major hurricane? We shall find out. It is running out of time. It has less than 12 hours left over the warm waters.
Yeah, well, we do have an update. The discussion there at the top mentions Idalia is forecast to become a major hurricane tonight. Catastrophic storm surge and destructive winds are likely tomorrow morning, where the core moves inland.
Okay. All right. So Justin G says this. He went with 110 miles an hour also in my personal update an hour ago. It's conservative given rapid PFS. What is PFS? But surface wind samplings are supportive of 95 knot jet. Or 95 knot yet. Are not supportive. Oh, pressure falls.
Welcome back, Fire Ant.
So what he's saying, I think, is the pressure has fallen, but that has not been... The wind speeds have not responded to the pressure falls because the pressure's falling so quickly, Ethan.
Let me see here. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Sorry for my reaction. You guys are probably laughing the heck out. Whoa, that eye has warmed a lot. Guess how warm the eye is now, Ethan?
How warm?
Negative 16 degrees Fahrenheit. Negative 12 Fahrenheit now.
Oh, yeah. Definitely.
It was negative 50 like an hour ago. Now it's negative 12 on the IR.
Yeah, we have seen that take place. We've seen that eye become a little more well-defined over time, to the point here where it is a little bit larger than earlier, it seems. But it has cleared out some.
You know why they went 110 with this, Ethan? Because the eye is a bit ragged, more on radar. That's probably one of the reasons why they did it. They didn't go major yet.
Well, a couple things to keep in mind, too. First of all, it is still expected to become a major hurricane tonight. Second of all, it's very close to a major hurricane officially right now. And thirdly, we've still got some time. We've still got several hours before this is going to be approaching shore.
What I don't understand here is the NHC decided to do an update an hour before their complete advisory. I mean, I don't know. They should have done these like every hour.
Yeah, well, when it reaches a certain point, they do start doing hourly position updates, and that does give an idea of the intensity as well.
Oh, okay. So it's probably close enough to land where they're going to do hourly updates maybe.
Okay, we had a question from It's Kyle saying, why is the eye negative temperature?
Well, it's warming up still. So that's the temperature of the eye right now. Versus the surrounding convection that is like at -10, -15 Fahrenheit. So the eye is warmer, but still negative temperatures. That is significant, though. That is 100 degrees warmer than where the cold cloud tops are. So that is substantial. It is very substantial.
Oh, absolutely.
It'll definitely be a major hurricane soon at this rate. Just need some support wind-wise from Recon. So, Justin, hurricane expert specialist, Justin G, that is. How strong do you think this will be at landfall? What are your thoughts? If you all can vote too, we have 413 votes. How strong will it be at landfall? 47% of those votes say Category 4. That's a pretty high number. 33% say a Category 3. And based on what I say, or what I see here, I'm still holding it at 125 miles an hour at landfall. I'm not going for a Category 4 yet. Okay, Justin says... It's 110 right now. So, another update from the NHC is that winds now... Okay, this is not going to update until the 10 o'clock advisory, where we will do our next full discussion on this again. So as of 10 o'clock, I want to box in some things right here. This is very important that everyone needs to pay close attention to. So the first key points is that Adelia will become a major hurricane within a few hours from now, maybe sooner than that. It could be a major hurricane already. But most importantly, look what the NHC put in. Look at this. Catastrophic storm surge and destructive winds expected and likely tomorrow morning where the core of Idalia moves inland. The word catastrophic is not said very lightly on the NHC. So this is why Ethan was telling me that the people on Twitter were saying that the storm chasers have to evacuate. They cannot even be in the Big Bend of Florida. Showing you just how serious this is. Okay. NOAA Hurricane Air Force reserved Hunter aircraft data indicate that Adelia has strengthened further. Maximum winds have increased to 110 miles an hour, and the minimum central pressure based on drops on data from the aircraft has fallen to 960 millibars. Okay. The National Hurricane Center has begun hourly position and intensity updates on Adelia. The hourly updates will continue as long as Adelia's eye is easily trackable in ground-based radar instrumental data. So that means 1 hourly updates. That means David Schlotthauer will give you the very latest information by our team of crew here on the David Schlotthauer live hurricane tracking database. So summary as of 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. These are the intensities right now. 110, moving to the north at about 18 miles an hour, still increasing, and the pressure is falling pretty quickly at 960 millibars. 960 millibars this is at right now. So, hourly updates are provided. All right, so I put a peak of 120, 125. Could go higher, assuming nothing goes wrong. All right, so Justin G., our hurricane expert here, what is your ceiling? How strong could this possibly get? If everything is perfect, how strong could Adelia get before making landfall? Could it go for 130 on the highest ceiling possible? 135? What is your forecast? What is your what do you think? Man, that eye is warming further, Ethan. -10 Fahrenheit temperatures.
Oh yeah, we're still seeing that.
Man, this could still become a Cat 4 at landfall, according to the NAM. Okay, it is very stormy right now in Tampa, Florida at the moment. Wow, Tampa's getting hit hard. The absolute ceiling is like 140 or so, but not particularly likely. All right, so given that how far it's offshore still, you still think the highest ceiling possible would be 140. Wow. That's scary.
David, I need to go for a little bit. Is that going to interfere with the stream at all?
Nope, as long as I'm here talking, but I need to eat soon.
Okay.
How long will you be gone for?
Hard to tell exactly. Maybe an hour or so.
Now, when you get back, you'll be here then for the night, right? Or will you have to leave again?
Oh no, when I get back, I'm going to be here for the long haul.
Okay, good, sweet. See you in 1 hour or so.
Okay.
So again, if you guys are just tuning in, it is David Schlotthauer here, tracking Hurricane Idalia live on the channel. Man, those winds are actually very strong right now. Let's go right over to Cedar Key immediately on that Cedar Grove, I should say. Look at these winds. Definitely. Oh, and they're moving the camera. I did not know that was possible. They're actually moving that. That's even better. Yeah, that's... Oh my gosh, why are you zooming in? Zoom out, come on. There we go. That's a bit better. And that's a 360 camera. I do not know what that guy's doing with his camera. But in the meantime, let's take a look at other cameras. This is White Sand Beach Resort. Wind's definitely getting stronger there. It's about to get bad once that hurricane gets closer. Looks like snow, it does. Camera operator's drunk. I do agree with you on that. It's not light outside the camera. The White Sand Beach camera is night vision. It's colored night vision. But yeah, we're keeping an eye on this. That is a very small eye. Justin, do you think it's undergoing an eyewall replacement cycle? You said something about that earlier. I don't know if... I don't know if you're seeing it probably more than me. But I'm almost thinking if it is undergoing an eyewall replacement cycle. If it is, boy, that is going to be bad. If that ERC completes quick enough, this could really take off. Next update will be 11 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That will be 8 o'clock. So in about 40 minutes, we will get a new update. But we are watching right now St. Petersburg getting hit right now. Tampa, Florida getting hit really hard with heavy rainfall. Actually, if we could even bring up EarthCam, we can go hunting for more cameras. Oh, there's Pensacola. Oh, Tampa. Here's Tampa, the Tampa camera. And that's out. Out of service. Dang it. Out of service. Sand City. Let's see where Sand City, Florida is. We gotta wait for an advertisement. Stupid advertisements. Oh, they're gonna fly through the center again. They're getting the center. I don't think Justin is here anymore. And it's gotta be dark. It's gotta be dark outside. On that camera. Let me see if I can bring up other cameras to see if we can get... Eaglewood, St. Petersburg. See if I can get Hillsboro. Hillsboro. Man, those cameras are not really good. I don't think we're going to have much luck on the EarthCam network. All these are out of... Oh, wait, hold on. Maybe. No. We're not going to have any luck out of EarthCam. Unfortunately. But that's why we have our three cameras that we can use. And that's a look at it right now. Current conditions, Cedar Cove, Florida. Right where the landfall is. Let's take a look at our weather panel. Yeah, winds are picking up out of the easterly direction. So winds are beginning to increase on the... are beginning to increase on the National Weather Service weather station. Most certainly, we're getting gusts up to 20 miles an hour out of the east-northeast. Pressure is falling pretty quickly. What's up, Rainbow Obsidian? So we're going to keep an eye on this. Let's go back to... You know what? An eyewall replacement cycle is happening. We're getting an eyewall replacement cycle. What do you think, Lava Command? Anyone in chat? Butters, are you here, Butters? I think we're seeing an eyewall replacement cycle. If that is the deal, might explain why we are not finding... Yeah, might be an eyewall replacement cycle. David, I'm checking microwave inventory, and yes, the band seems to want to ERC, but in terms of it happening in the near future, I have no idea. Okay. So I think we have an eyewall replacement cycle. Oh yeah, this is much shorter. So I think we're starting to see an eyewall replacement cycle take place at the moment. Hey, Butter Dwag, how are you? All right, so I was wondering, what's up, Robert's girl? I was wondering, do you see an eyewall replacement cycle, or is it just me? This could be an eyewall replacement cycle.
So, good evening, everyone. David, I was looking at some cams in Tampa St. Pete area. I am not seeing the storm surge that they were predicting so far, which is good news down there.
That is good news.
And I actually have a still photo for you, but do not share it. There you go. There's the beach. That's what's happening. That's what's happening right now. As you can see where the water is on the beach. It's not even coming up into the area.
Well, because there's offshore wind flow still, Fire Ant. Still out of
No,
the...
it's actually coming out of the southwest right now. According to the airport's data meter. You got southwest winds at about
That's weird, because on the
50 miles an hour.
On the KMSF, I'm getting east-southeasterly winds just south of Tampa, out of the east-southeast.
Well, that's St. Pete right there. Let me see what I can pull up here.
An eye wall replacement cycle is when the outer eye wall chokes off the inner eye. So you have two eye walls, and one chokes off the inner one. So the outer one, in other words. It's this right here. This might be the semblance of a concentric eye wall, which means an eye wall replacement cycle is probably occurring right now. So we might have an ERC, and this does help to weaken the system. See if we got Recon in there yet. 957 millibars. So the pressure has not fallen anymore. It's steady. And the winds do not look to be any stronger. So I think, looks like Idalia took a pause with rapid intensification. And I think it's because of that eye wall. We will find out from the NHC with what they say.
Yeah.
Yeah, this definitely is.
Oh.
I think an ERC is happening. Eye wall replacement cycle.
What's going on up there?
We are getting 54 mile an hour wind gusts, so off the coast of Sarasota. That is really strong.
So, David, I got another picture for you, a better picture. There you go.
Let me see. Hold on.
You're
Yeah.
actually at Tarpon Springs Beach.
It's raining pretty good there.
But you see, there's no flooding there. That's a good thing. See the cars down there in the parking lot?
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
Oh, I think we're
Yeah,
starting. Is that storm surge that I'm witnessing? Maybe not. Not yet, at least.
That parking lot right there I've been to. The beach is only maybe 500 yards from it, from those cars, David. So that's a good thing right there. That's where it would flood. That's where it would start to flood.
Yep, I see what you're talking about. We'll see if that changes, though. We will see. According to the National Weather Service, surface observations, there is wind still coming offshore from the southeasterly direction over Tampa Bay.
That's not consistent with radar. The storms are moving northeast.
But we are getting some really intense rainfall over St. Petersburg. That is for sure. Clearwater, Largo, Palm Harbor. A lot of these bands moving through.
Okay, so that's Pier 60.
Yeah, that's definitely...
Yeah,
trying to do something.
So, David, what are you having for dinner tonight?
I do not know yet. I need to wait for Ethan to come back so that way I'm able to. He could relieve me. I call it relieving. So I can get relief, then he can cover for me while I'm on my dinner time. David, do you think I should go sailing tomorrow? Luca, where are you at, Luca? Depending on where you're at, if you're in the path of this, I would say don't do it. Don't do it. But I'm waiting to see what we get out of this. About 110 miles an hour. So we have not seen this strengthen anymore. And we'll just have to wait. From Recon.
So, David, the planes are actually flying probably about 1,500 feet off the surface.
Yeah, they're flying low.
Not that. Yeah, they are. They are not that high.
Oh, nice. This is really neat. REO Force TSC.
What is it?
Oh, it's Hurricane Idalia data. There's a 1.2% chance that this becomes a Cat 5. There's a 43.3% chance that it becomes a Cat 4. And there's a 99.9% it becomes a Cat 3. That is actually really good. I like what you're sending me. I absolutely do. Boy. You are the profession at this. And current pressure 958 millibars.
No. You don't have 958 millibars.
Yeah, it is.
I'm looking dead at it, David. It's not 958.
I believe it's 958 millibars. You watch. In about 20 minutes, it's going to be on the NHC.
$958 millibar would put it down as Hurricane Andrew. That's what Andrew was with 150 mile an hour winds. It's not that low.
System has not began that turn yet. It might, if it goes, probably hit somewhere over here.
Well, there was a computer model that earlier today that said it was going to hit Apalachicola. So,
Cloud
well, I
tops
tell you
have
what,
really
David,
cooled again.
I do have to throw this out there. Hurricane Franklin is a beautiful storm.
Is it still? I haven't checked that since yesterday. Let's see really quick.
You ought to see the satellite imagery. It's beautiful.
Oh my gosh, yes it is.
Look at this. That is a good picture.
Dang, that is. Wow, that is a big eye.
That is a huge eye. Beautiful storm.
Wow.
And it's just out there doing its thing.
See what we get out of Idalia if it has a nice eye. Maybe it's not going through it. Maybe it isn't going through an eye wall replacement cycle. I don't know. It's hard to tell.
No, I don't think it is. I got to. Excuse me, I had a sneeze. Do apologize for that, David.
It's all right. It's fine. It's not going through one. The inner core is not dying. Okay, so yeah, that inner core really blew up again. Yeah, that inner core has definitely it came back to life. Oh wow, what a solid area. That's pretty intense. We're now going to switch radar sites. Actually, you know what? We could use this still because Tampa's right here. Definitely a lot of rain, though, coming down. I bet you it's going to be, though, a Cat 3 in the next advisory. We will wait and see. $20 to update. 20 minutes left. I'm just waiting and waiting. So visible. It's called IR, Tom. We don't have visible. It's nighttime.
Actually, you do, David. You can use geo color.
Geo color?
Yeah, on national hurricanes on the NHC satellites.
Let me see this and
That's the picture I sent you.
let me see if I could find this geo color image.
So go to the NHC.
I see
go
it.
to.
Oh wow, yeah.
It's almost like visible. I think it enhances the color.
Yep, I see that. What do you think, Tom? Well, that looks pretty. That definitely is it could be a major hurricane. I actually like the geo color. It looks a little bit more realistic. $17 to our next complete advisory while we're waiting. Let me see if Google Earth works again. By the way, if you guys like the live updates, consider liking this, leaving a like, sharing this, and also subscribing. Spread the word. Nope, and it's down. Can't get data. All right, David, I fixed it. Okay. Current pressure, it's not 971 millibars. It is not 971 millibars.
Who said that?
Ario Force TSC.
I'll tell you in about 2 seconds.
It's 958 millibars based on the latest aircraft pass.
Actually, I think they're going to keep it at 110 miles an hour, David.
Really?
Yeah.
Why do you say that?
Because I don't see anything above 90 knots peak for 10 seconds. Nothing above it. They're probably going to keep it at 110.
$77 knots on ADT, so it doesn't support a major hurricane.
Nope.
They might. They might.
Nah, they gotta have the 90 knots, David. And I don't think they're finding the 90 knots yet. This is what I was afraid of, and I've told a lot of people I've talked to, David, that I don't see this going Cat 4. I do not see it going Cat 5.
At this point,
A lot of people's like, well, it's got warm ocean waters. Well, okay, yeah, Grant, you got the warm ocean waters. I'm not arguing that point. The point I'm arguing is you got to have in the next 4 or 5 hours, it's got to increase wind speed by 40 miles an hour. That's even Dorian didn't even do that. I mean, this is just, it's running out of time. And the water temperature, David, once you get above Tampa, or actually, I should say, Wiki Wachi Springs, it actually cools off to 86, 85 degrees. So you're going to lose some of that nice heat content that it's used to. And we may be seeing that. There are patches of the Gulf that are a little bit cooler than the surrounding shoreline.
Yeah. Oh, Justin G said, Fire Ant W.
I mean, honestly, David, if this were to come ashore in the next 2 hours, okay, you got a Cat 3, but not a Cat 4 or 5. It's just impossible at this point. If this thing was maybe another 150, 200 miles south, yeah, I'll give you that. But it's not. It's chugging along pretty quickly. Matter of fact,
Justin
David,
said there's definitely an eye wall replacement cycle occurring. So I think he's seen something that I'm not seeing on this.
Hey, David, how fast is this moving? I don't have that page open.
19 miles an hour at least. 20 even.
Yeah, okay, David. Now, we've been following hurricanes for a very long time, you and I. When have we ever seen a rapid intensification at 20 miles an hour?
Never.
Like, that's almost unheard of. Yeah, I think it's going too fast. I think we're at the peak now. I think we're sitting on the cusp of a Cat 3.
Yeah, people in chat are confirming it's going through an eye wall replacement cycle. And that seems to be So the question is now, when does it complete that eyewall replacement cycle? That's going to be the question that everyone's probably asking.
So, David, is it safe to say that it's about 160 miles from the Cedar Key area, the Big Bend area?
Let me use my ruler.
I think so, because it's almost lined up with the mouth of Tampa Bay, if not a little bit past it.
165 miles.
106. Yeah, I was close. Okay, so and it's moving how fast?
19 miles an hour at least.
So in 8 points, in about 8.5 hours, it's going to be on my end. There you go.
So rounding it up about 8 p.m. here, so 8, so 9, 10, 4, about 7 or 8 in the morning Eastern time. That seems pretty accurate.
So it's running out of time. It's running out of time. And that's if it doesn't pick up any more speed. Because the farther north, you got to remember, David, there is that cold front that's lifting it northward as well as the trough.
Yeah, I do see that.
So it could pick up more speed as time progresses.
So the question is, and now let me ask Justin this: what do you mean by MERC, mid eyewall replacement cycle, or what do you mean by that? That's a small eye, though. That eye has definitely gotten smaller. Yeah,
it's probably hitting that.
That eye is 4 miles in diameter. It was like at 7 or 8 earlier.
It's probably hitting a cooler patch of water.
No,
which would not shock me.
It's in an eye. There's an eyewall replacement cycle, Fire Ant. That's what Justin is saying. That's why it's doing this.
Are we done with the mission? Mission 12.
Oh, they're done?
I think they are.
So we have no recon mission out in this anymore. What?
I think they're heading back to Miami.
Another mission
Off to Homestead.
Another mission is scheduled in 53 minutes.
Yeah, probably enough time for them to fuel up the plane and get it up in the air. Now they can refuel midair, but they don't like to do that.
We're gonna read when the next discussion comes out. We're gonna read the full thing to see what they say. I'm curious if they even mention ERC in there. All right. So Justin G NWS. Oh wait, no, hold on. Lava Command says a ERC doesn't weaken it until it kills the core. So in theory, it can still RI rapid intensify for now. Yeah. This is very. It looks a little bit more symmetrical, like it's like a buzz saw look on radar. But it's a matter of, is it ERC, is it, or is it not? I mean, it is very hard to even see if it's. That's why I need Justin G here. I don't know if you are on Discord, Justin. If you can get on Discord and friend me, I would like to hear your actual opinion. It's 100% it's 100% intensifying right now. The question is how long until the eyewall replacement cycle really begins, or if it fails.
All right, so David, straight from what town is that? Hold on, let me get off of that. So if you were to measure the distance, if this was going to go true north from Apalachicola to where the center is now, the actual eye, it's 127 miles. You're running out of time.
Actually, if it goes, oh yeah, if it goes north, I'm
Yeah,
getting,
if it stays true,
I'm getting if it goes exactly north, it's 154 miles out. The longest it would be is 100 and, wait.
because right now it's lined up with Largo, Florida.
So right
It's
now,
actually
it'd be the furthest this can go on water is 172 more miles. If it goes,
that's
yeah, but if it goes right in the middle of that cone of uncertainty, it's 162. If it goes directly north, we're looking at 155.
yeah, and that's not much time.
Man, don't I like Zoom Earth? Do you have Zoom? You should get Zoom Earth. It's free. Fire Ant, you could do measurements with the ruler thing. There's a ruler.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust that. Eyeball it. That's Largo right there, and then you got that right there. Yeah, it's about 137. The Outer Banks. Yeah, it's about 137.
All right, Justin made a good point. It's very important to remember for everyone that eyewall replacement cycles do not lower threats, and in many cases do not even result in changes in intensity or intensification rate. All too early to tell. So the impacts right now are, this is near major intensity. It could already be there, plus or minus 5 miles an hour. We are going to wait patiently from the National Hurricane Center of what all happens. Oh my gosh, Fire Ant. No, 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 no. Absolutely,
What?
you gotta be kidding me.
What?
No. Way, Jose.
What?
Justin is saying NHC now forecasts a Category 4 at landfall with 130 mile an hour winds.
Yeah, I don't see it.
Wait, where are you getting this, Justin? I am not seeing it on the NHC. Are you playing? Are you joking? Oh, nope, nope. It's 110 mile an hour winds right now. Pressure down to 958, so it's not a major hurricane yet. Oh, I see it. Yup. Category 4 hurricane at landfall. I believe the 110 miles an hour now. Given the presentation here, I can see why they did not go major yet. Based on what I'm seeing right here, though, the presentation, if an eyewall replacement cycle is occurring, I do not agree with the Category 4. I'm still holding it low. I'm still holding it low right now. 125, I'm still going with 120 miles an hour because it has 8 hours left. 125. I'm a little generous with that. When their whole graphics update, we will read the entire discussion, but it's gonna be a bit. Their discussion has not updated yet.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't see where they're saying. Public advisory.
I'm being clear with you all right now. I'm being generous. I am not going category 4. I am not liking the presentation. That would allow... I mean, earlier what looked a lot more promising that the thing might... I mean, the eye was a lot bigger. In fact, if we go back even 200 frames here, or 250 frames... I don't know. You know what, though? I don't think it has ever began an eyewall replacement cycle. System has not turned northeast yet. It's going to barrel...
So this...
I'm sorry. I have to...
You know, we're so focused on the landfall and the strength of it at landfall. There's something we haven't really talked about, and that's when it actually goes through, like the Tallahassee area, Valdosta, going into Georgia and South Carolina with all the flooding and stuff. And David, mind you, I think this is going to do a loop-de-loop and hit Florida twice.
Yep, that's what I think. You read my mind. I even have to tell you that.
I think this is going to come out and actually cross Florida again, but this time on the East Coast.
All right. Okay, I want to read this. The new advisory text has come out. Are you guys all ready to listen? Let me know if you guys are ready. Say listening in the chat. Just say listening in the chat. Because this is very important information that I think you all need to see. This will be a super update. We will get a new... Still loading graphics right now, but hopefully these will all load in very soon. All right, I'm going to get started. Make sure you share this and like the stream because we are going to uncover a lot more data. Why is my thing not even working? There we go. This should work now. Okay. Let's bring it back. All right. NHC products. Here we go. So the first thing we're looking at is their product discussion. Latest satellite and NWS radar imagery show that Idalia is becoming increasingly more organized. The eye on the Tampa WSR-88D is becoming better defined, and the cloud pattern on GOES 16 imagery consists of a growing CDO, which is central dense overcast, with a strong convective band over the eastern semicircle of the circulation. Reconnaissance aircraft measurements show that the central pressure is steadily falling and is now at 958 millibars. Flight level and SFMR winds with Doppler velocity data from aircraft support an initial intensity of 95 knots for this advisory. Ideally, Addional is now moving faster toward the north or slightly east of north with a motion estimate of 10 degrees at 16 knots. The hurricane is moving between a mid-level trough over the northwestern Gulf of Mexico and a ridge over the Bahamas and Greater Antilles. All right, the system is expected to turn north-northeastward within the next 12 hours, making landfall along the northeastern Gulf Coast and then move northeastward to eastward on the southern side of the mid-level trough, moving off the northeast coast, which is in your area, Fire Ant. They're taking that into consideration. The 12-hour track forecast point for this advisory has been nudged a bit westward, a little west of the model consensus, but close to the latest GFS and ECMWF solutions. It should be noted, it should be noted right here that some credible models, the HAFS A and B predictions, are even a little farther west. So those are credible.
So that would be farther west would put it actually near Appalachia.
Yeah, that could be a big concern for Panama City. Okay, I'm not almost done with this discussion here. After landfall, Idalia is expected to move over or near the coast of Georgia and the Carolinas in 24 to 36 hours. Uncertainty in the track forecast beyond 48 hours remains quite large, with some of the global models turning Idalia southward, while some of the regional hurricane models show the storm moving out to sea. Given the uncertainties, the official track forecast shows a slow southeastward motion in 4 to 5 days. All right. So now very important here. The last section of this paragraph is based on the current strengthening trend and the favorable background thermodynamic environment and oceanic conditions. Significant strengthening seems likely up until landfall. So up until landfall, the new official intensity forecast calls for Adelia to now reach a Category 4 hurricane at landfall. This is fairly close to the HAFS and HWRF regional hurricane model simulations. After the center moves back over the Atlantic, significant re-strengthening is not anticipated at this time due to the expectation of strong vertical west-south-westerly vertical wind shear. Okay, so not once did they mention ERC in their discussion. So that's not happening. That means they are not seeing what I'm seeing or Justin G is seeing. So there is no eyewall replacement cycle. So next page, please. So we're just going to turn the pages. We're looking at our checklist. No eyewall replacement cycle is occurring. I don't know why it's not happening. It would help the system to not get stronger. But unfortunately, we're not seeing that. All right, so this is the 11 o'clock advisory from the National Hurricane Center. Winds are at 110, moving north at 18 miles an hour. And now it looks like we are going to see a landfall further to the west than what we thought, which means Tampa Bay may not get as strong of storm surge as what we previously thought, which makes sense because of what Fire Ant was saying. There is still no storm surge there in Tampa at the moment, or over St. Petersburg, based on his observations and analysis. So here's the 11 o'clock. Now this, folks, is pretty concerning. Okay, sounds like I'm laughing at this, but I'm trying to be serious here. That, I mean, there's a lot of key points to the key messages here from the NHC, and I'm putting this right now in right here. Point number 1, we're talking about catastrophic, potentially unsurvivable impacts. Okay, I will repeat this all over again. Catastrophic impacts from storm surge, potentially unsurvivable, inundation of 12 to now 16 feet above ground level, and destructive waves that are expected somewhere between the Wakulla, Jefferson County line and Yankeetown, Florida. So let's just say this. Imagining if you have 16 feet of storm surge and you get large crashing waves that are like 20 or 30 feet high. That, you can't survive that. I'm telling you right now. So, let me highlight another area. Oops. Let's go back here. Life-threatening storm surge inundation is likely somewhere along portions of the Florida Gulf Coast where a storm surge warning is certainly in effect. Residents in these areas hopefully have evacuated by now. There's also the potential for destructive, life-threatening winds where the core of Adelia moves onshore in the Big Bend of Florida. Hurricane conditions are expected in the elsewhere portions of the hurricane warning along the Florida Gulf Coast. Strong winds will spread inland across portions of northern Florida and the southern Georgia near the track of the center of Idalia, where hurricane warnings are in effect. Now, another thing is, okay, residents in these areas should get prepared for long. I mean, they don't use long very lightly. You guys are saying long as in maybe hours, a few hours at most, you'll be without power. But the long that they're talking about is probably days without power, maybe weeks without power, especially over the Big Bend of Florida where that center moves over. Damaging hurricane force winds are possible in portions of eastern Georgia and the southeastern South Carolina where hurricane watches are in effect. Okay, this is catastrophic. And let me bring my, I need to bring my webcam up here. Okay, I'm sorry I'm in the way. My job, folks, is to make sure you all can get prepared for this. Because I'm telling you, 16 feet isn't a joke. That is, I mean, what did I say earlier when I started the string? Storm surge could reach 16, maybe even 18 feet. It's still possible they could even up that storm surge even more than what this is showing. This is to be treated very seriously. And when I hear reports on Twitter that storm chasers are not even going to be are not even going to take or are not going to be in the eye right along the coast, they have to evacuate. Yeah, some of the most professional storm chasers like Reed Timmer out there and other people, they're saying this is so dangerous we cannot even be along the coast. That is a wake-up call. Okay? My job is to make sure you all are safe. And I'm hoping the message is getting through to you all. Because right now, there is no tropical storm force winds at the moment. At least, if we go back to the graphic here, let me move myself out of the way. Right there, actually, let me move myself closer. Right there, see if I can use my finger. Right here, you still have time. Okay? You still have time to get prepared right where this M is. Okay? You need to make sure that you're evacuating. Because right here is where you have your storm, your tropical storm force winds. Your hurricane force winds are right there. Actually, let me make myself bigger. I'm actually doing a good job at annotating without using a pen. Okay, right here is where we have a major hurricane. That's category 4. So if there's that little space left, there's no tropical storm force winds. Get out of harm's way right now. That's all I gotta say. Because when those tropical storm force winds go, you're in jeopardy. There is not much time for preparation. Okay? I mean, category 4. And yes, look at, that's a hurricane right there off the southeastern Georgia tip there. It's a hurricane. Hurricane watch is issued. Look at how much tropical storm warnings are issued. Covering 2 full states, South Carolina, Georgia, and most of Florida under that tropical storm warning. Even look at this, even a tropical storm watch up here. That shows you how powerful and how large this hurricane actually is. okay, you have a couple of hours, actually not even that, maybe an hour at most, to get out of harm's way. Because I'm telling you, we saw this coming last month, okay? In other words, let me get my words straight. We saw this coming all along, okay? No, I'm not a psychic. I don't wish these things. I don't witchcraft these things, okay? We knew this was coming because of how warm the Gulf waters are. Okay? I'm telling you it like it said, that they're predicting a Cat 4. And you're like, man, it's only a Cat 2. You only need 25, you only need 20 mile an hour winds more before a Cat 4. It's very possible. And it shows you, oh, it's only a tropical storm this morning. Whatever. Come on. Now you're seeing how primed the Gulf is for systems that intensify this quick. All right. So storm surge map. Oh, wait. Okay, there's the path. Did I cover this already? I didn't cover this. Let me know in the chat, please, because I don't want to repeat myself for the second time when it's not necessary. I don't think I covered the storm surge map. So, okay. No, I didn't. Okay. So, let me bring my picture up so I can really point. This is a pointing moment here. Okay, let me move my face a little closer. So there we go. Right in here, this purple that you see on the map, that's 16 feet. That is 16 feet, everyone. Let me take off my headphones so I don't pull my earbuds. Right here is very concerning. Absolutely concerning. When you get storm surge, 16 feet, and you can see the purple. That really covers a big area. And guess what? We have cameras that are in the path of this hurricane, right in direct harm's way. So you're going to get to see, if the power stays up there, we're going to get to see the water to see what 16 feet look like. I mean, look at this. I mean, if you are in Carabel, 5 to 8 feet. If you are in, let's see here, that's Ochalacanon. I can't even say that. Maybe Fire Ant can correct it. Right there. That's 8 to 12 feet. But look at this right here. Right where our cameras are, it's 12 to 16 feet. And then you go south, Tampa Bay, 4 to 6 feet. Yeah, 6 feet's pretty high. That's an adult human height. And then you go further south, Bonita Beach, 2 to 4 feet of storm surge is anticipated. Okay. I mean, 16 feet. I cannot picture how high 16 feet is. I just can't. That's a big deal. This is really bad. I'm telling you. Hear this out. You could run from the water. You could, wait, no. You could hide from the wind, but you cannot run from the water. Because storm surge it comes in fast, where you can't get out of the way in time. So that's why you need to evacuate if you haven't already. Follow the mandatory evacuation orders at this very second. Okay? Because I could only do so much. I'm doing what I can to warn 300 of you to get out of harm's way if any of you live in the path of this. But it's up to you as a viewer on my channel, to take those necessary actions to evacuate safely. Okay? Now is the chance. This is the last chance Well, I'll say it again, but like what I'm saying now, I'm giving you a heads up. This is your last opportunity of protect yourself and your loved ones, including the pets and the livestock. So now, is this going to update? Let's see. So now we narrowed down. There is now 100% chance of tropical storm force winds. That's a given. Still expected to arrive there by 2 in the morning. So in the next few hours, there will be tropical storm force winds up here. This right here, the NHC is telling you, you have until 2 a.m. to evacuate. Once tropical storm force winds arrive, it's game over. It's basically like, here, that you lost your opportunity. You're not getting the candy. You're not getting it. You misbehaved, so you're not going to get any more of it. The NHC is basically telling you, this is your chance. Do it as they say. Get out and get out now. Okay. So right now, 100% chance of hurricane force or tropical storm force winds over northern Florida, southern Georgia, southern South Carolina. See their flood update. Nothing new about that. Still a moderate risk for heavy rainfall that is anticipated as Adelia intensifies rapidly and moves across Augusta, Tallahassee, Wilmington, under the gun with possibly some serious extreme flooding and impacts out of this. Yeah, when it makes landfall, the impacts are just getting started. We have a full day and a half of this to move across. And if necessary, I will be providing longer live updates on this, probably until tomorrow afternoon. Okay, this is the rainfall forecast. Tallahassee, Augusta, Cape Hatteras, getting 6 to 10 inches of rainfall is anticipated out of this. So again, almost a foot of rainfall is certainly a possibility. With hurricane force winds now this map, it doesn't do very well, okay? But I can bet you right now, there is a 60 to 70% chance of hurricane force winds over the Big Bend of Florida. We did not get any new model data out yet. We saw the 18Z runs, but to clearly illustrate with what we're looking at here and what we could be dealing with, is this. Is Albany, Georgia in the path? Megan, I will get to your question in just a second. We're doing a detailed advisory update on the NHC right now. Save that question for a little bit, because maybe I'll have answered your question. All right, so here's a look at the forecast. This is 11 o'clock my time tonight. This is where the center will be, 939 millibars. Now, it assumes that this eye-wall-ish, replacement cycle-ish kind of continues. Okay. And it has it at 939 millibars. So this could still rapidly get going still. Has long enough time before it makes landfall. And so the H-Wharf wants this now right over where the NHC has it. So if we zoom in, like Perry, you're directly in the crosshairs. You're directly in this, okay? 130 mile an hour system expected. Perry, you need to get out of harm's way, okay? You're like, the center is going to pass right over your area according to much of the model guidance. And actually, the eye is right over here, so if it still goes straight in, it could still have a lot of extra time to intensify. So hurricane warnings are issued. So that is the H-Wharf. Now, I'm going to put a lot of weight on the HAFS A model, which also indicates that this is going to be moving over the Big Bend of Florida, right where the H-Wharf has it. In fact, the H-Wharf is probably the most realistic at this point, showing the lowest pressure of what might end up happening. And this impacts the rest of Georgia and the Carolinas with intense rainfall and flooding. I mean, the wind is one thing. The flooding is going to be a whole monster with this system. She is strong, everybody. She is menacing. She is potentially going to be deadly and life-threatening. And we can see what she's going to do here on the NAM. And here are those winds, by the way. If we go to the Weatherbell site, look at these winds. I mean, we're looking at 106 knots, possibly again approaching 115 knots. That's what the NAM is showing, and I would agree with them. Actually, if we go to the surface wind forecast on the H Wharf, let's go to that. Yeah, so the H Wharf wants 120 mile an hour winds. Okay, that's what that is. Oh, really quickly, we have 11 in the Western Pacific. That is also expected to be a big issue. Another typhoon potentially there. But in the meantime, we're watching Idalia. I'm actually surprised the NHC doesn't went up on this. 120 mile an hour winds on Adelia, probably right at landfall. Let's see what the HMON is showing. Oops, nope, that's not going to work on us. HAF's A model wants 130 miles an hour at landfall. HAF's A. See the HAF's B storm? About 130. So I can see where they have that. So yeah, this is expected to further intensify. I don't see an eyewall replacement cycle now that they have now that they haven't said in their discussion that there's an eyewall replacement cycle, adds credibility that we're not seeing one. They would see if you see something, you say something. And don't you dare tell me we lost the camera. Oh, good. We didn't. It's still working. Oh, it's out. I think we lost power already to that camera. You've got to be kidding me. Winds are not that strong, though, so I don't understand how the power would have went out. Maybe they unplugged the camera, I bet. Yeah, it's been like 2 minutes since it's been on. It's not even in operation anymore. Camera went out.
I am back.
Ethan, breaking news. Breaking news. Hello?
Can you hear me?
I could hear you.
Okay, I hear you.
Guess what?
What?
Category 4 expected at landfall. 130 mile an hour winds.
Oh, wow. Is this the updated forecast?
Yes.
Well, there we go. That's going into the upper end of our predictions. So that is a serious storm there.
Justin is even confirming with what they said. They are right. There is not an eyewall replacement cycle anymore and has been absorbed. That being said, one is plausible in the near future given trends.
So here's what I just learned, David, with
What?
that category 4. They're erring on the side of caution. It is simulated as a category 4 upon landfall. They're looking at all the computer models and the radar data, and they're simulating that it's going to be a category 4. It doesn't mean it's going to be one. They're simulating it.
I know.
It's a simulation. So I think they don't know yet. I think from what I'm hearing, when they go back in at 2 a.m., they're going to know if it's going to be a category 4 or not. They're just basing this all off of computer models right now, not actual data. It's a simulated. It's a simulated forecast, and I think that's why they. If I read, I haven't even looked at the NHC thing yet, but I heard you say something about simulation in it.
So their discussion says, I, let's see, based on the current strengthening trend, okay, based on the current strengthening trend and the favorable thermodynamic background environment and ocean conditions, significant strengthening seems likely up until landfall.
Keyword seems likely. Keep reading.
Okay, the new official intensity forecast calls for Adelia to reach Category 4 strength at landfall. Okay, this is fairly close to the HAF's A and B regional hurricane model simulations.
There you go.
Their prediction is close to those models, but those models may be stronger or weaker, but they're looking at it's been that consistent, so they're like, you know what? These models are still showing a Cat 4. We're going to up our intensity by another 5 miles an hour.
Yeah, see, I have a problem with that. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's great that you want people to be prepared for a possible Cat 4. I don't like the wording they're using.
You should see the storm surge forecast. They're forecasting 16 feet, Ethan, right now.
Well, you got to understand that's including high tide. That's coming on shore at high tide.
I know, but what I'm saying and what I'm telling Ethan this because he wasn't here for the update when I read it. They're forecasting storm surge of 12 to 16 feet now.
Yeah, okay. I've just opened that up, and I do see that between the Wakulla Jefferson County line to Yankeetown, 12 to 16 feet, based on the National Hurricane Center outlook. That is significant.
So here, we were talking about this earlier. If you want an idea on how much water that is, think of a basketball goal post in your yard, then add a half of that on top of that. That's how much water.
Pretty tall.
Yeah. We are dealing with conditions expected along the coast of the Big Bend that are going to be extremely destructive.
Man,
Also, hello. Again.
I'm really upset. I cannot get any cameras in the path of this. All the cameras all the cameras are down.
David, where this is going to hit, like Cedar Key has a population of 500 people.
Okay.
This is the type of population you're looking at in that area. There's really not much there until you get into Lake City.
Yeah.
I wish there was more cameras. Let me see if I can get a parry camera.
It's marsh. It's marsh. It's state lands.
And let's be fair, that's a better thing than it hitting a more populated area.
Well, I'm more worried about what's going to happen inland than I am on the shore. Because
yeah, the thing is,
talking...
since this thing is moving so fast, I don't think it's gonna matter.
I mean, you're talking about a foot of rain in the interior parts of Lake City and Valdosta, and it's going to be a mess out there. It's not so much the coastal flooding we have to worry about with the residents out there. It's going to be the inland impact that's going to be the worst. I think that's where we're going to see our biggest damage, really.
Shoot.
I mean, yeah, pine trees and oak trees, yeah, they're going to fall over in the lands, and they're going to have to go in and clear all those up. But I think the real damage is going to come from the flooding and stuff like that. And by the way, there is some street flooding going on in the Bay Area, but that's from the heavy rains. not
Bay.
so much
Oh,
storm surge.
Bay Area. Not my area though. Not because when you say Bay Area, it sounds like it's.
Oh, by the way, David, Aeroforce TSC wanted you to check a model I guess he posted on Discord or something.
Let me see. Oh my, he made this. This is the Aero Force model.
Oh no.
Aero
Is it
Force.
good or bad?
It shows a category 4.
Well, how strong of a category 4?
135 miles an hour.
Okay, not the worst model I've ever seen. That is stupidly over the top. Damn, 3 kilometer.
I don't know. Oh,
I think 120 I'm gonna settle with now.
yeah. I just flipped on the Weather Channel. I know. Kill me. Kill. You all can brag on me later. They just showed their cone after the latest data. They just showed their cone. Their cone track and everything with the wind speed. They have it at 125.
Yeah.
I think that's a little bit more reasonable than I I don't see a Cat 4.
Honestly, now I don't see it likely that it will hit Cat 4 unless they find something in analysis later on near the end of this season that says
Yeah.
otherwise. But I don't think if it's an Ian situation, but it will be barely like a consideration that's like 1 mile per hour closer.
I'm
on a
really
Recon.
questioning. I'm
But
really questioning that 125, but
I go with a 120 right now.
Really quickly
Either
though, we got more bad news. We don't
What is
have
that?
we don't have Recon out there for another hour, so hopefully radar is able to get a better assessment of how strong this is. Because they're going to keep it at 110 until Recon gets in there. Because that's
David, these pilots have.
that's a very intense
You gotta
eye wall to the north.
you gotta you gotta understand, David. They gotta have a break. I mean,
I know.
they're
I know.
the pilots are probably tired. It's probably the plane needs probably fuel and everything. They're actually looks like they're getting ready to land in Miami. They need a break.
Well, we need realist live information. There is another one that
Well,
departs in 8 minutes, so we will get a new mission in there in about another 30 minutes. And they're taking off out of Biloxi, so it shouldn't be too long.
yeah, they're going to give the crew out of Miami a break.
Yeah. This progression reminds me of Ida. In what way, Justin? What do you mean? Can you send me a friend request, please? That would be great.
Yeah, they're done.
So in any case, with this hurricane, the bottom line is it is a big time storm. It is very likely to be a major hurricane at landfall. It might be a major hurricane now just based on how clear the eye has become, how intense the eye wall convection is. We will see what the later updates bring, but it is expected to be a major hurricane at landfall. Whether that's category 3 or 4 doesn't really matter too much at this point. It is going to bring significant life-threatening impacts along the coast and further inland over parts of the Big Bend region, northern Florida, eventually spreading a tornado, high wind, and heavy rainfall threat into Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So let me.
Also, David, I forgot to tell you that a little bit ago I already started my live stream for coverage, so they can hear you.
Oh, neat. So I'm on double.
You're
streams.
live. You're live on mine. So whenever you're doing your model stuff, I will do it on my ends, aka deafen, and do it myself since it can get very confusing very quick. Because they can't see your screen. So
All right. Very intense eye wall, though. Wow, that's red, red, red. That is a very red looking.
yeah, it's definitely a powerful northern eye wall. Kind of your normal look to these types of storms around a Cat 3. So
Yeah, I was just thinking that. Daniel's got a good point, David. This really more looks like a Cat 3 than a Cat 4. I mean, when you compare it to the infrared, when you compare it to Franklin, you see a difference.
Franklin is a whole nother beast out there, though. Let's be fair.
Yeah, and
Beautiful storm.
It's a
And we're
beautiful
not-
storm too, but yeah.
and we're not saying
That is-
that we're not saying that this storm right now, Idalia, we're not saying that this is the Category 4 at this moment. The anticipation is, it was mentioned in the National Hurricane Center discussion that it is quite possible that we're going to reach Category 4 before landfall. That is based on the latest from the National Hurricane Center.
My God, Ethan, do we know how? Just kind of off of Adelia, real quick. Ethan, do you know how wide that eye is in Franklin?
It's very big.
I do not
I'll
know how
give you-
wide it is.
I will give you an
Has
estimate
anybody,
very quickly. Give me 1 second, Tony. I will measure.
All right, we got a huge urgent update from Weather on the Go. It has another 12 hours before landfall. So it might be
55 miles, by the way, Tony, for that question.
Jesus,
55 miles. That's big.
It's big
That's a-
eye.
that's a big eye.
Gee,
I don't even
It-
think Dorian's was that big.
Oh, not even close.
that is
Well,
massive.
well, you're talking about Dorian after the fact. Dorian's eye as it's stretched. It would be close. But
Let
I
me
don't think
see
it was
this.
that big.
That's a big eye.
Actually, you know what? This might be even bigger. 60 miles across. Yeah, it might
Yeah,
be
it depends
60
where
miles.
you look at it. Up and down, I think, is a little bigger. By the way, me just been watching that on and off, just inch slowly closer and closer to Bermuda.
Oh my
Every-
goodness. You would not believe this. Dude, why is Idalia being cursed by so many things? For one thing, it's similar to Ian in a way, and secondly,
Weird way.
it's rapidly intensifying, and thirdly, Ida and Adelia have similar progressions. Is Idalia trying to copycat Ian and Ida?
Well, Ida sounds similar, so you know.
It's the curse of the eye named Storm.
Yeah. All right. Tom says stop wishing for strengthening. It's not healthy. What
No,
did you just say? It's not healthy?
It's not healthy. Not healthy for anybody to comment that stupid response.
well,
Hey,
what we're
David.
saying here. I'm sorry.
David.
Oh my gosh. Stop for a second. Stop for a second. Oh man. Justin just unlocked a secret about this. Take out the LIA out of Adelia. What do you get? What do you
Yeah,
get?
Ida.
You get Ida, don't you now?
Mm-hmm.
Oddly. I
So,
wonder if anybody at the National Hurricane Center has realized similar stuff. Simulators? Why did I say simulators? Jesus Christ. I'm tired. Anyway.
Yeah, and in relation to what was brought up earlier, someone had a question here, or something, I believe, or a comment. Um, we're not, you know, we're not rooting for the storm to get stronger. We're just discussing the different factors that may lead it to become stronger, assessing the different risks come as it does get stronger, because we are trying to convey to people this is a strengthening hurricane at this point. It is a strong storm, and we don't want it to get stronger, but we know that it is probably going to become stronger based on the forecast guidance, based on the environment. So that is kind of the basis for that. It's not that we are wanting it to be stronger.
yeah, we're extrapolating what we think might happen. Tom, okay, please understand that, Tom Bird. It's illustrated in the NHC forecast, which is the official forecast, Tom Byrne. So if you're saying that this is not very healthy and it's not going to become a major hurricane, I mean, come on. Like that's the most lamest prediction I could ever think of. Like it's not going to become a major hurricane.
That's not what he was saying.
I know. I hope I
Lava
did.
command it. I'm sorry.
What were you saying, Ethan? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. No, lava command saying at least tornadoes have been quiet so far. That seems to be true. Uh, we don't have any active tornado warnings at this point. We do
Well,
have
we
some
haven't
thunderstorms.
we haven't really had the land interaction. Most
That's fair.
tornadoes, believe it or not, maybe some people don't know this. Most tornadoes and hurricanes happen in the northern quadrant at landfall. When you get that land interaction,
Yeah.
that's where they're most
Yeah.
predominant dangerous. I mean,
The
yeah, you
right.
can see some spin ups at any time with some of these embedded supercells on the feeder bands, but really the tornado threat, I think, is going to happen as we get closer to landfall.
Could
Also,
be, but
no, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry.
No,
Yeah,
you go ahead.
we do have a tornado watch in effect, and we do have some thunderstorms that have come on shore south of Tampa, going down towards Sarasota, Punta Gorda, Fort Myers area. We do have some thunderstorms down there. No rotation on them at this point, but do remember, for the people who are in this area, a tornado watch is in effect. And in line with what Fire Ant was saying here, the right front quadrant is the most dangerous for a tropical cyclone, and where tornadoes tend to be most common. So that would be something we would expect, more of a tornado risk developing into the northern peninsula, maybe portions of the eastern panhandle, depending on where it makes landfall, as we head into the morning hours. Uh, but it is a good thing so far. We haven't had too much tornado threat, but we do still have some tornado risk heading into the night. Remember that tornado watch is in effect until tomorrow morning.
Yep.
And just to reiterate what Ethan said, you do have to be aware with these tornadoes because they can't produce anywhere, but usually it is in that right northern quadrant of the storm where you see the most of them. And like I said, it's usually those embedded supercells that are in the feeder bands that spin up pretty quickly and are very short lived.
Yes, and that is an interesting component that you have to think of when warning for these tornadoes, especially at night, is they're not like the long-lived supercells we see developing out in Kansas or Nebraska or Iowa that last for so many miles. You can see them coming for a long distance. These develop the rotation very quickly, and they can be hard to detect on radar, so that is something important to keep in mind. Joe B561 asked, "Can you show me the new cone and how close Perry, Florida is to the center, please?"
Yep.
Perry, Florida. So you're. I
There's a
don't
new
want to
cone.
scare
There's a
you.
new cone.
I don't want to scare you. You're going to probably take a pretty decent lick at this, if not a direct hit.
Yeah, at
You're
the current.
right near it.
And
Yeah.
really quick, and the wind gust forecast is 160 miles an hour at landfall.
Oh.
That's a category.
I mean-
That's category 5 wind gusts.
I mean, it's not out of the question. I would say at least category 4 wind gusts.
And who was at that axe that? Ethan?
That was, let me look back here. Joe B561.
So Joe, I'm actually originally from Florida, St. Pete area, so I do know the coast. I know where Perry is. I know what the terrain is like out there, and if you're in Perry, I'd get the hell out of there. Plain and simple.
Ethan, are you able to how am I gonna do this? You know what? Since this is an urgent event, I'm actually gonna bring my food upstairs here and eat. I just won't have my camera, so I will be tracking alongside here because I need to eat something, but I will be up here, watching this thing in real time. Because yes, we do have a lot of people that are in the path of this, and we got to watch this. This is getting pretty dangerous. In fact, so much so, if we look at the live camera out of Cedar Grove, Florida, wow, some serious winds there. The palm trees really taking a bend. Those branches there.
Wow, yeah.
So
the storm force winds.
Yep, I will be right back. I'm gonna get something, but I will be back up here in like a few minutes.
So
Okay,
Ethan,
absolutely. Yes.
Ethan, you want to explain what this does to radar, like on the velocity and stuff, the way the wind's hitting the radar and the spattering of the radar and stuff like that, if you're able to.
The spattering of the radar.
Yeah, because I'm looking at Tampa right now, KTBW.
I'm on that.
Yeah, you see the purple and the spattering of it all.
Oh yeah, I see what you're talking about. Yeah, that is for the velocity component of the radar. That's when it has reached its range folding. At that point, um, it is no longer certain that the radar signatures are going to be accurate that far out. The radar beam has traveled so far out, it might not be able to come back in time before the next pulse comes out. In the reflectivity version, we get second trip echoes happen this way, which leads to a false interpretation of what's happening. But this big purple ring around the radar, that is what happens when the velocity essentially does that. It gets out to a certain range where it's not able to be accurately read at that point. It does have accuracy beyond that, but it gets a bit distorted at that range. And they can adjust the pulse repetition frequency on the actual radar to change the diameter of that ring. But it is something that we do often see on the radar. It just means that the eye of the hurricane right now, if you're looking at the Tampa radar, is beyond that range, the maximum unambiguous range for the velocity imagery.
Go over to CC. You can actually see the eye of the hurricane on CC.
Okay, let me check that out.
Da, da,
Oh,
da.
That is readily visible. Also, an interesting note. This is really strange, and this is probably not happening, but I'm picking up a pea-sized hail marker in the eye wall of the hurricane.
Yeah, I got that too. I don't know if that's a false reading or if that's real.
Yeah,
I would imagine
I see that.
I would imagine it's a false reading because these are just based on algorithms that are meant to detect the hail based on the depth of the storm, the reflectivity signatures, things like that. Um, and it is detecting such intense convection because even at that range, we've got looks like 50 base reflectivity is 51 decibels. That's very intense. Um, that it is falsely reading that there's hail in that core.
Mm. All right.
And that's not the only thing it's falsely reading. Check this out, Ethan. I'm going to post it in here.
Also,
Well,
Okay.
talk about you want to talk about a tornado? Look at the eye wall.
That would be a darn big tornado.
Yeah,
well, I
that
mean,
that'd be the,
that's pretty much what the eye wall is. Ginormous tornado.
Yeah.
I mean, Ethan would be sitting here probably pooping bricks. Like, oh my god.
Mm-hmm.
I say,
Gotta have a little
like
fun
that.
tonight, y'all.
Yeah.
Yes, if
You
you
get
can't
'em.
tell, we're slowly getting tired by the second. That's what happens when Tony gets a little interesting.
Hey, you know what?
What?
Never mind.
I know you too much.
Yeah, I'm just going to send it to you in DM.
Uh-oh. What is it gonna be this
Easily.
time? What is it gonna be this time? I ribbit you?
No, you'll see. You'll
So
see.
I believe we are going to get a position update at midnight. I think they've initiated our release on this, right? Does anyone know?
Um, what was the question again?
If if they've initiated hourly position updates from the NHC.
No. The next flight coming out is going to be Biloxi. The Miami crew needs a break,
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
so
Okay.
the next flight is, I think, is supposed to be from Biloxi, Mississippi. Um, but that doesn't mean they won't send Miami out. But those guys have been out there all day, so I think they need a break. And if they follow FAA regulations, they're only supposed to fly 10 minutes. So,
Yeah. Well, in any case, as Justin G is saying here in the chat, it's pretty safe to say this thing is a major now. It seems very likely based on the presentation we do have a major hurricane. We are probably within the next few hours officially going to cross that threshold into that category because you can kind of see this on David's radar down here in the bottom of the screen. That eye is very clearly defined. It has intense eye wall convection, and I think we're seeing some lightning signatures even showing up in the eye wall. So that's very unusual. Hurricanes don't usually have a lot of lightning in their eye wall convection. So we are certainly dealing with a strengthening storm here. It looks quite strong based on the available data that we have. And it's quite likely here within the next few hours this will officially be declared a Category 3 storm.
it looks like the left quadrant is getting powerful as well, which is an indication that, according to infrared, an indication that the storm is strengthening. I hate to say it.
Yeah. Not like we already knew that.
Alpie YouTube Productions, no, I don't believe we have an update coming out here. We have a plane coming out Biloxi that's going to be intercepting this here within a few hours. But that's not going to be there for the midnight area, so midnight Eastern time that is. So we probably don't have an update coming out here at midnight.
No, the next update I think is
I'm
2
back.
a.m.
I am back. Boy, those winds are strong on that camera. Man. Wow.
Really?
Yeah, they are. Look at that palm tree.
I've seen worse.
So, Ethan, according to the take it for what it's worth. Like, seriously, you all take this for what it's worth. According to the Weather Channel, Jim Cantori says it looks like it's moving at 19 miles an hour with winds of 120.
The only good
Take-
person at the Weather Channel.
Take it for what it's worth. It's the Weather Channel, so I'm still mad at them for that fake hurricane bullcrap that happened. So I kind of question them now.
What fake hurricane thing?
Oh, yeah. A couple of years ago, they did It's so windy out here while people were walking past him upright. He was bent over.
Mm.
I think this is a new mission.
It is, David. It is.
Yup, we got a new mission en route. Hasn't even updated on tropical tidbits. I wonder what the problem with that is.
Okay, so here's the thing about tropical tidbits. You all need to understand one thing about tropical tidbits. They run about 10 minutes behind.
But on the cyclone, they have it already, so it's more. I think it's more current.
Yeah. They run about 10 minutes behind because they have to do the graphs and everything.
Yeah. It's still pretty fast, though.
Yeah. Like they
when you
still have
really
the
think
plane.
about it.
They still have the plane over Miami, but I know for a fact it's on the ground.
Well, you've been in the FAA space for long enough to know that.
Yeah, that one's on the ground.
We do actually have a position update that did come out at midnight. I was not expecting that. I apologize. This obviously doesn't give a change in the intensity. It's still 110 miles per hour, moving north at 17 miles an hour based on this update. But it does give a position change on it, so we know, kind of where it is. Also says a NOAA buoy recently reported sustained winds of 50 miles an hour with a gust of 60 in the northern rain bands of Idalia. That's not where the core is, so the core is probably having very violent winds at this point. But that is a new position update. This is about 120 miles southwest of Cedar Key and about 175 miles to the south of Tallahassee at this point.
Yeah, I was just about to throw that in there, Ethan, about it being 120 miles from Cedar Key, and
Yeah,
it's moving. It's moving at 17. You said.
yes.
Oh yeah, this is not.
So-
There's no eyewall replacement cycle going on with this. This is very, 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 very powerful defined eye right now. I have to eat in a second here, but I just wanted to show you all that velocities are up to 120 on this in both quadrants, in the northern and southern quadrant. But of course, the strongest winds will be in the eastern quadrant. Actually, let me see if I could even be able to bring that
Okay.
up. Oh gosh,
So-
yes.
So, storm surge flooding right now, 1.9 feet in the Tampa Bay area, and it's 0.2 feet at Cedar Key, and 2.3 feet in Naples.
Oh, okay.
So that's the storm surge right now.
Yeah, and this thing is not even near shore yet, so we've already got those storm surge impacts going on.
Well, it's about 95 miles west of Tarpon Springs, the eye, so that kind of makes sense for the Bay Area.
Hmm.
Naples, they're on the southern end of it with all the water being pushed up.
I need to ask Justin something. Justin, can you send me a friend request, please, on Discord? I know you're not on your Discord. I would really like you to friend me if you can, because I want to hear your input personally. Because we have a live streaming
Okay.
team.
So I need to interrupt. Okay, so on velocity you have positive 98, David, on velocity, and negative 113 with the eye wall.
Not anymore. Guess what I found?
What?
Go to the Tallahassee radar. I'm getting winds on this at 145 miles an hour.
You need to use Tampa.
I should still use Tampa. Okay, because
You gotta use Tampa.
That-
Ampa Wampa.
it still it has 120 mile an hour winds.
Yeah.
Also, David, look in your DMs.
The reason why I'm using Tallahassee is the strongest winds are on the eastern quadrant of the system. So, because the storm is moving so quickly towards the north, so your strongest winds are going to be found on the eastern side. The thing with the Tampa radar is it's only able to get the strongest winds on the southern and northern sides, which actually is not where the strongest winds actually are. Because the storm is moving, right? So the strongest winds will be found on the eastern side. And Ethan, I'm sure, agrees with me on that. And yes, those are winds aloft. Those are winds aloft. I get it. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to eat. I want to finish eating.
Okay, yeah, absolutely do that. Gotta keep that fuel up going into these really long streams.
Yeah. Me over here trying to keep myself awake.
Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah.
maybe a little too well because I just gave myself a brain freeze.
Oh. That doesn't
Yeah,
sound comfortable.
I'm finishing one of my Sonic slushie, and I just slammed me in the face.
Yeah, so if anyone here has not already, we want to say thank you for being here on this live stream. We got over 250 people still, and we really appreciate that. If you are here taking in this information, then you can be more aware of the situation, and you can let other people be more aware of the situation. That's why we ask that you like the stream, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. We can get that information out there better if it's being promoted by YouTube, so it's a good thing. And we're going to be live on this for quite a while. We're going to be providing some pretty good information here. We are currently awaiting how this is developing in the next few hours to show if this is going into that Category 3 territory, which we do expect very soon. It is exhibiting very organized structure on radar and very strong winds. So we certainly do expect that.
Also, the more reddish color has wrapped fully around again on the eyes on radar. So that is once again another sign that it's really
Oh
getting
my
its act together.
gosh. Big time hot tower going off. I'm sorry, I've got to interrupt. Big time hot tower, negative 116 degree cloud tops surrounding a now 20 degree Fahrenheit eye, 32 degrees. So it is really warm. 32 degrees.
Whoa.
Yeah. 32 degrees. Okay, I'm going back to my dinner.
I have to be honest, David, you almost made me jump out of my seat a little bit, but anyway.
All right. Also, there's a question here I wanted to address from Frank Family Adventures. I've got a house near Panama City. Are we going to get hit hard? I do expect some wind impacts there, some heavy rain. Storm surge doesn't look to be as big of a threat because, as of the latest the latest update from the National Hurricane Center, it looks like based on the position of landfall expected, storm surge isn't going to be very. Hold on here. Let me pull this up so I make sure. Not going to be a huge concern. Mexico Beach down to Indian Pass, you're looking at about 1 to 3 feet of storm surge. The heavy rain is going to be a bit of a concern, but mainly as you head over toward Tallahassee. So not as much rain for Panama City, but still some decent rain and probably some strong winds going on here. I do not know what the specific. Hold on a second here. It looks like a tropical storm warning for that area. Yes, a tropical storm warning for that area. Also, you get some high surf warnings. So tropical storm force winds probably not as big of a concern as if it would be over by Tallahassee. So Panama City, some impacts, but not as bad as what it would be off to the east.
Hmm.
I'm letting you know, Ethan and Daniel, that we have negative, almost negative 100-degree cloud tops surrounding the entire eye wall right now.
Oh
Impressive.
man. And
Also,
that's oh, I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say, also, David, check your private DMs from me. But go ahead, Ethan.
Yeah. In relation to what David was saying, if you're not familiar with what we're seeing here, these are essentially the cloud top temperatures based on infrared satellite imagery. And that's an important thing for us to know because the colder the cloud tops, the deeper the thunderstorms that we have. And if we've got deep convection going on all around this eye, then we have a very strong hurricane, potentially even a strengthening hurricane. Justin G has been saying rapid intensification is still ongoing. So when David is talking about those really cold cloud top temperatures around the eye and the warmer temperatures in the eye, that is what we look for as characteristics of a strong hurricane.
And Ethan, explain to the viewers, why do the colder cloud tops mean a strengthening hurricane? Explain in great detail why that's important.
Yeah, it makes sense if you think about it because the taller the cloud tops, the colder they will be up in the atmosphere, once they have finally stopped rising. So when we have a hurricane, if we see those values getting quite cold in the eye wall and encircling the eye of the hurricane, that means we have some very tall, strong thunderstorms surrounding the eye. That is what you want to look for an intensifying storm. If we don't have those cold temperatures aloft, that means the clouds are not being forced up as much through the convective updraft. If the updraft is pushing up really strong, then it's going to rise to a colder height. But if your updraft is weak, then it's not going to rise up as much. Your cloud temperatures are going to be warmer, and that means the thunderstorms surrounding the eye are not as strong. In this case, obviously, we've got some very cold cloud top temperatures surrounding the eye, very well condensed, or very well encompassing that eye wall, which the eye has warmer temperatures because there's no cloud there. So if it's getting warmer in that eye, but the cloud tops are getting colder around it, that means the eye is becoming encircled more fully by strong thunderstorms that extend to a deep layer in the atmosphere.
Also, I do want to mention right now, it seems like the eye is becoming a little bit more ragged on radar. Um, Not like that might severely affect the storm. It could just pop back out and do its thing like it's been doing. But it's just an interesting thing that I've been starting to see happen in the last few frames. Worth mentioning.
Yeah, it does have a little more oblong appearance at this point.
It could it's probably just gonna recycle through all the way until landfall. Since this thing is rapidly intensifying, um sometimes the eye size well, the eye itself, the storm could get stronger and stronger, but the eye can't keep up, so it keeps resizing, um reshaping, getting stronger, new convection blast, yada yada yada.
Yeah,
So it gets a little elongated sometimes, but uh, with it all the energy that's underneath this thing, I don't think it will fully collapse, and even if it does, it will still keep intensifying,
seems
or
reasonable.
at least more slowly intensify, but still intensify.
Yeah, because we certainly have a strong system here. Um, oh, Justin has a little bit of an explanation here. It's more ragged because of that VHT, vertical hot tower, which obscured it. Very normal in these types of storms at this stage.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Justin, for that explanation. He has more knowledge on hurricanes than what I do.
Hey, that's why I want Justin in the live streaming team, because he's literally the best. But he doesn't want to come on Discord and send me a friend request. All right, so what was Justin? So it's Justin G says it's more ragged because of that VHT vertical hot tower, which obscured it. Very normal in these types of storms at this stage. Okay, so that's what we're seeing. Big time, lots of lightning going on in the western side of the system, Ethan. We're getting a huge burst of lightning. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 22 lightning strikes in the western eye wall.
That's
a lot.
unusual. Hurricanes don't usually have that much lightning unless they are particularly strong. We saw some lightning in Hurricane Harvey, and was it Ida had some lightning?
Yeah.
Again with the similarities.
Yeah.
By the way, something I'm starting to realize with this track, it's not like it's like now shifting way more westward. It's been on a westward trajectory for a pretty long while now.
Yeah. I see that. I see.
Yeah, go ahead, David. Sorry.
I see what you mean. It hasn't. It's been going due north, straight due north. It looks like.
I don't think this is gonna like curve. It might just go. It might curve like very last second and just like skim the whole coastline, which would be very bad, and then make landfall.
Oh, hey, Pat, welcome.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen?
Whoa, Pat! What's up?
I just got done with a 7.5 hour live stream. That's what's up.
Jeez.
Oh, gee whiz.
Yep. Okay, so I'm gonna stay on for about 10 minutes or so because I need to head to bed soon. But what I can say is this: from what I'm looking at, on satellite on tropical tidbits, we have an area of -70 to -80s just starting to blow up and start wrapping around it right now. It began in the last 2 frames. The eye is also clearing out considerably on satellite. So, yeah, this is looking pretty interesting for sure.
So, Pat, so how strong do you think this could be when it makes landfall just to the northwest, near northwest of Horseshoe Beach, based on the NHC track forecast in Carabel in Florida? The NHC says a Cat 4, 130 miles an hour, but what are your thoughts? What do you think?
I think honestly, if it's not a Cat 4, it's gonna be knocking on the door at 125. The satellite images I got recently, and also there's also the fact that there's a massive amount of lightning in this storm. I'm not sure if you guys know this, but from what I've seen, there's a massive amount of lightning into this.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
My thinking here, if you guys can still hear me, is that this thing's going to rapidly intensify. I've heard some stuff of it maybe pulling an Ian or an Ida. That's still on the table. We still have 8+ hours before landfall. I think though, if you forced a gun on my head, I'd say anywhere. I'd say if forced a gun on my head, I'd say anywhere from 125 to 140. That's my official guess.
Wow.
Okay.
That fits pretty well with the highest ceiling that Justin said earlier. He said possibly 140, 135 max.
Okay. 135 doesn't even really exist at that point. They used it on knots, and that doesn't really. Yeah.
So it goes 130, then 140. Okay.
Yeah, because it's 115 knots, then 120.
Oh.
So
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah. All right. So, Fire Ant, you just joined in here. What do you think?
I'm looking at the eye wall collapsing. Well, actually, the eye's clouding over.
It's even so, it looks very impressive on radar. And I've seen this happen numerous times.
Yeah.
It's not stopped it from intensifying.
No. It looks like a
It-
little Chinese. It looks like a slit eye. It's just like a
Yeah,
little
yeah.
slit.
Oh yeah.
Like
Oh yeah.
somebody just
So-
decided to cut
Yeah,
it open.
All right.
Yeah, but-
Got good news. Mission 13 into Idalia is now in progress. They have taken off.
Let's go.
They are taking
Let's
off.
go.
Absolutely.
Finally.
What I can say is that's probably how Justin was alluding to earlier with the hot tower covering the eye currently. Again, does happen. It will fix itself. And even if it can't fully clear its eye, which at the current rate I don't see it fully clearing its eye. It probably will be like half cleared by the time it makes landfall. It's still a very powerful storm nonetheless.
I'd like to say this. I feel like people do not. I feel like people see this and they go, "Oh my god, it's clearing out." Then wait a minute, it's not clearing out anymore. What's going on? This is a multi-hour process, and I saw this. Like I streamed this whole thing when it first started clearing out, and where it's at right now, it's still very impressive. I mean, even if the eye doesn't clear out in 100%, it's still going to be a very bad storm. So let's just, I think we can agree with that right there.
And
on
at
that
this
flank.
and at this point, it really doesn't matter how strong this is actually going to get. A Cat 4, let alone on the NHC, is bad enough. And 16 feet of storm surge is another hazard with this.
Yep.
16 feet, Pat. I just can't.
We covered it on Pat's Path Predictor. Storms United was helping me cover that. We covered it there.
I cannot even imagine just how high 16 feet is.
16 feet is basically 2 and 2/3 of me, essentially.
Pretty
Put
much.
Just more discreet. I will say this in regards to Idalia. Right now, there is a massive amount of lightning in the storm. There is a massive amount of organization going on. The satellite imagery is showing a ring of -70 to -80 cloud tops starting to form around it. So even if the eye is slitted, it's still organizing and intensifying at a fast rate, and we
Oh.
still have several hours before landfall as well. It's moving at 17 miles per hour, and based on radar right now, basically from where it is at its potential landfall spot, there's a few of them. It's about 145 miles offshore. So 17 miles an hour. So sorry, 146 miles divided by 17 miles per hour. You're looking at around 8.5 hours of landfall, plus or minus a little bit. That's what we're looking at this current rate. Now, it could speed up, it could slow down. We're not 100% sure, but that's what I can tell you for what I've seen.
Wow. Yeah. All right. I wanted
Yeah.
to read something very important that Justin G said. You're doing a great job at giving us some very important information, Justin. High five to Justin. Justin G. The hurricane expert 10 million.0. All right. This guy he knows what he's talking about. I mean, big credits go to him. So Justin G says this. Another very notable thing visible on radar is the mesovort. What did we all talk about, folks, in the live stream recently? Mesovortexes orbiting around the
vortices. Yep.
all right. Right now, area of deep convection which influences the eye to become more polygonal. Okay. Indicative of very rapid explosive intensification.
Whoa.
Yes.
Okay.
So what did I say, Ethan? I mean, remember we were saying that there's mesovorts in it? When I saw that got my attention. And
Yep.
Absolutely.
that's what we're
It
seeing.
reminded me of Ida right away, actually. Except it didn't have 5 mesovortices in it. It probably has like 2.
Yeah, but either way, I can see a mesovort. Let me get my pin out right here. So here's a mesovort right in here. Probably another one right in here. So I'm seeing potentially 2 mesovorts orbiting around, like doing a little Fujiwara effect. Oh wow, yes, this is very apparent now. Very apparent. There's definitely a mesovort right in there, and another one right in here. So
Okay.
this is not good.
Yeah.
The eye has also gone a little bigger again. Like I thought.
Yeah. How? Okay.
Actually,
Hold on. Let me see how
guys,
big the eye is right here.
6 miles
if
now.
you look-
6 miles.
if you guys
On radar,
look
it's
on
12.
If you guys look on my screen on Discord, this is the last little bit of the loop, and you see how you can see the structure of the eye trying to get itself together, trying to clear.
It's-
But
It's gonna take time, but it still
Yeah.
has several hours over water.
it still has several hours, but I don't think it will make it fully clear, like Buzzsaw
Yeah.
clear.
Oh, of course
it-
not.
It doesn't have time. It would have to slow it down dramatically for it to do that, like 5 miles per hour, which it's not.
Yeah, that's not happening anytime soon. Okay.
We
Alright,
got radar. We are getting aircraft data out into this, so I'm very excited of what they're gonna find. And
Finally.
yeah, I can't wait. I bet you they're gonna find something more sinister, and it's something that I do not want to know.
Yeah.
Schlott is on this.
In the
Yes, I
meantime-
am.
In the meantime, I'm gonna go take a break real quick. I've been on stream for 7.5 hours plus now. So I'm gonna take about 10 minutes for this Hurricane Hunter to get there, just to kind of collect myself, so that way I can give a better analysis, if that's okay.
All right, yeah,
Mhm.
All right. Thanks, guys. I'll be back in a bit.
absolutely.
If you guys are wondering what I'm eating, I'm eating spicy sweet chili Doritos. Little something to snack on along the journey of tracking this.
If this thing made a full buzzsaw eye, this thing would look amazing on satellite appearance. Just looking at the size of the eye, I don't know. It would look similar to. I don't know. It kind of looks, that eye shape kind of looks similar to Aura in a way.
All right, highest wind gusts so far being reported on Horseshoe Beach, up to 24 miles an hour out of the east-northeast. Winds are still offshore with that.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, I also wanted. Oh, I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say, Tony sent me an image of like him looking at water vapor. On his end, it kind of looks like a little dry air slot could have been making
Yeah,
its way in, but
me and Ethan were just going back and forth on that.
it's hard to tell. I can't see it on my current radar, but I'm still gonna check a few others. It could. And even if it is in the banding, yeah, as long as it doesn't enter the center, it will keep continuing. Even if it does enter the center, it doesn't matter at this rate.
Also,
I mean-
I also wanted to point something out here. We have echo tops near 50,000 feet surrounding 75% of the eye right now.
Oh man. Also, I wanted to address a question from a user Bior. Said so hot air and low shear intensify this thing. That is correct. But what influences the lower temperatures in the sky?
Lower temperatures in the sky.
Maybe the loss of
If
daytime heating.
That could be it. Probably.
Maybe
if
that's
you're
what he's
referring
asking.
to maybe
Probably
the surface
what it
temperature,
is.
I'm not.
Okay, so I want you to be aware of this, and I'm gonna trust Justin on this because he's a hurricane expert in such a way. You all are talking about the dry air slot between the outflow channel near Tampa and the core.
No.
No,
No.
no.
Okay.
We're talking a different spot. We're still assessing if it actually is dry air or not.
Oh, he was asking. No. I was asking what they were referring to. I don't see it. Which means he doesn't see a dry slot. He does not see anything at all.
Referring to what exactly?
Oh, welcome back. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
That's what we're trying to figure out.
I don't think
So
there's
we
a
saw
dry
a little
slot.
Something. Yeah, that I don't see that anywhere.
Left quadrant.
Left quadrant.
Yeah, left quad. I mean, there could be some there, but I don't think it's going to be anything that's going to impact it.
At this point, the eye wall is so closed up at this point that the dry air will
Yeah.
just scuffle it out. The moisture will just wash it
Yeah,
out.
that's what
Oh,
we're
yeah.
thinking.
It's probably underneath the water vapor clouds that we can actually see now at this point, from compared to when Tony took his little screenshot. But we'll keep an eye on it. It's not gonna get into the center. It's too robust now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
if
if
it
it
was
was
early, if it was earlier, like 24
But
hours
you,
ago, might have been a different
but
story.
you see it, Pat, on water vapor.
And
I'm
also,
sorry. I'm
You
sorry.
see
What
it
was
on
that?
water-
Yeah, I can
you
see it
see
a
it on-
little bit, but I don't
Yeah.
think it's gonna hurt it at all.
No, that's what we were trying to figure out. As long as it doesn't get entrapped in there.
Yeah, just like there's a massive amount of moisture that's being kind of in a way generated on that southwestern quadrant right there. That's gonna wrap around the whole system. I
Yeah, it's over there on that left northwest or that northwest quadrant.
yeah, I'm sorry, I don't see that going on. This and not only that, not only that, like Space Nerd said, the whole just in my opinion, just it's too robust to really do anything. If it wanted to do something, it should have done it when this was still a tropical storm.
Well, no. This was something new on water vapor. I'm looping it. This just showed up in the last 4 frames.
Okay, what are you looking at?
All right.
Let me pull it up.
Also, a positional update on my end. The system is beginning to turn a bit more east northeast.
Here, I'll show you.
All right.
Look in the group.
Okay, I'm doing that right now. Oh, I see that slot right there. It's probably separate from banding or something like that. I'll take a look on radar, see what that's looking like. Yeah, I definitely do see that, but I'm
You
not
see that, David?
What?
Look in the group call. Look in the group call and look at what I just posted. That's
Yeah.
circled.
Let me go to for that. Let
I
me
see
go to
it.
satellite.
I do see that, but it's quite subtle. So
yeah, that's not. I don't see much of that.
Yeah, like what I was
me-
saying is that I don't see evidence of substantial dry air entrainment, and I don't see where there's a big reservoir of dry air around this system to draw from.
I would check radar if I would check radar just to make sure, because I'm looking at that. Fire ant. Do you have radar scope?
Yeah.
All right, check radar scope, Tampa radar. I want your opinion on this.
Okay, we're referring to this area, Justin. I'm going to circle this in. It's this area right over here. That's what fire ant is referring to. This whole area.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Boy, that.
Okay, Justin.
Ooh.
Justin is confirming with what I'm pointing to. He says that's not dry air at all. I don't see
Okay.
it. There is no dry air. And he's a hurricane
Okay.
expert, so I'm taking his word for it.
Okay, that's probably just two bands separating at that point. But yeah,
that's.
yeah, but yeah. Okay.
Gosh, there's now negative 100-degree cloud tops developing on the eastern side of this. So we now
Let me see this.
We have cloud tops negative 105 to negative 115. Man, this thing is just
wait.
blowing.
Is that in Fahrenheit or is that in Celsius?
Fahrenheit?
Because
Fahrenheit.
okay, I was about to say because 100 minus 115 Celsius, that would be a massive issue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A very
And never-
massive issue.
And never recorded in history, by the way, in cloud tops, but you know.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know about that statement. Could be close.
Yeah. But okay, I'm looking at this. I'm glad the hurricane hunters are taking off right now. They're heading to deal with this. Okay. Yeah. All right, all right. What do you guys what's your thoughts on the structure of this so far? I know I haven't been on here very long.
It's pretty
But
impressive.
Yeah, that's what Storms United's telling me as well. So
now, okay, I know this is high up. So if you look at the Tampa radar, I would keep an eye on the eastern quadrant. Now, the eastern quadrant is only going to show 2 miles 2 miles an hour, since velocity only measures inbound and outbound winds. So winds directly going towards the radar and winds directly away from the radar. So while this doesn't show a whole lot of wind, between about 105 to 110 miles an hour, if you all can go over to Tallahassee, that's a whole different story. Yes, it's high up. I know. We all know how elevation with the beam height can interfere with things. But this is showing us the potential with this at 135 to 140 miles an hour. Not at the surface, but at about 25 or 30,000 feet. There is some serious wind with that. With that eye.
All right, I'm gonna see how high. Let's see, tilt 2. I'm just looking at radar scope myself just to see.
All right, St. Petersburg just had a sustained wind report of 35 miles an hour and a wind gust up to 55.
Yeah, across the Tampa area, it's getting pretty bad. I got reports near Pasco County about an hour ago of gusts up to 81 miles an hour. So,
oh my gosh.
That was on my stream. So, yeah, that was crazy. It was one of my viewers who was talking to me about it. That was as that was going on. So, yeah, well,
significant winds already.
100%. That wind field is still expanding, even if it's subtle.
Absolutely.
So, yeah. Okay. So, here's the big question we have right now. The big question is, will this pull in Ida? Will this pull in Ian? I'm saying right now, I don't know. Normally I can give a yes or no answer based off of this stuff, but every system is different. And I think for me to say that it's doing that is quite honestly irresponsible. What I can't say, it's definitely rapidly intensifying. It might be rapidly intensifying at a faster rate than we initially thought because of the amount of lightning that's going on in the eye wall. Because massive amount of amounts of lightning in the eye wall is indicative of massive intensification. You don't see lightning in a hurricane unless it's starting to intensify at a decent pace. So, yeah, that's what we have over there. Just that's what we like. That's what I'm thinking so far. But yeah, the pressure is it's still falling. It's been dropping at 2 to 3 millibars an hour for the last several hours, approaching landfall. We're down to 958. It was like I think it was 965 at 8 o'clock Eastern. Just to put that in perspective.
All right, sorry to intervene here. We just got
you're good.
we just got another wind report. This is out of near Feather Sound, based on a airport weather meter report. Sustained wind 37 miles an hour and a wind gust up to near 60 miles an hour.
That's actually I know exactly where that's at. That's over there by Roosevelt Boulevard. That's actually the St. Pete Clearwater Airport. That's Pi. That's going to be official.
Yeah, that is getting.
I'm not kidding. I know
Getting
where Feather Sound
getting
is.
gusts almost near hurricane force on that station.
Yeah.
And look at the distance. Look at the distance from that system to being on shore. That is away from that station. That is 115 miles away.
Yep.
Wow.
Still does not break Hurricane Elena.
Yeah. Well, hurricane hunters are on the way, and that's the important thing. They'll give us the data that we need.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
Yeah. I'm not sure what we're gonna find, but we were finding flight level winds of 110 knots in the hour before the update, and SFM and Dropsins were confirming this to be a high-end Cat 2. I'm thinking based on radar that the more northern and western side is the strongest segment for now, but right now is right now. That's going to rotate all around the storm, and we're not sure if it's going to wrap around in time. I'm guessing most likely not, unless it pulls a miracle. Oh, and I mean a miracle. I mean the storm ends up working its magic. So that's where I'm looking at with this. It's basically a sake of how quickly can the storm organize? Well, it's already organized, but how quickly can it rapidly organize even further?
Also,
that makes sense?
Yeah. Also, Michael, thank you for the $2 donation. I do appreciate it very, very much. So again, if you guys are new, welcome, welcome. I think Ethan does a bit better job at promoting. So go ahead, Ethan. Roll the ad.
Yeah, well, like what David was saying, welcome to the stream. If you're new here, if you've just joined recently, we're providing some extensive coverage on the storm, and if you have not already, please be sure to like and subscribe. It helps us to get that information out further, and that's exactly what our goal is tonight, as we're tracking a dangerous hurricane, and we want as many people to be as informed as possible that we can really get together.
Yeah. Okay, this is a bit of an awkward silence. Ethan, you go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, one last thing. Also, if you guys could follow me on Twitter, I do have Twitter. I also have a Facebook page. You can find those links in the description, or Ethan will be more than happy to put them in the chat to my Twitter page and everything. One quick announcement I don't normally share. I only shared it once in this live stream, is just a friendly reminder. I don't promote this very often in my past videos, but Discord is opening. My server is going to be opening at 6 p.m. on October 1st. And so I'm looking forward to actually talking to you guys a lot more, interacting and everything. Again, the Discord server, Weather Force, is scheduled to open up on the 1st of October. If you want to become a member to get early access to the server, we will be opening it up to members only a full 8 days sooner. Actually, we'll make it September 15th. So exactly roughly 2 weeks before October 1st. So if you're not a member yet, consider being one, and you'll have early access. All right.
Yay.
Yay, yay,
Yeah.
yay. The staff are already ready.
Let's
It
go.
is going to be good.
Okay. All right. I say this in my stream a lot, but right now it's a kind of a bit of an unnerving quiet, just waiting for that data to kick in.
Mhm.
I am excited. I cannot wait for the Recon. That is holy grail food. I'm like starving for data.
Right
I think
now,
all
he's
of us are.
Listen, all of us in our head are playing the elevator music.
Elevator music.
Yeah.
It's a
just-
meme.
Oh.
Okay.
You're out of touch.
Bruh. Okay. All jokes aside.
Yeah, now's
Well-
not the time to really joke around about a major hurricane.
Well, yeah, it's of course. Things are starting to get really frisky, if you know what I mean.
Frisky, as you mean the Cedar Grove, Cameron, Florida. Those palm trees are bending. They're bending like what do you call it? They're bending like rubber poles or rubber licorice. Not rubber licorice.
Okay. Yeah, but yeah, this is gonna be yeah, I'm seeing the cam right now. I'm only expecting that to increase right there. Uh wait, okay. Yeah, that's I always get unnerved looking at footage like that because you know what's coming, yet at the same time, the only thing you can do is watch.
And hope that
Mhm.
nothing bad happens.
Of course. I think I talked about this in my stream before, and I think I talked about this in my stream before. I feel like, in my honest opinion, despite as how brutal it is going to be for the people that this is going to affect, the bit where this is going to be hitting in the Big Bend, quite honestly, it's, as much as I hate to say this, because I know it may seem insensitive a bit, but it's basically the best case scenario at this point compared to either the Panhandle or or Tampa Bay. And I hate saying that because I know there's people's lives at stake, but at the same time, I look at the data, I'm like, yeah, yikes.
New eye wall measurement performed at 9:47 p.m. 6.75 miles and growing.
That's a good sign for the hurricane. It's a bad sign for everyone else.
Why is it a good sign for the hurricane if the eye grows? And
It's because the eye's clearing out. It's not exactly growing. It's still holding at 12 miles. It's clearing out.
oh,
Yeah, you can look, if you look on radar scope, it's been holding at 12 to 13 since pretty much for several hours.
okay.
Yeah, that's why I said that.
Also, I'd like to draw your attention, David, to this Twitter post from the National Weather Service in Tallahassee. A pretty interesting comparison here, in that there's no comparison on their
Yep.
record for a hurricane like this.
Yeah,
is what
we
Justin posted here.
Yep, we actually covered that on my stream with Storms United.
What is it?
Yeah, it's basically a tweet from the NWS of Tallahassee, basically saying that this is an unprecedented event. No major hurricanes have ever moved through the Appalachia Bay. If you when you try to compare this storm to others, don't. No one has seen this. I can read it out if you want me
No,
to.
I got it. I'm going to bring it up right
Okay.
now.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine.
I'm reading
Yeah,
this.
Justin posted a link in the chat.
Oh my gosh. Okay, NWS Tallahassee. Hurricane Adelia will likely be an unprecedented event for many locations in the Florida Big Bend. Looking back through recorded history, no major hurricanes have ever moved through the Appalachia Bay. When you try to compare the storm to others, don't. No one has seen this. Wait, what do they mean by don't? No one has seen this.
When you try to compare this storm to others in the area, don't do that because no one has ever seen a Cat 3 or above hurricane in the Apalachicola Bay in that area, or even the Big Bend for that matter, in recorded history. That's what it means.
Okay, I'm going to do another Twitter post. I got to post.
Yeah, so certainly on the cusp of a historic weather event, it seems.
For sure, for sure. I'm a bit worried about those in Cedar Key who chose to stay because they're going to get a lot of surge. It's like where this hurricane is going, the right side is literally going to funnel all of that storm surge through the Big Bend, and I'm worried for a lot of for pretty much everyone who had to stay or chose to stay in there. My best advice is to hunker down and treat this like a tornado is coming and move into your most interior room once the eye wall, especially but when the eye wall comes ashore. So that's
and for people that are on the coastline, best of luck.
Yeah, we do want to give.
I'm looking at live pictures from Cedar Key, and it's not looking good already.
Okay.
You've
is it
actually
just me, or
got.
is there a bit of a surge that's starting in Cedar Key?
Yeah, there is. It's already coming over the seawall.
Oh
wow.
no. Are you kidding me?
No,
That's a
I wish I
problem.
was.
That's an issue.
Oh,
The
Tony,
wave
can you send that to me?
But here's the thing: the seawall is only 2 feet high, so it doesn't take much to go over a seawall at 2 feet.
Yeah, this ain't Galveston, folks.
Yeah,
Unfortunately.
I mean,
Okay. Let me.
Yeah,
even the
I'm
waves
sorry.
are hitting in and it's going up and over the seawall, so it's not.
I
If
did
we're
want to
already
add on.
seeing,
Yeah,
if we're seeing that already, and the winds are about 60 miles an hour.
I did want to also add on to what Pat was saying earlier. If this is going to be a Category 3 plus at landfall, then it's quite likely that coastal counties will be placed under an extreme wind warning tomorrow as this approaches landfall. And basically, it's what Pat said. If you are placed under that kind of warning, you are advised to shelter as you would for a tornado. The exception is if you're starting to have flooding. If the lower level starts to flood, you don't want to be in that flooding because the water can rise very quickly. So,
Oh, of course not.
yeah, obviously. So adjust accordingly. But certainly, as Pat said, shelter away from those outside conditions because there's going to be flying debris involved in this, and there's going to be a lot of water, either from flooding, just from the rainfall, or from storm surge flooding as well.
Yeah, that pretty much sums it up right there. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Oh,
Okay. Oh, go
that
ahead.
is
Sorry.
exactly. Justin G says from the National Weather Service in Tallahassee, damage will be greatly accentuated by large airborne projectiles. Locations may be uninhabitable for several weeks or months.
Oh my gosh.
Jeez.
Oh
Well,
my gosh.
that's a problem. It looks like I'm gonna have to go back down to Florida to help restore some homes. I had to do that. I
Yeah.
did that with Ian back in March. Let me tell you something. Storm surge damage is no joke. I've seen it firsthand. The aftermath of it is absolutely catastrophic. I will I'm gonna briefly describe, if that's okay with you, David, what I saw down there, just to give an idea of what
Yeah, you could.
what we could be looking at. When I was down there, the areas where I worked was only under about 6 feet of storm surge. It was still enough to ruin a lot of homes. And to put it more discreetly and to kind of describe it a bit, when you go in, it doesn't look like it's that bad, but the storm surge has a hidden component to it. Like, you have to gut the whole house to basically rebuild it because of the surge. Once water gets into your floors, it ruins everything, especially if it's salt water. So, a good example of this is the flooring. The homes I went to in Florida, they had the kind of a wood where basically you would kind of like wood chips that you would glue kind of back together, kind of like the stuff you buy at Home Depot. Does everyone here know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So here's a quick question for you guys as well as everyone in chat. What does wood do when it interacts with water?
Starts to not to pretty events. Not so pretty events take place when the two mix.
It expands. Yep, it expands. And it also molds and it rots. Well, let me explain what I saw with the base wood that was supporting the flooring. That wood chip, that wood expanded and rotted so much that if you stepped on the base floor by itself, you will fall through the floor. That happened to a couple of my teammates during the trip I was on, and it happened to me once. I fell right through. Thankfully, I didn't get hurt, but because there's a bunch of there's a bunch of bars and stuff. So yeah,
Oh,
thankfully I didn't get hurt, but yeah, but yeah, we had to gut the whole house. There was a bunch of mold everywhere. We had to tear out the walls. We had to tear out the insulation, tear out the bathrooms. There was so much mold in the bathrooms. We had to just gut them. And it took us 3 days to gut the floors because of just how much damage there was. And that's
wow.
yeah, that's pretty much what storm surge does. Now, there was some wind damage that I saw while I was over there, but it was mainly the surge that was the worst of it. There is a reason why they say storm surge is the worst part of a hurricane, because it can create currents that will drag you out. It can ruin your everything in your home. Like, water damage is no joke, especially with salt water, because that shorts out electricity, especially. So that's why I take storm surge damage very seriously. I've seen it firsthand.
Hey, we're starting to get storm surge coming up in the Cedar Grove, Florida camera, and the camera's beginning to shake kind of vigorously at times.
Yeah.
So we're starting to get things kicking.
Oh, I see. Oh, wow, that's crazy right there.
Yeah.
That's got to be a hurricane force gust.
We're getting gusts as of the 12:40 a.m. from the National Weather Service up to 21 there. But I wouldn't be surprised if that just jumps up suddenly.
Oh, honestly, the real-time data speaks for itself. But yeah, that's why I take storm surge damage extremely seriously, because I've seen it and it's not pretty. I don't think anyone in chat here would want to see that, because that's not pretty.
No, it's not. Man, the western eye wall Oh my gosh, it is just on fire right now. Red, red, red.
It looks like it's trying to wrap around itself. It looks like it's going for it.
Yeah,
Looks like it's going.
it's trying. It is trying, and I cannot wait for Recon to fly into there.
It's trying. Like it's trying so hard right now. Like we could see a wrapped system within the hour at that rate. Now I don't think it's gonna stay like that. It's gonna fluctuate, but if it held and it kept going around, yeah, I could definitely see that wrapping around within the hour.
So what John says.
Just wanted to.
Oh, wow. John sent me this image. Really impressive eye wall structure now. Really impressive eye wall. All the way to the top. 60,000 feet high.
Can you are you going to show us that or
Yeah,
what?
I could put the image in the group. Look at this
All
eye
right.
wall. That is very
Jesus.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whoa.
Yeah. I would show that if you want. Show that to your audience if you can. I don't know how that would work exactly.
Yeah, it's hard to make out, but what we're looking at is a 3D dimensional. Actually, you know what? I can bring up my radar, my GR2 analyst, but big, nice, good towering here, and all in half of the quadrant where the heaviest rain is falling. So that is a indication that we have what appears to be a very intense, well-formed, solidified type eye wall.
That's crazy.
That has developed, and it'll be interesting to see what the plane finds when they fly through that, because that's it's going to be pretty serious, very, very serious.
Yeah. What do you guys think they're going to find? First of all, just a first guess.
At least 115. At least.
Anyone else?
I'm at the same, maybe 120.
That's a bit aggressive, but I can see that.
But at least 115.
Okay. Fire Ant. Okay. Okay. Are you there, buddy?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just dealing with work right now.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You're fine.
Yeah. What do you think they're going to find when the Recon goes in?
When they go in,
Yep.
probably about 115.
All right. Ethan B.
Yeah, I'm pretty much on the same train. The 115, perhaps 120 range, but definitely 115.
Okay.
I mean, here's this is something I don't like what the National Weather Service does. If it's like at 119 point whatever, they like to round it upwards.
I mean, they kind of have to. They're not going to say, "Oh, this is 119 miles an hour." Yeah, I mean, as much as it sucks, they kind of have to.
So
it makes it simple.
I mean, if it's 117, which way are they going? Yeah, so
yeah. Some in chat are saying 115. 115. For me, it's hard because it's difficult because I saw the real-time data as it went in last time. I will say this, if we find flight level winds over 120 knots, I will be shocked at that. That's all I'm going to say. And 120 knots, if you do the standard deduction, that's going to equate to a 120, maybe you could push it for a 125 mile per hour hurricane. Personally, it's not that strong yet, but I think 115, maybe 120 if they find those flight level winds does seem appropriate. Also, the structure, especially on radar and satellite, looks absolutely amazing right now. Despite the slitted eye, it still looks very impressive. In fact, the whole thing, the eye wall is wrapping around itself again on satellite. So don't be surprised if they're going to go for 120, but I think personally 115 is a more reasonable choice. That's all I'm gonna say. Until you ask me more questions, of course. I shouldn't be laughing, but here we go. I'm sorry if I dragged it out a bit. Yeah.
All right. Analyst. Wow, just laser showing a very intense solid eye wall.
Yeah, it's moving at 16 miles an hour. I'm reading chat right now while you're dealing with that, David.
Man, that eye.
It definitely is moving pretty fast, but it hasn't stopped it from intensifying so far.
Mm.
I mean,
So at the current rate, by the way, sorry to cut you off, but
no, go ahead. Sorry.
yeah, at the current rate, how far are we from landfall at this point?
Well, we're going at 17 miles an hour about from the latest advisory. Okay, first of all, radar scope has this eye wall almost completely wrapping around. Give it a couple more give me a few more minutes and it will. But that's besides the point. But here's where we're at right now. Basically, from the eye is to pretty much land. We're about 125 to 140 miles offshore, depending on where this goes. So
Yep.
take that, take 17, divide it by that. We're looking at about 7 to 8 hours before landfall at this time. Now, it could move faster or it could move slower. It's just a rough estimate.
Yeah.
That's where we're at.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. Either way, even if it doesn't make landfall as a Cat 4, it's still going to be a very serious situation. And just because it's not a Cat 4 doesn't mean it's not a threat. It's not a threat. Like, I've seen plenty of Cat 3s do a lot of damage. Look at Katrina. It was a Cat 3 when it made landfall in Louisiana. Look what it did to New Orleans.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just an example out there. Dennis also did some did some damage in the Florida Panhandle right before that as a Cat 3. My stepdad was actually in that, so that kind of hits home to me. So, yeah, fun fact about. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you
Yeah,
go ahead,
Category
Ethan. I'm
3
done.
storms, Category 3 hurricanes, that gets into the major category. At that point, we're seeing tornado-like winds. We're seeing enhanced storm surge. Obviously, the storm surge we're dealing with here expected to be 12 to 16 feet. That is incredible, and for this region is unprecedented in a way. Just because of the intensity of the storm, never had a Category 3 make landfall at this particular area. That's what the National Weather Service is saying. So, as what Pat said, it doesn't have to be a Category 4. It doesn't. Even at a low end Category 3, this is still an extremely dangerous, destructive storm that is not only powerful of its own, but the fact that it's going into unprecedented area is something really concerning as well, because what the National Weather Service said, don't compare it to any other storm, which means we really don't know exactly what the extent of the damage will be based on that area that it's making landfall.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ethan. Now I'm going to take over because we have the latest advisory in from the NHC.
Hold on. I wanted to breaking news. There is storm surge occurring now on the Cedar Cove camera. We are starting to see big large breaking waves sending water near the camera. It is getting pretty bad. It is getting really bad on that camera right now.
Let me see that. I can barely the winds are so strong I can barely see them, but yeah, I can kind of make it out.
There's water coming right up. You can see the dark area. There's water coming right up.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can definitely see that. Is it okay if I go ahead and give you the latest?
Yep. Go ahead.
Still 110. It's moving now at 16. It's actually slowed down a little bit. It was at 18 2 hours ago. Now it's at 16. So it's moving north at 360 degrees. So it's moving straight north.
Dude.
So
Are you kidding? They're keeping this at 110.
I think I know why. It's because they're waiting for Recon.
Oh,
Keep
okay.
that in mind. Yeah. But I will say this, 16 or 17, that doesn't really matter. You're still looking at about 8-ish hours before landfall. It just is a difference of a few miles and a little bit more time over water. Now, if it continues to slow down and we get down to like maybe 14, maybe even 13, or I'm pushing it a little bit, that's going to be a massive issue. Now, if it speeds up, it's going to suck short term, but long term, it's going to be a lot more beneficial because it's going to be moving at a much quicker pace. That means those of you in the Iowa are done a lot earlier than you would have if it was moving like at 12. Just giving you guys the benefit of my crystal ball right here, if you know what I mean.
All right, so I wanted to read the 1 o'clock advisory. This is the mini hyper intermediate advisory. Catastrophic storm surge and destructive waves expected in the Florida Big Bend region this morning when Idalia moves inland. 1 a.m. position update. NOAA buoy 42036 recently reported a sustained wind of 54 and a gust up to 65 miles an hour in the northern rain bands of Adelia. Sarasota Bradenton International Airport recently reported a sustained wind of 37 and a wind gust of 61. So that's just the update on that. So we're already getting tropical storm force winds making their way onshore, and this is about to deteriorate very quickly. You can see the water. Look at the water coming way up onto that camera. In fact, if we go over to that camera, I can point that out a little bit more. Right here is where we're starting to get water. Starting to inundate. It's coming further up. Those waves, look how big those waves are too, Ethan. And anyone that's here watching in the chat, in the Discord, the water's coming way up.
Oh, I was just looking at that and just made note. The ocean is getting very rough. The sea is getting rough as that storm surge is starting to make its way toward the shore. We're seeing that water start to pile in, and the sea is very angry, as you can see.
What's going on? Who's very angry?
The ocean.
The sea.
The water, look at it. A new wave is coming up. The water's really coming up now.
Oh, yeah, I see that.
Look at now. You can see it. It's coming higher. I'm telling you, folks, this is going to get worse. It's going to only get worse from here.
Yeah,
Oh, 1000%. Like the geography is going to push that surge up because that's at the right of the storm.
Dang, look at that wind hitting that palm tree. Wow. Look at the wind hitting that palm tree right now.
Oh, yeah, I see that.
Deteriorating.
You could see the force. You could literally see the wind pushing onto the palm tree.
Where is Cedar Cove?
It's in Florida. It's right there where the system's going to make landfall. It's within probably like 10 miles of the landfall point.
Oh boy, okay.
Big, oh, here comes more storm surge. Look at the water coming way up.
Hold on, I'm looking right now. I was just dealing with some. Oh yeah, I see that.
It's only gonna get worse.
Yeah, if you have just tuned into the channel here, we got 330 people here now. You're looking at live video of the storm surge that is starting to come into Cedar Cove, Florida. This is a live view of conditions that are getting worse as Hurricane Idalia is approaching, and we might end up with a Category 3 classification here within the next 50 minutes or so.
Yeah, Recon is not far from the storm right now. Let's take a quick look at that, and then we'll get right back to the live camera. We're starting to see tropical storm force winds inching closer to Cedar Cove as
Cedar Key.
Cedar
Yeah.
Cove. Cedar Key, Cedar Cove, same thing. All right. So here's
I shouldn't be laughing.
Yeah. So here's a look at the Recon mission. They are en route. They are en route right now. We are going to give you the very latest information on this as this inches and inches closer. I'm very sure they're going to find certainly 110 plus mile an hour winds based on our analysis. It doesn't look good. whatsoever.
Yeah, I also have some news as well. The eyeball is completely closed off. It just did.
Lovely.
Um,
Lovely to see an
so-
eyewall close off.
This thing is showing no signs of slowing down anytime soon.
Wow, look at all the lightning going on the western side of this. Tons of lightning. Tons of lightning.
Is that in? Are you showing that on?
No,
Are you showing it?
I'm keeping the camera up for a little bit, but I'm seeing this right now on radar Omega. The eye continues to grow, now about 7 miles in diameter.
Oh, and the eye's also a lot more circular as well.
Yeah, it's very circular. It is very, very stout. I do not like
Oh, I've noticed.
Yeah, the
we
eye's
noted
about.
earlier. I'm sorry.
Yeah, eye's about 11 to 12 miles wide at this point. So that eye's continuing to clear out.
Okay, we got a bit of an update on the IR. Cloud tops negative 117 degrees on the western eye wall.
Gee whiz. That is deep
Oh,
convection.
that is very deep convection.
Oh, wow, we're getting water completely spilling onto those palm trees right now.
Yeah, I was
Oh,
about
yeah.
to say that.
If
Gee
I,
Oh, yep.
whiz.
there
Yep,
is
I see the.
there's water spilling right onto there. This is getting pretty dangerous. Okay, continue watching. Plane will stop in 6 seconds, but don't worry, we'll continue it. Let's go. There we go.
By the way, David, how close is this camera to where the thing is supposed to make landfall?
Cedar. Oh my gosh. Cedar.
I can help you out with that.
Cedar Cove. That's the name of the webcam. Cedar Cove Resort.
And while we're watching this, I did want to bring up too, as Lava Command posted here, we do have a new mesoscale discussion for the tornado threat. It continues to cross tornado watch number 660. Parts of the outer rain bands are currently located over the western Florida peninsula, where strong low-level shear is present. The Tampa Bay radar shows 0 to 3 kilometer storm relative helicity above 400 meters squared per second squared. As Idalia moves further north-northeastward, strong low-level shear is forecast to develop across northern Florida early tonight. This will make conditions favorable for tornadoes within the more discrete elements of the outer rain band. So we do have a continuing tornado risk spreading into parts of northern central Florida as well, and especially as you get closer to the coast with those rain bands.
Gosh. Okay, I'm not trying to laugh at this, but it's very funny to hear shear is going to cause tornadoes, but shear to a hurricane is destructive. So it's interesting. The hurricane, the same storm, will give rise to tornadoes, but if that shear came over the hurricane, it would destroy it.
Right now,
Yeah.
that shear is really doing wonders for the outflow. By the way, I think there's dual channels of outflow from what I saw.
Dual channels, oh boy.
Yep. Yeah, at least I may be tripping though. I may be tripping. But yeah, it looks like it's just one major at least for now. I'll check on satellite. You guys keep doing what you're doing. Yeah, there's still two kind of outflow channels, but one of them is over land and the other one is over Florida. So pick your poison.
Also, we still have a small hail marker in that eye wall.
You're telling me there's hail now. Oh my.
Wait, what?
No, I'm not saying that there is hail, but there's a hail marker showing up on the radar. It has been for a while.
Jeez.
On radar scope?
Well, we're getting echo tops of 62,000 feet.
Oh wow.
That is not good. Not good.
Tell me about it.
Yeah,
You're
again, to
telling me
say
this ain't good.
it's probably not producing hail in reality, but the fact that the convection is so deep, the hail detection algorithm essentially is saying that there could be hail in there based on what it would through its formulas in essence.
The lightning.
Hold on, time out. You said there could be hail in this hurricane?
It's what the radar is detecting through its algorithm, but that's, I think, just because the convection is so deep, we've got what looks like 50 plus decibels base reflectivity all the way out to, this is over 16,000 feet above ground.
Okay, I was about to say, because the only time you see hail in hurricanes is if they are like extreme Cat 5s. We saw that with most infamous case was that with Hurricane Felix in 2007, where we had grapple and hail that forced the hurricane hunters to basically abort their mission into that. So
Wow.
if that's the case, then physics must be very wrong in that.
Cloud
But I don't think that's happening.
cloud tops
Yeah.
cloud tops remain at -100 to -110 plus. The entire system has now a ring of -100 Fahrenheit temperatures. Clouds.
Yep, I can confirm it's also minus 70 degrees Celsius. I know you're doing Fahrenheit. I like to do Celsius when it comes to cloud tops. So
We're getting a lot of lightning in that eye still. That is not good, and it's small, which is prone to rapid intensification much quicker. Quicker surface pressure falls.
By the
okay, it looks
way,
like it's starting to enter the core of the hurricane. The hurricane hunters are.
Oh, fun. Let's see with what they find.
All right, go
Uh,
ahead. Sorry.
yeah, so I was just about to say that it looks like right about now, the storm is starting to make that little turn, shall we say.
Yeah,
It's subtle, but it's there.
It's there in the loop. It could also just be a wobble, but it's a turn
it's
towards
not
the east again.
not really wobbling anymore like it was earlier though. It's pretty stiff where it's moving now.
What I realized the wobbles is all based on when you're looking at the loop in a smaller timeline. Um, if you look at it in a longer timeline, you realize it was just going straight the whole time. It's just the eye getting itself together.
Also, some unfortunate news. The last few scans indicate that the hurricane may have slowed down a little bit.
That's a problem. That's a problem.
Houston, we have a problem.
Just a little bit of slowing. So maybe moving at 15 or so miles an hour, maybe 14.
Now,
Well,
still.
If that's the case, I'm gonna do the math then.
Yeah, do the math. If it's moving at 14,
Moving at 14. Let's see if it's starting to make that subtle turn, and it's heading towards Jefferson County. That's still 137 miles, so that's about 9.5 hours till landfall at 14. At 15, at 15, that's 9 hours.
dang.
So
Another 9 to 9.5 ish hours before landfall.
that is if it's down to 14. So keep that in mind.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start falling asleep in this chair.
Bro, I'm exhausted already. I've covered this so much. I feel ya.
Oh man, this eye. This eye is just intense. And you guys could see,
Tell
look
me
at this.
about-
Look at this. You could see the eye on 3D.
Yep.
Also, an interesting note here. We had mentioned earlier that conditions were expected to be so bad in the Big Bend area of Florida
Ooh.
that the storm chasers were leaving the area. Uh, I have on my GR3, I have where the spotter dots are, so I can see where, if they have their dots activated, where some of these chasers and spotters are located. There are no dots between Cross City, Florida, all the way down to Homa, Homosassa Springs.
About that, yeah,
Yeah, I'm not sure how to pronounce that exactly,
that's
but yeah,
okay.
in that area, north of Brooksville, Florida, to Cross City, there are no storm chasers or spotters down there. They have left that area.
Do you know if the
Gosh.
Weather Channel's left or yet or not? Because I know Jim Cantori's in Cedar Key.
I am unaware of their status.
Okay, just thought I'd ask because Jim needs to take it easy after that close call with Ian.
Tell me about that
Absolutely.
event.
Yep.
I'm letting you know we're getting even more storm surge spilling onto the Cedar Cove camera. It's definitely coming up. It's definitely coming up.
I see that. I see it. I also see the massive surf that behind it. That's insane.
Big time surf.
By the way, guys, you see what I'm surrounded by in my setup? Just screen after screen after screen.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh
L.
my.
Lavender's asking what happened to Jim during Ian. A tree branch was flying towards him, and he got caught in that, and he nearly got carried out with that. So that's what happened. Sorry to cut you guys off. I just wanted to answer that question.
He's also broken the record in the wind tunnel.
Yep.
Remember that whole fiasco? What was that? 20. What year was that?
I think it was 2014.
It was a quieter year. I knew that.
2014.
Yeah.
Yes. 2014, the year of insane winters in St. Louis.
All right, more lightning popping off in the western eye wall. More lightning.
Woohoo.
Yay.
I have no energy in me.
All right, we have just got another wind report. Horseshoe Beach reporting wind gusts up to over 30 miles an hour and a sustained wind of 27 miles an hour.
That's an issue.
It's picking up very quickly there.
Yeah.
Let me go to Recon. Let's see the Recon. Latest Recon. No new update yet.
Yeah, this eye wall is really it's organizing at an extreme pace right now. I've never seen this thing organized at such a fast pace. Then again, I haven't used radar scope a lot, so yeah, right now it's a little lopsided to the west, kind of like how Harvey was back in 2017 when it made landfall, but I think it's gonna completely form by the time it gets to shore. It's forming that. It's going that fast.
Man, the storm surge. Look at the storm surge. It is getting out of control right now. Dude.
Oh yeah,
Look at the storm
rapidly starting to
surge.
come in.
Yeah, I see that really starting to flood the area.
And
Dude.
that's
Also,
been a
right-
short amount of time.
Also, right now, the eye is filled in with cloud cover at this point.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, but at this point, it's not going to really. It hasn't hurt its intensification so far.
So far, quote unquote.
Yeah.
Oh,
But-
big time storm surge coming in on the camera. Big time storm surge. Wow.
Wow.
Oh man.
Hold on. Let me. I'm looking at your.
It's
this-
hitting. It is hitting Cedar Cove pretty hard right now.
Oh
And
yeah,
we're
I'm seeing
not
it. Oh yeah,
even-
I see it. That's got to be a few inches of surge.
And we're not even near the peak of it yet.
Yep, this is live.
until the power stays on. Hopefully, we're lucky when the network stays up and running. Then we can get some live footage. Big, oh my gosh, big wave crashing in right now. Big wave crashing in.
Oh yeah, I see it.
You guys, this is real-time live camera footage.
Yep, I am seeing it.
Thank you, Cedar Cove Resort, of providing this camera. The link is in that live camera I put up there so you all can visit it. So at least there is some credit going to the camera that I'm using. Gosh, that storm surge, you can see it spilling over.
And what's the expected surge to
Six,
fully reach?
16
16,
feet.
12 to 16. Yep. Oh, that's an issue. That's a massive problem.
It's going to wipe that camera clean. Here comes another big piece of surge coming in.
Hopefully they can get the film out or whatever before it gets ruined and corrupted.
That's why I'm on top of this camera right now.
Okay, we're getting, it's about to punch the core in the northern eye wall. The hurricane hunters are already, we're finding flight level winds of 60 knots, SFMRs around 55.
Yep, I'm getting the latest recon right now.
Yeah, pressure's down to 984 where they're at, and they're not even in the eye wall.
Jeez.
Yep.
Man, look at those winds. They are so fierce. Gosh.
No kidding. No kidding.
You know, we're seeing things start to really go downhill in a short amount of time. Lava Command even sent a video too that I don't know who posted it exactly, but Gulfport, Florida is starting to have some storm surge concerns also.
Again, doesn't surprise me.
Whoa, big wave. Big wave collapsing in.
Yeah, I see that. That's crazy.
Oh, man. You guys are witnessing up to the second live real-time camera data live feed from Cedar Cove, Florida. And I'll probably keep this on my stream, so when I look back at this a year later, I can be like, oh, I remember how strong that was, and use that data.
Oh, absolutely.
Yep.
Also want to remind everyone, we're less than 30 minutes away from the 2 a.m. update.
And we have Recon in there.
Yes, we do.
I'm wondering if it's... I'm curious what the pressure's going to be, more than anything. Because it's 9:58 right now. Yeah. Is it going to drop another few millibars after seeing that? I mean, it's already showing massive lightning all over the place. So my big question here is, how low is this pressure going to get? I mean, I'm seeing chat, and there's some are saying around, and someone's saying way below 950. Surely, no, it's not dropping that low. It's not dropping that low. Likely, it's averaging about 2 to 3 millibar drops per hour. So I'd say maybe 950 at the minimum.
Also, big uptick in lightning activity in the eye wall. Big uptick in lightning activity.
Yeah, definitely. Like, I have a bad feeling about this Recon pass. I have a bad feeling about it.
Oh, come on. Say the Star Wars reference.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
There we go.
Yeah.
If you can't tell, I'm a Star Wars fan.
Same here. But anyway, Anakin Skywalker aside, we got a serious situation.
Yes.
Yeah, we still have deep convection going, especially on the western eye wall of this thing. So it is still seeing some significant activity here.
Yeah, it's like the extreme core of the eye wall is already wrapped in 180 degrees. That's going to rotate around and potentially fill in the rest of it. And if that's the case, then, well, that's a thick, juicy eye wall right there that won't really have much
Oh,
of a shot to weaken.
Lava Command says new intense burst of deep convection going on, contributing to the lightning. That is, this is bad.
Let me see.
Oh wow, yes, big
Yeah, I know
explosive,
exactly what he's talking about.
really deep, right there.
Yep, minus 80 cloud tops, minus 80 degrees Celsius cloud tops on that.
Gee whiz.
7 lightning strikes on that within the last 5 minutes.
That's a problem.
Yeah, that's interesting too, because again, lightning is not extremely common around these hurricanes unless they are strong with very deep convection. That's apparently what we're getting here with this really intense burst of convection that is trying to encircle the eye.
Yep.
Man, I could see that storm surge really coming in. This is not good.
And some people right now might say, it's only like a puddle of surge right now.
That's going to increase.
It's gonna increase. You won't be calling it a puddle in a few hours. You will be calling it a river, if not the ocean on your doorstep on that camera. And probably by that point where it's the ocean, we won't have this camera.
Okay, we got a new surge, new piece of water coming on. Not significant though, but oh, this is going to be significant. It's building up.
It's building up.
Ooh.
Oh, look at this coming in. Look at this coming in. Look at that.
Oh, that's a whoa.
That came in. That came in really hard.
Yeah.
A wrecking ball.
I think it's in Cedar Cove or something like that.
Oh, geez. Yes.
Yeah. That's crazy.
What's up, Ethan WX?
Wow.
How are you?
Wow. Looks like the surge is coming up. I'm doing pretty good.
Dude, this thing is explosively intensifying. It's not even a joke.
Yeah, we were covering it on my stream. He actually covered for me for a bit. Yeah.
Wow, that water.
Oh, well, okay. I'm looking at this. Radar is looking at minus 60 dBz in the western eye wall.
What?
Yep.
Oh, we got
blips of it on radar
Yep,
scope.
we got pink. We got pink now.
Whoa.
Yep, 62 decibels. 62 decibels on the western eye wall.
Wow.
By the way, I have to mention on that live camera, the wind
Echo
seems to
tops.
be getting a lot stronger.
Also, echo tops about 55 to 65,000 feet.
That's
Man,
64K right there.
On the camera,
That
you
is
can't even
incredible.
see the water anymore, really. 'Cause of
Okay,
all
the eye's starting
rain.
to clear out again, just a heads up.
Oh yeah, I see that. Thanks for the heads up.
62 dBz in it.
Yeah, we talked about that, yeah.
62 dBz. That is phenomenal.
Yeah, no kidding. Okay. I am very nervous about this pass right now.
We're about to get new data. We're about to get new data. Anytime.
Yeah, give it a couple of minutes. Most likely.
Anytime. New data coming into the news weather room. Actually,
Yep.
I'm going to get my Twitter ready. I'm going to be posting something on this right when we get the data.
That is pretty stunning. I know that this is over 16,000 feet above ground based on the Tampa radar, but 60 plus decibels of reflectivity in the eye wall, that is insanely intense from the rainfall reflectivity perspective, and indicative of very strong convection around that eye wall.
Yeah, speaking of 60 dBz, it's reduced down to the upper 50s, but that very strong band of the eye wall is about to wrap around and complete. We're at 270 degrees
Those
around.
big convection bursts, assuming they don't cloud over the eye, help to clear the eye, which is what we are now seeing. What's up, Justin G? I'm letting you know we are getting serious storm surge, or getting the storm surge coming in Cedar Cove, Florida. Same thing.
Yeah, same thing.
Come on, I need data. Oh,
Me
they
too.
got the eye, and you would not believe what they found.
Let me see. Hold on. Let me take a look. All right. What did they find?
They did not find 96 knots, that's for sure. They did not find 96 knots.
All right. Give it a second for me to update because we'll look at that. Okay. Hold on a second.
Oh my gosh, Justin, oh my gosh. Justin said it has updated 101 SFMR winds and pressures down to 944 millibars.
Whoa.
944 millibars, according to Justin.
Okay.
According to
All right.
Justin.
All right. Okay. All right. I can confirm that. Flight level winds are okay. Flight level winds around 100 knots or 95 knots. SFMRs are. Yeah. Okay. SFMR value. That's about 103. That's about. There's one that's 101. Another that's 103.
Yep, here it is. There's a pressure. 944 millibars. 944 millibars.
Yep.
Wow, they actually
That's
did not.
okay.
They did not get the northeastern or southeastern quadrant.
They need to go into the northeast. They need to go into the western eye wall to check that out because that's the strongest on radar. But what I will say is this.
Oh my god.
At this point, we are at 944. That's probably going to go up to 946 because there's a margin of error with extrapolated pressure.
Oh, really?
Either way, this thing is deepening at 4 millibars an hour at least. 4 millibars an hour. For those of you who don't know how crazy that is insane. That is insane.
And this guy, I don't know if you're okay with me disclosing this. Pat's Path Predictor is going to college for meteorology. And
I'm cool with that. It's pretty
Okay.
much public information at this point.
All right, I just want to make sure. Oh, new tornado warning. Wow, you want to
I'll check it out.
The hurricane's ripping out the angry card right now. Now we got a tornado warning.
Yeah, that's in Osceola County and no, that's for Polk County, Hardy County, and Highlands County.
All right.
Osceola is the next one over.
Urgent wind report coming out of Sarasota. Wind gust 67 miles an hour right now. Almost hurricane force wind gusts.
Yeah. That thick part of the eyeball is just about to wrap around again. We're up to about 320 degrees around.
Yeah.
I'm on radar scope, so that's how I'm finding this.
Oh,
okay,
it's
never mind.
close.
New scan just came in. It's getting there. It's almost there. We also have another 60 dBz rating. 60, yeah, exactly 60.
Oh, 60 dBz. That is not good. This is a major. This is a major hurricane. I don't care.
Oh, absolutely, it is. Like the SFMR, like these aren't flagged or anything. So this could be one. I'll be blunt with you when I say this. This could be either 115 or 120. We need to see what those drops are calling for. And we need to check the western eyewall because based on the amount of lightning there is.
Man, this is not
What's up?
this is not flagged at all. Surface winds, surface frequency microwave radiometer winds 101 knots. So that's a major hurricane. That's 115 plus miles an hour.
Yep. Yeah, we'll have to see what that drops in says as well, because that's going to give us that crucial information. But we do know that this is in the 940s. There's no argument at this point. There's no argument.
Yeah, I do want to say too, just a bit of some information on that tornado warning because that was issued recently. This is very near the Avon Park area. Moving northward, frostproof, you're in the warning. It might go near there, maybe just to the east of there, but this is a small but fairly tight circulation that is coming very near the Avon Park area now. That tornado warning remains in effect until 2 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time.
Okay.
Man, I am going crazy on Twitter right now. I'm posting like mad.
Hurricane force winds on that live camera, by the way.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
Kind of
let's see
looks
it.
like it.
Oh my goodness gracious.
For a
getting
second
strong.
there,
Show it.
there,
Yeah,
it
could
looked
you-
even worse.
Oh, that's a damn.
It probably is in like a band that has gusts up to hurricane force. I wouldn't be surprised.
That looks like 80 right there, honestly.
It's hard
70.
to tell with palm trees because they're so stiff, but
Yeah.
also flexible. They're a flexible, stiff variety. They don't really move, but we can tell by the rain. It's definitely at a very good clip. Yeah, that looks like hurricane force. At least on and off. Right now with the rain, don't fully say the rain is. Oh yeah, that's 100% hurricane force right there. The rain is not a good measurement to go by. Look at the palms.
You know what? Justin G says they might pull the plug on 105 knots. That could be 120 miles an hour in their next update.
Possible.
That is possible, yes.
I'm trying to see that surge, but I can't see it because, well, it's night vision. We all know how crappy night vision can be.
Yeah.
No, there's no
with-
water
with-
pouring in. I don't see anything. Not yet.
Not yet. Keyword yet. As I say that, some words are creeping up.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Bless you.
You're good.
We both said bless you at the same time.
We have a 1-inch hail marker on that western eye wall.
Okay, so we can
What?
tell
What?
that it's
Wait.
it's strong, but it's probably not 1 inch.
No, yeah.
Hail.
Hail does not, unless this thing is like a explosively intensifying system, that doesn't exactly happen.
Which I mean, could be a thing. But
Yep.
highly unlikely. Yeah, fully explosive.
I mean,
Man, this is scary, okay? None of the hurricane models have pressures this low making landfall in Florida. Even the H Wharf, the lowest pressure, 943, 944 millibars at landfall.
I'm gonna be honest with you, David. Don't look at the models. Those are forecasting models. We're now casting. We're now casting this crap right now.
Yeah.
So
We're getting rid of weather models, folks. We're now casting this event since this is a big deal. Sorry, rest in peace, hurricane models.
yeah, I stopped using those in my stream today. I said, like, if you using models within 24 hours of a hurricane landfall doesn't do much good, in my opinion.
No. Wow, we're getting 40-mile-an-hour winds right now near... Oh, we're getting 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts at Cedar Key right now from the east.
Yeah, I see some those waves breaking and bringing in some potentially more surge. Oh, we got a wave coming in right now. It's not sure how. Yeah, it's getting. I'm not sure how impactful it's going to be, but it's still quite concerning.
Oh
my
my
stuff's a bit
gosh,
delayed.
this is bad.
Oh yeah, we got more coming in.
Oh wow, that was a big wind gust. Big wind gust.
Yeah, the more the palms flex, the more powerful the wind is.
Yeah.
So for category 1, they don't really flex too much. They do a little bit, but I remember like the Weather Channel did like a demonstration render of this and it was actually pretty well done, but it shows how much they bend. Around like a category 3 is where you start seeing them start severely bending if the
Oh
and at
my
that point,
gosh.
What's going on?
what?
Flight level winds, you would not believe this. Now the SFMR
Hold
winds
up, let me look.
are not as strong, but flight level winds 160 knots.
Wait,
160 knot flight level wind.
160 or 116?
160. Cause
160?
oh wait, no, wait, hold on. Okay, I keep on looking at those triangles thinking it's one
You scared me for a sec.
50, 100, 100 and 110 knots. Oh wait, no, 105 because it's half of a barb. Sorry, false alarm. 105 knot flight level wind.
Hold up. Okay, we got drops in the eye wall. Okay, so just above the surface is we're at 100 knots. I'd say about
Where do you
30
see
to 40
this?
feet above. Tropical tidbits. Eye dropson came out 948. That's in the eye. But keep in mind there's winds of 25 miles an hour, so it's probably around 946 if you take that into account
Wow,
that
whoa,
this
whoa,
isn't in the
whoa.
center. Well, slow down. It didn't go straight in the center of the eye.
It didn't?
That's why I'm saying there's still 25 knots right here.
I was saying
And-
whoa on the live camera. Sorry.
Oh, never mind. Sorry. Okay. This
was
thing's a
just
cat.
saying,
This
yeah.
thing's likely a cat 3. I'm being honest when I say that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it looks like it. There's enough
Very
data.
likely.
There's enough data to back it up.
What's with us
Okay.
today? Saying things at the exact same time.
Well, we work to get well. That's all I'll say.
We
But
do
yeah,
work
there's
together.
100 knot winds at 954 millibars, and it's in 77 at 957, which is the surface. The difference between 925 and 957 is just 300 meters.
All right,
Um,
I've got to say the eye wall is now completely closed. Completely closed, surrounded by all yellow.
Can confirm.
Yeah, it's completely
But-
closed.
Yeah. Okay, this is interesting. At 950 millibars, we're at 122 knots.
I don't know
So
if you noticed this, but it seems like it's made a turn to the right.
yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Yep, we're
Yep.
talking about that. Yeah, we're talking about that. But yeah, 950 at 950 millibars, that height, 122 knots. That's a few hundred feet above the ground right there. Just pointing that out.
Wow.
It's not set in stone, but just pointing that out. I think it's going to be 115 or 120 at this point. There's enough evidence to support both. I think they're going to go 115 just to be more realistic, but I think 120 is not off the table.
Boy, this really made a right turn. Man, live it.
It did?
It really
Yeah.
did.
It's still going. And if it keeps on like that, we have some issues for some southern parts of Florida.
Okay,
Well, some more southernly parts of Florida, shall I say.
it looks like it's a little subtle, but it looks like I'm not sure where that turn's going, but if that continues, that's heading for
going northeast.
Gainesville.
Northeast. So then it would not, right at the current moment,
Oh
if
my
it keeps on that
goodness.
trajectory, which I doubt it will fully keep on that trajectory, if I'm being totally honest. But who knows?
Lightning
Oh.
strike count up to 20. 20 lightning strikes within the last 10 or so minutes.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Hold.
Gosh,
Yeah,
this
it's-
is not good.
This eye's pretty much closed off. It's not. It's pretty much closed off at this point. Just, well, and since the eye's also clearing out some more as well, well, we're in for a wild ride. We're in for a very wild ride.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
What happened?
I believe we lost the power to the camera on Cedar Key.
Oh, that may be an issue.
Yep. Oh, hold on. Oh, it's on. It's on. Maybe not. Maybe. Yep.
It's buffering.
I
Ma-
still have it.
Okay, good. It's working.
It's just taking a second. It's
Please.
I have it on my
Southeast,
share right now.
southeastern eyewall has 90 knots surface frequency microradiometer. So what are your thoughts, Justin? I know this is a dumb question, but do you think this is a Cat 3, Justin? Do you think they're going to up this to a Cat 3?
okay. This is crazy. Okay. All right, while you're waiting, I just finally got access to the flight level winds and the SFMRs.
Yeah.
Flight level winds, okay, this doesn't make too much sense, but flight level winds are around 110 knots in that eastern eyewall. SFMRs are only at 80, which, I mean, that's it. I mean, it's we'll have to.
Yeah,
I
don't
want to see a drop. I want to see a drop sent in that to see what's going on.
It's going Cat 4 100%, likely right before landfall. A 945 millibar pressure.
We're already down to not
Takes some
likely
time to get those
948.
winds down to the surface.
Confirmed 945.5.
Really, in the eye?
It's 948, but it was also 25 knot winds at the surface. You subtract 1 for every 10 knots.
Okay.
So 1.5, it was.
Was it 945 point what?
Or it was 25 knots, so it would be 2.5. So it was 948 to 945.5.
So
More
about
surge
946 essentially.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Sorry, we're doing okay. It's a 120 mile per hour hurricane.
What?
It's
They did
Yep.
the...
Pressure's 945 millibars. I'm going to go ahead and read this real quickly. So, Idalia rapidly intensifies into a major hurricane. Catastrophic storm surge and destructive winds expected in the Florida Big Bend region this morning when Idalia moves inland. It is moving at 15 miles an hour, so it's slowing down.
Oh, no. 15
Yeah.
now? Is
Yep.
it... Oh, gosh. No.
Current winds are 120 miles an hour. Minimum central pressure is 945. Storm surge remains the same. Tropical storm force and hurricane force winds stay the same. But
Well, that's on the complete
this is a major
advisory.
hurricane. This is a major hurricane, ladies and gentlemen. That's a problem. I knew this was on the table as soon as I saw those flight level winds.
I'm not getting
David-
the update yet. Why am I not getting the update?
I for some reason have it, but
Oh,
I
yep,
just wanted to
it's
read it out.
945 millibars. So that extrapolated pressure is more of the correct one.
Yep.
Bingo, Ethan WX. Ethan spotted that on too. Everyone-
You got it right. You got it right.
945.5.
Yeah, they actually rounded it down. That's surprising. I mean, the NXT usually does that.
And that pressure's really low for a 120 per hour storm, so those winds are going to increase further.
Oh yeah, and
What-
the fact that the eye wall just closed and it's starting to pop out again.
You know what this means?
Yeah,
You know what this means?
the drop might be
What?
assisting it too.
We have two major hurricanes happening simultaneously.
Yep. So we have two major hurricanes happening at once. All right.
That's a rare thing.
So, okay, so that's what's going on with that.
There it is. Two major hurricanes at once.
I'm gonna say this. Yeah, they're saying it's 13 millibars an hour. Most likely, no. Most likely not. It's probably dropped about 4.1 millibars per hour. They just didn't get Recon out there to confirm it. So, yeah, this is a Cat 3 at 945. This thing, I think 140 is absolutely on the table, considering the pressure's just plummeting at this point, and the fact that those winds, like the winds at those Cat 4 winds are only a few hundred feet up. Just keep that in mind. If that mixes down to the surface, then, well, another Cat 4 landfall at our hands. But either way,
That's
this
two
thing
Cat
is going
4
to,
hurricanes in a week, too, by the way.
yeah.
So let me see I want to just kind of go off topic here. Look at the ace points. It's going straight uphill. 19th place we're 19th place we're in. Right now we're only a point shy of 2020 at this time. So we're almost in ace points, we're almost busier than 2020 hurricane season, despite 2020 having more named storms.
David,
What?
look at the live camera in Discord.
Let me see. Oh, that's a problem.
Let me see.
Yeah,
Oh,
I see it.
is that... Wait, what are you seeing? I'm not seeing anything.
It was just worse like 10 seconds ago.
Okay, you know what? I gotta keep an eye on the camera. David to the rescue, watching the camera.
David. Yeah.
Well, good luck
Surge
with
coming in.
that. Yeah.
Also, David, did you see what Justin G said?
Let's see. Let's see what he said. This is the first time there have been two major hurricanes at the same time in the Atlantic in August since 1893? 1893! And the first time in any month since 2017.
Irma and Jose in 2017.
Oh my gosh.
That's a problem. Just we need to keep things are looking bleak. We just need to, the most important thing going into this is we need to keep a cool head. We need to remain calm.
Yeah.
I know it's tough with how quickly this thing is exploding and how close it is to land, but we need to cooler heads prevail.
Scary part is it still has over 100 miles to go.
Yeah, and about 9 hours left at this point. Another wave just crashed on.
Yeah.
Well, there you have it. It went to they jumped to 120.
You know what? There's blue sky on that camera. It's not even raining. It's all spray hitting the camera.
Okay,
Yeah.
hold the phone. They're finding hurricane force flight level winds well outside of this thing. Now, I'm not sure how much of that is mixing to the ground. It's SFMRs around 50 to 55 knots. But either way, they're going into the northeastern eye wall.
Oh, yeah. I want to ask Ethan WX this.
Ethan?
Yeah.
David
So-
wants to ask you something.
Alright.
And maybe
What's up?
you could teach my viewers this, because you're really special, you know. So
Yeah.
you were saying this system for 944-ish millibars is very low for a Category 3 hurricane, and you were saying that it's gonna those winds will still increase. So why is there a lag between as the pressure is falling rapidly, the winds do not increase rapidly like with the pressure fall?
I mean, it really just comes down to basic physics. You know, the wind is driven by the pressure gradient force. As the central pressure of the storm drops, that gradient gets stronger, and then eventually the wind will increase as well. So there will be a lag in the wind, but 945 for a category 3 at 120 miles per hour is very low. And also, this is a smaller hurricane. It's not like Irma, which was at a similar intensity with a similar pressure. This is actually a pretty compact hurricane. So, I mean, realistically, at 945 with a storm of this size, it would, once the lag caught up, the winds would probably increase to 130. And keep in mind, this storm is still intensifying. So in another hour, it might be down to 940.
Yep.
I fully expect to see low 930s at landfall.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not even joking about that.
Yeah, and I'll also answer this as well. Based on this, there's only 2 options that this thing can do.
What?
The first option is it can push out considerably, like it has been doing, which would make things even worse because of the storm surge. Like the wind field would push out, or it's going to rapidly intensify. Right now, it's doing the latter. It did the former for yesterday. It's done playing around. It's getting ready to charge up like it's in Dragon Ball Z, and it's getting ready to go.
Oh yeah. And look at and I wanted since Ethan WX is there. Look at this, Ethan WX, the 3D on this.
Is coming together perfect for this storm.
Yeah, there's also storm surge right now in Cedar Cove right here. It's hard to tell because it's night, but it's been getting.
See, the palm trees are flapping.
Yep.
Right there.
Yeah, it's
There he
looking.
goes.
Ooh.
I know parts of Clearwater and St. Peter experiencing flooding on the roads and stuff. I can post on Twitter.
Yeah, is it like from surge or is it
It's
from?
surge.
Oh, that's a problem. Okay.
Problem is, this is now. It was heading due north. Now it's kind of turned this way.
Yeah.
So I could very well see it becoming a threat to
Those areas
Gainesville up the road.
Yeah. Look at how closed off that eye wall is right there.
I mean, that is solid. That's the best I've seen.
Okay.
Okay.
New
up?
new quick update on Justin G, but also Ethan WX. Look at the eye on 3D while I'm reading Justin G's thing.
Yeah, we were just taking a look at the eye right now, as a matter of fact.
The
Yeah,
3D,
it's crazy.
the 3D.
Yeah, the 3D eye is credible.
Yeah, starting to see, this is what Justin G is saying, starting to see stabilization in the CDO with real symmetrization for the first time. This is truly go time for this thing to blow up further. Buckle up tight.
Well,
Adding some
the
words
only-
there.
Yeah, I know. I don't want to say this because I don't like to say this, but I know people are saying it's maybe pulling an Ian. I hope it doesn't do that.
The one good thing about this is it's going to be a much smaller storm than Ian.
Oh, absolutely, without a doubt. It doesn't mean the Big Ben's not going to get hit as hard.
It also means that it has the capacity to get stronger.
Yep.
Because smaller storms intensify fast.
Yeah.
Also, the SSTs are even warmer right now than they were during Ian.
Oh, absolutely, they are.
So,
Yeah,
Oh,
they're 30
there's-
degrees Celsius all the way. 86
Oh.
degrees Fahrenheit.
This is
All right.
bad.
No, it's 88 degrees Fahrenheit all the way.
That's
up.
that's even worse.
And then near the coast, as it makes landfall, it's 89 to 90.
Shit.
Oh, language.
Oh. Even worse than what?
I'm sorry. I had to let it slip once. I'm
Sorry, folks. That's
Son.
that's the true nature of how serious this is, because we have 400 people watching right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Listen, I think meteorologists on live television have done it way more than us. So at least they have the beep.
Okay.
Ethan,
So
Ethan B, not Ethan WX. You know what it's time for?
What is the time for?
Turning on the ad. You're the ad. You're the commercial. Quick
Let's
promo.
go.
Yeah, well, we just wanted to welcome everyone here who has recently joined. If you have recently joined, thank you for being here, everyone. We really appreciate that. Continuing the coverage into the night of this significant storm. You were here, witness to the official announcement that this has reached Category 3 intensity, major hurricane, expected to make landfall as a Category 4. And if you are new to the stream, please give it a like and subscribe. We really do appreciate that. And that helps us to get the information out more, because the goal going into this is to spread this information about this hurricane real time to as many people as possible. And through you, we can accomplish that mission. We can get it out to more people, make them more aware, and keep everyone up to date on what's going on.
Yeah,
Also-
100%. Go ahead, David.
Also, Ethan, don't forget about the Discord.
Of course.
Oh yeah. I did want to mention too what David just said there. There is a new Discord server that David has. It is in development and it will be open, I believe, October 1st to the public. But if you are a member, you said September 15th, right?
Yep, I
Mid-September?
decided, yeah, 2 weeks sooner.
Okay, yeah. So if you are a member, then you can get into the server 2 weeks early, and it's going to be good because we're going to have a lot of information there. It's going to be nice. It's going to be relaxing. You can come in there and you can talk with us. You can talk with a bunch of the other people on here. It's going to be a really good place to get information and to just relax and have fun. So be on the lookout for that as well.
Thank you, Ethan. You're actually awesome. Thank you for the promotion. And that
Okay.
ad is sponsored by Ethan B.
All right.
Oh,
Okay.
We're getting velocities of 130 now out of the Tallahassee radar.
Which is closer, Tampa or Tallahassee still?
I'm using both of them because the Tampa one does not get the eastern quadrant with its velocity, so I use the Tallahassee, and that gets the different quadrants.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So I'll stay on for a little bit longer, but then I have to head to bed. I just want to see what the Recon is seeing when it goes through that northeastern eye wall, and then I'll probably call it a night once the drop comes in.
Darn it, you can't stay up all night.
It's
Oh,
it's 1 a.m. here, so it's 2
true.
a.m. in Florida. So yeah, I appreciate everyone welcoming me with open arms. So
You are
Yeah.
a champion and a trooper, Pat's Path Predictor, along to go with Ethan WX, because you guys are both going to school for meteorology, and especially when Ethan WX called that before the NHC, before the Drop Zone did, that was big. That, like, a big round of applause has to be given to Ethan WX.
Yeah, he just taught me something right back there.
Yeah, I heard it about the pressure, how it lags and stuff.
Yep. Yeah, speaking of stuff, the drop went into the southeastern eye wall. It's a bad drop. Didn't get to the surface before. Yeah, so just letting you guys know, it got down to 953 millibars, but that's not the surface, and it kind of either it lost contact or it broke on the way down to the surface, because that's the lowest we got, 953 millibars. So just giving you guys some insight right here.
Mm-hmm. Man, this
Yeah.
is really, really strong eye. Really bad.
Yeah. All right. I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
Yep.
Yeah. Don't go anywhere.
Oh, no, I'm still here. We're going to be here all night.
All right.
all night into the morning.
I'll be back.
Man, the echo tops on this, Ethan, 52 to 59,000 feet high.
Yeah, the convection is really deep on there, and we're still, I think, we're still picking up small hail markers in that, which is very unusual to see. We're probably not seeing actual hail in the storm, but just the fact that the algorithm is detecting that is pretty extraordinary in itself.
Someone keeps on saying 944, 944. What's the latest, viewers? If you're ahead of me, what's the latest? What are you guys talking about in chat?
Wide world of tropics.
I'm not getting any new updates on Recon. Unless you guys are all psychic. Just kidding.
And yes, Isaac Logan, it did have a rightward turn. We did see that based on the radar presentation, I believe. And we will monitor the track accordingly. It still has several hours before it does make landfall. Pat had calculated earlier at least about 8 to 9 hours, perhaps, but that does depend on the speed of the storm. It has slowed down some. If it changes direction, that could have an influence on it as well. But we're talking about, at least 6 to 9 hours before it does make landfall.
Shoot, you know what I forgot to do? Update my thumbnail.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Maybe I should update mine.
I have to update mine now because it's like viewers are going to be like, "Oh, you're under clickbaiting." I'm not clickbaiting at all, but hey, now's the time you guys get to briefly see how I make my thumbnail. So all I got to do is based on the Recon, we're probably stretching it for 130. I'm going ahead of myself so I don't have to change the thumbnail all the time. So yeah, it's gonna say 130. Please ignore it. Actually, you know what? No, I'm gonna put 125. That's going to be a bit better because I really don't want to overhype this. So, but that way I don't have to change this all the time. So how's everybody doing in chat? Let me know. Let me know. How's everybody enjoying the stream? You guys are brave angels at enjoying the stream this late at night. It is a life-threatening situation. I'm not as tired as I
am
was earlier.
back. So did I miss anything?
Nope, you didn't. I'm updating my thumbnail though.
Okay, cool.
I have to do this quick.
So tired.
Yeah, I know I know. I will say this is worth staying up late for. This is definitely worth it because we have a lot of people who are probably very scared and wondering what's going on. And I'm just glad I'm here to help you guys out.
I could just hear this. I'm not hearing things. Don't think I'm hallucinating, but I could just hear like people, help, help, I need help, David. It's like, it's just.
Okay, I think you're going absolutely mentally insane.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, let's just. Okay.
Sorry if I'm over.
You got a new member. You got a new member.
Yay! Thank you, Ryan. And remember what new members will get access to. Ethan just said.
I don't like that. I don't like how creepy that sounded.
Sorry.
It's not Halloween just yet.
It's the sugar. It's the sugar that's going through my
Yo, Ryan just doubled down. He gave you a super chat.
Thank you for the $2 donation, Ryan. I do appreciate that.
Yeah, shout out to Ryan, man. You came in clutch tonight.
Super clutch.
Yeah.
So
okay.
I am going to put this at a Cat 4 at Landfall right now. Purple.
I agree. Anyway, while you're doing that, 60 DBZ is coming back again for the 15th time.
Wow.
Yep. It's not this. It just won't go away. Yeah, and another $5 super chat, David. Just letting you know.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I do appreciate all the super chats, everybody.
Yeah.
Especially staying on the air Probably, I wish YouTube would not cut this DVR down. Like, it would just, because I know this is going to be, like, scrunched down, so I won't be able to get the whole thing. But I have until about 2 o'clock before the 12-hour cutoff point.
Wait,
Or-
YouTube doesn't allow you to stream. Only allows
No,
you to stream for 12 hours.
you could stream over 12 hours, but only 12 hours of the DVR is saved onto their system.
It's a storage
Oh.
limitation that they don't
Okay.
want you to stream for like, I don't know, million years.
I mean, at least they're trying to keep you healthy. I mean, that's a bad joke, but still.
Am I
Is it bad?
able to put this cone and fit it in there? Darn it, I have to make a new freaking track cone for my thumbnail.
Ooh.
Darn it. I get to draw this out. That's a lot of fun. Gifted 1 David Schlotthauer memberships. Logan Dog has earned that gifted membership. Congratulations, Logan Dog, for becoming a member.
Yeah.
So I'm going to
Yeah.
just move the cone. Oh, wait, no. Ha! Darn it.
Just got my thumbnail done. You guys can look at it. I put in the
If I could hire someone to make me a thumbnail tonight, that would be great.
I wouldn't recommend like if I were to make one for you, I wouldn't say it would be the best compared to yours, but
No, it's
The-
fine.
something. Like you can just look at mine. It's very sloppily put together, but just an update nonetheless.
It's good. It's good.
Also, Justin G says Recon has confirmed that the eye is indeed a 10 nautical mile wide pinhole.
Yep. Yep.
But,
Gosh.
not great, but you know what I mean.
This is bad. This is not. Each passing witching hour is just disaster. Feel like is, I kind of watch Ghost Adventures, but it's just like, something bad is gonna happen, but you don't know when it's gonna happen, kind of thing.
Yeah, speaking of something bad happening, this thing's about to go into the eyeball. We'll have to wait another 10 minutes.
Where's Scooby-Doo when we need him?
Yeah.
If you can't tell, I'm exhausted, so I'm trying to keep any little joke from me closing my eyes and falling asleep.
Yeah. I make pretty corny jokes, so I'm not sure if I can help you with that.
Mm,
But anyway, I'm not gonna do any of that right now. What I am gonna do is continue to look at this recon and kind of just look through all this. That's really been an absolute. It's been absolutely crazy. I'll just put it that way.
train wreck.
This is
It's
not.
not a train. This is not a
Yeah.
train wreck at all. I mean, it is for those who are going to get impacted, but
Yeah.
this system is clearly like it's one of the. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm.
Yeah.
Also, Ryan donated another $5 and says, has a hurricane ever moved into waters that are as hot as they are now? I think that's why this is intensifying so fast and quickly.
I'm gonna give my simple answer. No, I don't think I've
Nope.
seen waters like this.
In recent times.
Yeah.
Past times, you have to go digging through the archives.
CFR donated $20. The first
Whoa.
chat from CFR. So thank you for the chat and the donations, everybody. I mean, it means a lot. It really does.
You
All
guys
right.
are really helping David out, and
I'm gonna score high on this. I'm going 130, so I don't have to change my thumbnail again.
yeah, I would
Cl-
keep it at 130 for now.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. So that way I don't have to change the thumbnail again. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? I don't have to go in there and just change the thumbnail as it takes extra time to do. So therefore I have to go in here and upload the latest image. Are you guys ready to see my new thumbnail of the top? I might update the title too. We'll see. Here is the new thumbnail. Should be up in a second.
Okay.
Let me know if it went through, because I can't see YouTube on my end except the chat. Wow,
see what
that eye is really clearing out.
It sure is.
So we're going to get new recon data. Here we go. Let's see. Okay, a wind gust up to 30 miles an hour was reported on the Horseshoe Beach.
Yeah. Okay. So far, pressure's 984 so far, and they're not even in the core yet. So this thing is already a 945 millibar system. I do not want this to go back in there 30 minutes later and see this drop an extra 5 millibars, because that's a massive issue.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, it's already 945, so it's already.
Did the thumbnail update, you guys? Ryan,
Yes.
that donated, that did the super chat. Is my thumbnail updated?
I'm checking right now.
If so, then I'll update the title. Probably.
Okay. Do you have winds of 130 on your new thumbnail?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't see it yet. It's gonna take a few minutes.
I saw it.
Then it's gonna take me a couple of minutes.
Gonna probably like run outside in a few as my local cloud cover clears up briefly so I can capture the full moon. Just saying,
Yeah.
I saw the special blue moon thing. Whoa.
Oh, Justin G says, "Holy donations!"
Holy donations! I donated $10.
You
Earlier.
know what's holy is this hurricane. It has a hole
Ugh.
inside.
My God, no, I'm done.
Bro, corny, bro. That joke was actually. I mean, the delivery was okay, but the joke itself wasn't the best.
Sorry.
No, you're good. I
And
make
also,
bro. I make bad jokes, but the delivery always makes they always save them. Like the delivery of those jokes always makes them at least spice a little bit. Except for my joke to one of my friends about the Las Vegas Chargers for some reason, which are in Los Angeles. While we're waiting on Recon to come in, if you want me to explain the story, I can, but it's gonna take like 30 seconds.
It's all right.
You sure?
could. Yeah, you could do it.
All right. So basically, Matt's who's the other friend I'm talking about. He said he had to go get his charger, and I then made a joke about I was like, you better get your charger before Las Vegas takes it. And he was like, what? And I was like, yeah, because Las Vegas has the Chargers, right? And Matt's like, they're not in Las Vegas, Patrick. They're in Los Angeles. And it absolutely killed the delivery of the joke. And
oh my.
yeah, my joke was already pretty bad, but the delivery absolutely made it, absolutely killed it. That's how my jokes usually are. So yeah, I'm trying to lighten the mood a little bit in this stream. It's yeah, I know it's probably I know I probably shouldn't because we're covering a hurricane, but I had to.
You know what? I need a good point. Sorry to switch things up.
Oh, it's good. It's
David,
good.
you should donate your part of your revenue from today's stream to the American Red Cross. Let me see. American.
I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, I'm going to do that right now before things could get wild. Donate online. I'll do a donation. Want to give? I am going to donate, and I want to do this so I can show you guys proof that I'm doing it.
Yeah, I'm glad you're doing that. Yeah, once you're done donating, I have another story, but I have another story I can tell. But yeah, but we'll wait until you're done with that. And this is just waiting. We're just waiting until Recon gets in, because once Recon gets in, it's
Okay.
yeah, it's gonna be it's gonna be.
I cannot show my pay stuff, so that's why I have to hide it. But I want
Oh,
you
that's fine.
I cannot. That's my bank account. That
Yeah,
and it's
I
loading.
appreciate that. Yeah.
We encountered an air processor. Ugh, what? Why can I donate? What the heck? Disaster relief. Want to support. What the freak?
Also, in relation to what someone was saying earlier, asking about the expected landfall location, um, if it keeps a straight course approximately, we would be looking at, let me see here, and this is going to change with time, obviously, but Taylor County, Florida is a place we're looking at, because that does include the areas just to the northwest of Horseshoe Beach, which you heard David talk about a little bit ago. Uh, that could be an area where we look at, so keep that in mind. Taylor County is a possible area that it's aiming at this point.
Okay, I'm looking at the latest recon right now. Flight level winds around 108 knots, and this is, first of all, this is in the northeastern Iowa. Flight level winds of about 100 knots. SFMR values around 90. Flight level winds in the southwest are 108. SFMR values, although this one is flagged, is about 100 knots.
Guess what? You know why it didn't work?
Why?
I had no money in my main. I have a savings, so I had to take money out of my savings. So that's why it didn't
Okay.
go through. So I'm going to still do this because
That's fine. I just wanted to give you the update to the recon because, yeah, extrapolated sea pressure is still at
please
944,
go through.
but we're finding flight level winds of over 105 knots.
Oh my gosh.
Again.
Come
Yeah.
on, go through, go through. Oh, you will be sent to pay. Did it go through?
Bit of an interesting update too for those earlier. We broke the news too about the tornado warning for Avon Park. We don't have any tornado warnings in effect, but we did get a tornado report from the Avon Park area. Highlands County EMS reported seeing a tornado moving northbound near Avon Park. So that storm earlier did have a confirmed tornado.
That's a problem.
Yeah, especially at night.
Yeah.
You guys, it didn't go through yet. I don't know if it did. I hope it did. Because it's a transaction. Why?
Yeah, so continuing on the updates on the storm here, we do have really intense eyewall convection still on the west side. Really deep reflectivity, or really high reflectivity, indicating deep thunderstorms circling that strong but very small eye on this hurricane as it does move northward. recently was upgraded to a Category 3 storm with winds of 120 miles per hour. That pressure dropped down to 945 millibars and is still falling based on what I can tell. So we are looking at a very strong storm that is going to be approaching Category 4 intensity tonight and could exceed getting into it could get into the Category 4 intensity by landfall. That is what was anticipated by the National Hurricane Center, and based on the strengthening trends we've seen, that's pretty reasonable.
Yeah, I agree with that right there. I just need to see some more dropsons though, because we need that data, especially in the
Nope.
northeastern
Didn't
eyewall.
go through. Didn't go through yet.
Oh,
All right, I'm going to do this one last time.
Also, Justin, have a good night, and thank you very much for your contributions here tonight. It has been very good.
Disaster relief, I'm sending it to disaster relief. You guys can see this.
I think considering where we're at right now, I think that's a great idea.
All right. Nope, it won't let me. It won't let me.
You've got to be kidding me.
Please check your payment details. Use a new payment method or refresh and try again. If you continue. Oh, I can't do it. I won't let me do it.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
It literally says we encountered a problem. So I can't. What's up,
Also,
Grizz8?
Christine.
I'll
sorry.
have Grizz8.
Christine asking, do you see any hooks developing? We don't have any hooks developing at this point. We did have a tornado earlier near Avon Park, Florida, but at this point we don't have any well-defined low-level
hold on.
circulation.
Hello?
Hello? Hear me?
Yeah, I can. David, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm back. Sorry about that.
Okay. All right. So I have some breaking news. Actually, Dropson got into the eye again. Pressure's 946 at the surface, but winds are at 18 knots. So, if you take that into account, that's 940. That's 944 millibars. So it's still deepening. It's still deepening.
Yep, they got it. The pressure's lower. The pressure's lower.
Yep. Yeah.
Man, that southwestern eye wall is very strong.
Yeah. It certainly is for sure. Hopefully we get some info on the southwestern eye wall, because right now flight level winds the SFMR that was flagged was at around 100 knots. So if we can get a dropson and it confirms basically that this thing is intensifying at a very fast pace, we actually do have the northeastern eye wall, as a matter of fact. We do have that, unfortunately. No, we don't have the northeast eye wall. I apologize. But we do have flight level winds from there around 95 knots, maybe 97. SFMR values up to 90. So that's about 100. That's about 105 miles per hour in the northeastern eye wall. As for the southwestern eye wall, we'll have to wait a couple more minutes to get the flight level winds and hopefully the dropsons as well, because we need those.
Yeah, I need this. Justin had to go to bed tonight.
Yep.
Darn it.
Yep.
Hey, it's okay. It's okay. I'm gonna head to bed pretty soon myself. I'm just waiting for the next drop and then I'm heading out.
Everyone has to head to bed.
I have school in the morning.
I know. I know.
I know, it's okay. Like, this is totally worth staying up for, I'll be honest.
Oh yeah, I'm still here for a while.
Yeah. Like, yeah, Ethan,
I gotta stay up until landfall. I cannot let this go. I just can't.
Yeah, yeah, just make sure you get plenty of rest after that.
Oh
Did you
yeah,
clear your schedule out for tomorrow?
it's cleared out for the next few days.
Good. You're going to need that time to rest up because European ensembles are already showing a lot of scenarios of big systems hitting the Caribbean and main development region.
What? No.
That's from what Ethan told me. Ethan WX.
Oh, weather. Let me go to.
I'll pull it up on my end so that way you can focus on the stream. I'll just be over here making sure.
No, I have it pulled up. I have the camera displayed, so it's fine.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. I'm just checking just to see for myself. Just want to make sure.
Also, Colleen Priest asked, do we still believe it will shift a little to the northeast or east? I saw some models show it go straight north.
Okay. All right. So.
Oh,
all right,
I do.
ensemble
Yep,
pulled
I
up.
do. I see that wave. Yep, 10 days out. There's a lot of models picking that up as a hurricane or major hurricane.
I'm zooming in on that just to make sure. Yeah, it's fantasy land at that point, but some of those get down to in the 930s in pressure. Some in the 920s.
Man.
Excuse me?
That's a problem. But this is yeah, this is when this is not Idalia or anything like that. This is a new wave coming off. This year is going to be.
Oh, someone was asking, when is landfall?
5 to 6. Hold on, let me do the math real quickly. All right. So if this thing is moving to the northeast at this point, which it clearly is,
up speed in more, in the new, like the last hour and a half ish.
it's been all right.
It's starting. I just am starting to realize when it started doing the start moving over. It seems to be going northeast right now at a decent clip.
If it's going at 15 miles an hour, landfalls in moving northeast, landfalls in 6 hours. 6 hours and 20 minutes.
I feel like it's going faster than that.
How fast do you think it's going?
Hold on. I'll show you what I'm seeing on radar on a faster loop cycle, and then you can make that judge.
All right, I'll come on your Discord thing.
See it start speeding up near the end of the loop.
It definitely does do a bit of a jolt, but at the same time, let's say it's. I'll play hypothetical then. I'll play hypothetical since that's not giving me much. We're at 15 miles an hour according to the NHC. 18 miles an hour is about 5 hours and change. 20 miles an hour is about 4.5 hours.
Okay, Michael Guerrero says in about 6 hours it will make landfall.
Most likely.
5-6 hours, I would say.
Most likely. Yeah, he was talking about what he was talking about what my stuff right there. Like he was doing the same math I was. Either that or he was telling people in chat what I was saying. Whichever the two. Okay. There's an unconfirmed drop in the southwestern eye wall. I want to take a look at. Oh. Okay. This is interesting. This looks like it's mixing up. We're looking at winds of 96 knots, but this is really well mixed.
Where do you see this?
Southwest eye wall.
Let me see this. The drop. What number drop is it?
Drop 5.
Southwestern eye wall.
Yep. 96 knots at the surface.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yup. What do you mean it's well mixed? How can you see that?
Well, first of all, the max is at 118 knots, and that's at 881 millibars. from there it only fluctuates up and down about 10 knots for quite a bit, and then it reduces as it gets closer to land, not land but the surface.
Oh, I see.
Like at 9:49 we're at 101, 952.95, 954.96, so it's well mixed. So those winds are starting to push down to the surface. My best guess is if they go through the western, let me check the radar and see. Yeah, the western and northwestern Iowa especially are the strongest. My best guess is once it goes through the northwestern Iowa, it's going to show potentially something pretty interesting, I'll say at the very least.
Gosh.
So
Yeah,
yeah, those winds are getting pushed down at this point.
And you know, that's
Well-
reflected in the radar. Look at how organized that eye looks now.
It looks incredible. It looks incredible. It's Taniel, we were talking about this thing maybe not wrapping around at all before landfall, and now look at it. It absolutely is.
It's
And
bad.
even the eye is clearing out and it's almost symmetrical. So what's your take on this? Daniel?
Who?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. He's probably AFK right now, but
Yeah,
yeah.
and I just wanted to add in too. I remember earlier in the night we were looking at this eye, and we started to note kind of an oblong shape to it, and thought we don't quite know how it's how it's doing structurally for its internal eyewall structure. And now look, it has returned to a circular, well-formed eye.
All right, guys.
Okay. All right. I was asking you about the whole eye situation. We were talking about that when I first came on.
Yeah, I heard you, but I couldn't respond because my PC completely soft locked me, aka froze.
I'm sorry. What do you
Um,
think about the eye now?
Well, let me do this on mobile. The eye right now, it's definitely something. I will say. For the least, I'm gonna join back up on Discord on PC and get everything
Okay.
completed.
That's fine.
But
But yeah.
yeah,
All I'm gonna say is I've been saying this all night. Expect the unexpected.
And the unexpected could be that this surprises us. Maybe the next pass, it could be much stronger. What's up, Tyler Miglianti?
Yeah.
okay, I'm
Welcome.
on the
Well,
All right.
Tyler, Base, I'm just letting you know we have two major hurricanes simultaneously happening right now. We got Major Hurricane Franklin, and now we have Major Hurricane Idalia. When's the next update?
It's at 3 a.m. Eastern. They're doing it by the hour.
Yeah, we're doing it by the hour. And if you could stay another 10 minutes, Pat, and listen to my update because it's very detailed. Because I don't think you have heard me do my update yet.
I'll stay for the NHC advisory since that's coming out, but I have to get out of here in the next 15 minutes. So just
Okay.
letting you know.
All right. So we're going to wait for the newest advisory, but as of right now, it has winds of 120 miles an hour, still expected to make landfall as a Category 4 hurricane with winds up to 130 miles an hour.
With a caveat, of course.
Yeah. It's going to be bad.
Yeah.
Heads up, thumbnail still says 115. What?
No, it's changed by now.
me
Just
see.
refresh the stream. It should fix itself. If it doesn't,
Yeah.
it's your side.
Yep, it's 130 for me.
Yeah.
Jeez, I just had to do a full reset of my thing. but-
Okay, so so I can say that the poll that's been going on, well, we know it's going to be we know that about 92% of those polled were about called for a major hurricane at landfall. 64% are calling for at least a Cat 4 at landfall. My big question, the big question here is how high can this go at this point? And that's a scary question to me because
Yeah.
the last thing we need is another 150 mile per hour Cat 4 landfall. We had that with we had that with Laura, we had that with Ida, we had that with Ian, and now Idalia.
Yep.
Yeah, we cannot, and all four of those were also in the Gulf Coast. The first two were in Louisiana, and the last two were in Florida. What's next? A 150 mile per hour landfall in Mississippi or Texas? I mean, it's
think it
possible.
started-
We have another 6 hours until landfall based on my calculation.
Same here.
6 hours to landfall.
Yeah, Ian was a Cat 5 offshore though at Aston. It made landfall as a Cat 4. Around around 150, maybe 155 is a bit of a
155.
stretch, but yeah.
It depends who you ask, really.
Yeah, Teevil which is one of our founders of Storms United, thinks it was actually a lot weaker than that, around 140. Which no, I don't think that's the case. I think it was around 150.
At least 150, if not
Yeah.
155. I think at landfall, I have to say it was
Oh,
155.
they're gonna punch the southeastern quadrant.
Oh, they are.
Yup.
They absolutely are about to. They need to do that sooner rather than later.
Yes.
And then move into the northwestern because that's where it all goes down. Radar supports it being the strongest part of the storm. Satellite supports it being the strongest part of the storm, kind of. Yeah, radar and satellite are a little it's kind of a paradox a little bit. The coolest cloud tops on satellite are in the southeastern, but the strongest on radar is in the northwestern. It's a bit of a
Also
paradox a little bit.
Also kind of looks like one side's a little bit less optimal, shall we say. Around the center now, is there potentially a little dry air getting in between these bands? Pumping into the system for these bands on the eastern side?
Let me look at the water vapor imagery real quickly.
If not, it's just the storm going a little bit of a recycle mode.
Yeah, odds are that's most likely not the case because I've seen this before with other hurricanes. This is typical banding from what I've seen. And at this rate, we have a very robust convective burst on the eye wall. It's closed off. There's no way it can get in until unless maybe the dry air gets in from underneath. But even then, I don't know how the dynamics of that work. So,
Well, it could do something a little bit finicky. It could go around the eye wall on the outside, and kind of just separate it from the rest of the storm and kind of cause a recycle to happen. But besides that, yeah, not really.
I don't see much dry air in it. It's mainly just banding features. That's what I've noticed right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's not enough evidence to support a dry air invasion, unfortunately.
No, I don't think so. We are getting gusts into the 40s now at the Horseshoe Beach.
Those TS winds are arriving. Like, you
Yeah.
should have evacuated yesterday. Now you have to hunker down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this thing is taking a jog towards Cedar Key.
Oh, it's definitely moving to the northeast at this point.
Yeah, so I don't think it's hitting where it was forecasted to hit. It's doing that weird. It's doing the weird scenario of Ian. That
Yeah,
will-
Yes, it is.
weird.
Yes, it is.
That's my concern right there. That's
Because here,
that scares me.
yeah, because here's the thing: a lot of people expect the storm to go north of them, but now it could be right on top of them.
That scares me right there because
It also puts Tampa closer to a threat too.
I mean Tampa's going to be outside of the core, but at
Yes,
least for
but
now. But
Surge.
it's still, but like areas around Citrus, Pasco, those areas are definitely those are gonna be in play.
Mm,
And that is a
have to
very
watch this very
that is
closely.
a very healthy eye right now. Very healthy.
Yep, can confirm.
Wow.
So, as I would say in space terms, it's a very nominal eye.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was about to say too earlier on that note with the northeastward shift. We could then instead of whatever that county was I mentioned earlier, the Horseshoe Beach, Cedar Key area, that could be a landfall point if it keeps that track now.
I mean,
Uh, Huh?
Perry, you mean? It was gonna go
Yep,
right over Perry
yep.
earlier, and now it's
Yeah. that
well.
was it.
If we keep on track, I want to see how many miles it's shifted. If it keeps on this track, I want to see. I just want to measure that distance between Perry and.
That's fair.
All right, now based on the northeast jog, I now think it's going to make landfall right here, right over Horseshoe Beach, which is just to the northwest of Cedar Key, where that camera is. So that's
Yeah. For me, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait an extra hour. Oh, I'm going to bed after this, but for me, I mean, honestly, it's tough because it's so close to land. Waiting an extra hour could mean life or death for some of these people. So at this point, I would prepare for a landfall anywhere in the Big Bend.
So that, by the way, if it were to go towards Cedar Key, that would mean a shift in the forecast by 70 miles.
And is Cedar Key still in the cone? I'm pretty sure it
It-
is. So,
Right now, it's not in the cone.
oh,
let's see.
It's not in the current cone because they've not shifted it because this just happened.
Let me see where exactly how this is all evolving. I'm gonna put some red spots where.
wait. While you're doing that, that also speaks implications because if this thing hits Cedar Key, this thing could enter the Atlantic a lot faster than we thought.
Oh, yeah.
And
Well, it's gonna weaken though, regardless. So in the Atlantic.
even so, that puts the coast of Georgia and the Carolinas. That increased their storm surge by a lot.
Oh shoot!
That's the problem I have.
All right,
That's going to push the waters inland.
If you guys I just posted the image of me measuring. I had to take
79
a screenshot, so
miles.
it's-
That's a problem.
Well, keep in mind that little line. It was more like 74 miles. That little extra line. I was trying to take a screenshot, so more like 70-ish miles.
Hey.
But you see, the cone's not even there.
Mike,
Yeah.
so based on the average movement over the last 2 or 3 hours, there has been a move to the northeast. Not quite northeast yet, but this would put the center right just over Horseshoe Beach. Right over, it will miss Cedar Key at this very point, but Cedar Key could certainly get hurricane force winds. That's a guarantee based on the latest estimate of a landfall. Somewhere right over here in Horseshoe Beach is where I think we might end up having a landfall.
If you look on this imagery on Zoom Earth, it's completely out of the cone,
Yeah.
That's weird.
or at least the current cone. It's because it shifted so fast.
Yeah, it is. Oh yeah, look at the eye versus where the cone of uncertainty is. I mean, look at
It's the only part of the eye that is in the cone of uncertainty is the edge.
Yeah.
Oh, we got a new update from the National Hurricane Center.
Da, da, da.
My guess is they're gonna stay.
Wait. Someone is saying that they did update moving to the north at 16 miles an hour.
That doesn't sound right.
No.
Just,
I am nothing's coming out on the NHC website for me, so I'm taking that with a grain of salt.
That and also the fact that it's still moving northeast.
All right.
I'm pinpointed on this eye right now. It's
Man.
like
Weather does
what's-
a lot of crazy things to people. I will tell you that.
how many eyes that I've watched wobble across my screen would shock you all
Same
around
here.
the world.
3
Same
o'clock.
here.
The 3
Ever since-
o'clock advisory is out. It is still at 120 miles an hour, moving to the north at 15 miles an hour. That's what I'm getting from the NHC.
Again, I
Pressure's
don't
down to
think it's moving-
944.
944. Oh yeah, wow, it dropped.
It's still dropping. It's still dropping, and I'm thinking they're gonna do another pass in a bit, and it's gonna keep plummeting. The only thing I don't know at this point how bad this is gonna get, but I know these hurricane hunters either are about to enter or are in the eye wall right now. The
No,
southeast eye wall.
they're not. They're just on the.
It hasn't.
It just updated. They're definitely finding hurricane force winds well outside of the eye wall. Right.
Wait. Oh, I mean, that's to be expected right now. I'm seeing 65, 70 knots, but they're moving to the east. Okay, I see it. I definitely see that. Yeah, flight level winds are holding at 70 knots. That's a problem. That's a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, I hate to be that. Yeah, I hate to be.
you leaving.
Oh.
I hate to be I hate to leave at this point, but it's 2:00 in the morning in my time, so I need to head to bed. Everyone who tuned into David, we really appreciate you coming out and supporting us. David's awesome. If you haven't, please go subscribe to him. He is great. Yeah, I appreciate being on here. It's such an occasion. I've been covering this for about 10 hours at this point. So, yeah, I appreciate being allowed to come on here and just kind of be able to relax a little bit rather than just me looking at the camera at my camera and my stuff for 7.5 hours. But anyway, I appreciate you guys having me on. Have a nice night, guys. David, you take care of yourself, all right?
I certainly will, brother.
Yeah, same to the rest of you.
Absolutely.
All right,
Have a
you
good night,
guys.
man.
You too. Have a nice night. Stay safe, everybody.
Absolutely.
So us three are left here, keeping an eye on this hurricane until it makes landfall. Man, it's gonna be a long night. The next 5 hours.
I'm about to step out because I want to capture the full moon. For once.
Okay.
Good luck with that.
It's cloudy skies, so I'm gonna see if I can get like a crack in between the skies. So, wish me luck with that. I'll be back in like, I don't know, 20, 30 minutes. Depends how long the clouds take to clear.
Okay.
Just us two, Ethan.
Yep. As it's been on many late night streams before.
This is basically you volunteering, and I do appreciate this. I know you need to get to sleep, but this could be one of the latest nights you have stayed up ever.
Yeah, I'm still planning on being here for at least a few more hours, and then I might get a couple hours
Yes.
sleep in between.
If you could stay on at least until 3 a.m., that would make me pretty thrilled. A few, you said, so that would be 3 a.m. Eastern time.
No, it's
Because,
already 3 here.
no, oh, 6 a.m. Eastern time, 3 p.m., 3 a.m. Pacific time.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll quite make it to 6, but if I get off at, I don't know, maybe 5 or so, I might be able to get a couple hours sleep and then rejoin later in the morning.
Yeah, because this is pretty significant. Very well defined. By all means, this is not good at all. Man, look at all the lightning on this again. Just blowing up.
Yeah, that's been a really persistent aspect of this. The northwestern eye wall, lots of lightning, deep convection, and even some small hail markers. Really
Man,
unusual. But this is a really unusual system.
it sure is. And I cannot wait for them to punch into the southeastern eye wall as we are waiting for Recon to fly through the center. There was a 2 millibar drop in pressure, by the way, so that is really low. And it could get down to 930 millibars at landfall, according to some estimates. 930 millibars.
Mm-hmm. That pressure is still falling, as we saw from the position update just a few minutes ago. Um, Also, a buoy measured sustained winds of 63 miles an hour and a gust of 78.
Whoa, where? Oh, on the NHC thing, yeah.
Yeah,
That is ridiculous, dude.
it's really picking up, and that's about 90 miles off the to the west-southwest of Cedar Key and 140 miles south of Tallahassee at this point.
Gosh. We're getting even tropical storm force wind gusts even on the other side of Florida.
Oh boy.
This is a big wind field.
Yeah, and if anyone here in the chat has any questions or anything that we can help you to get some more information on this, feel free to ask, and we will answer them to the best of our ability.
The eye has fully cleared out, by the way. It's very small, but it is completely cleared out. Guess what the eye temperature is inside?
What is it?
Between 10 to 30 degrees above zero, surrounded by a near full ring of negative 100 degree Fahrenheit temperatures, cloud temperatures.
Oh, gee whiz. Yeah, it's really interesting that contrast there, and that's kind of going to what we were talking about earlier. Um, the warmer eye, the colder cloud tops around it, all indicative of a very strong hurricane.
Yeah, and boy, look at the palm trees. They're just moving. Man, the surge is not really coming in yet, but that will change in a hurry.
Mm-hmm.
I think I could record, huh? Oh yeah, I could start recording if I needed to, if I see surge. There will be a moment during the stream that all you're gonna see is Doppler or is live camera, because this is data that I'm collecting. I'm documenting this. This is a documentation live stream as well as actually watching what we get out of a landfall. Basically, in other words, I'm like Mark Sudduth out on the field, only that I'm doing it from home.
Yeah, we did have a question also. What tool are you using to draw your cone?
Oh, I'm using Epic Pin. I'm actually, let me see if I can bring it up here. Yeah, I'm using Epic Pin, which let me go to the link. This is what I use right here, epicpin.com. Ethan, make sure you copy and paste that link so that way if they ask for it again, you can just send it there.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's what I use as my screen drawing software. Like, once again, this is a documentation and documentation live stream, as well as keeping you guys all safe. Because we're witnessing history. As what Ethan said, hasn't hit this portion of Florida at all. You're very welcome, Nico. I do appreciate you all being here while we're live streaming on this. We're going to do this up until landfall, until the entire eye makes landfall. And then I'm going to have to get some rest. I have noticed all the other YouTubers, Ethan, are not live right now, and I'm literally one of the only ones that are live. That's the good part of me, but the bad part is I'm sure the other weather YouTubers will be live again tomorrow, but I won't be able to because I'll probably be sleeping. Whoa, a person. Why is there a person out there? There's a person on the camera. No way. No way. There's a person on walking. Look at this. Oh my gosh.
Lagging on my end.
There's a person.
That's exactly, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's exactly where you don't want to be.
Dude, why are people not listening? He's turning away finally.
That is not where you want to be because this is going to come in within the next few hours. That area is going to be seeing rapidly deteriorating conditions.
I'm surprised the storm surge kind of let up. Wow, those winds are pretty strong.
Well, we'll see how that changes here as it approaches because we're still what about 90 miles it said? Yeah, 90 miles away from Cedar Key.
Yeah, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Yay.
And that was a failure. It's completely foggy out. So I was like,
Oh.
okay. If the moon comes out, it'd be a cool shot. Turns out that the clouds are moving a lot faster than I can walk out the door. They're zipping.
The system is now 80 miles away from landfall potentially. If it hits Horseshoe Beach, it's 85 miles away, but if it miraculously turns, it still has almost 100 miles to go.
I'm starting to see it go more on an easterly track. Is anybody else seeing that? Just like more east than north?
Let me see. I think I have observed that.
It's just like scaring me a little bit. It's like going into, and if that's the case, could it do something a little bit, just go plowing into Florida east? Or could it just like be like, hey guys, I'm gonna loop-de-loop out here? I doubt that, but
Okay, we're
anything with the storm is possible at this rate.
we're getting wind
Except it's turning.
We're getting wind gusts now up to 35 miles an hour at Horseshoe Beach.
Based on the latest trends I'm seeing, it's certainly still moving off to the northeast. If it were to follow a straight line, that takes it toward the Horseshoe Beach area, maybe just a little north of there, along the coast. But it has wobbled. I forget who it was said in here earlier. There's been a lot of wobbling take place.
You know
I
what?
think that was
I'm
me.
actually I see what you're seeing, Ethan. Let's see. If I'm able to even. Yeah, it's gonna go just north of Horseshoe Beach. So it has another 90 miles to go. Another 90 miles. Yeah, it's gonna go just north. It's gonna make landfall somewhere over here is where I think it's gonna make landfall. That means that center is gonna get much closer to Cedar Key, and those winds are gonna get more dangerous.
Yeah, and that is assuming, it continues to follow a relatively straight line path. We aren't totally discounting some additional wobbles in the path, which at this point can make a large impact on where it eventually does make landfall. But I think you're right, David, at this point. Horseshoe Beach, just to the northwest of there along the coast, that could be the point of landfall based on the most recent motion.
We have 25 lightning strikes in the last 10 minutes on this eye. 22 now.
Wow. It's still showing it. We're still getting a hail marker. I'm amazed by that because I don't think I've ever seen a hail marker in a hurricane eye wall stay so long.
It's the Ethan eye wall. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh,
Yeah.
jeepers. I was about to say. Swear to God.
Yeah, also that intense convection is encompassing a large portion of that circumference of the eye.
Yeah, look at it's literally 90% around now. That is a very intense eye wall. Really intense.
It is, and when this does when it does approach landfall, again, what I'm sure you'll be talking about here just, later this morning, there will probably be an extreme wind warning issued. These are very rare warnings by the National Weather Service where Category 3 plus hurricane conditions are expected. And uh, when that happens, that eye wall, as it's approaching, that's typically when they issue those extreme wind warnings. And at that point, it's basically a tornado warning, except very, very large.
Gosh, big time winds now at Cedar Key right now. Look at those palm trees. They're just wiggling.
Wiggle, wiggle,
Yeah,
wiggle,
they
wiggle.
are.
Man.
I haven't seen any debris blow by yet.
I've seen a few little things blow by.
You do not want to see debris blow by. That would be bad. By the way, if you
I've
guys
seen
are
like little things.
By the way,
Sorry, go ahead.
if you guys are enjoying this stream, consider liking, sharing, and subscribing. We have a Discord server that opens up on October 1st. I know we got a lot more new members, so I think I have like 35 or so members. So that means 35 of you have the potential of joining my server 2 weeks earlier than the public.
And I'm one of them.
Yep. This made a northerly jog, Ethan. It's making a huge jog to the north.
Okay. That has implications on where it does make landfall, obviously.
Yeah, it
So-
made a turn to the north again.
Yeah, so this might be best described in a broad area because we're not going to concentrate until, it's a few hours from landfall on exactly where it's going to make landfall. But we're just going to say an area from Horseshoe Beach up to around, just the shore by Perry, Florida. Let me see those counties actually. Those would be
34,
Taylor.
34 lightning strikes detected.
Okay. Taylor and Dixie counties in Florida. This is the probable landfall location, but we are monitoring continuing wobbles in the track to see exactly where that has implications further down the line.
This eye is really trying to clear out right before it makes its final destination.
Yeah. Oh, they got the eye wall. Winds have increased in the southeastern eye wall, now at southeastern eye wall winds 115 knots, and pressure's down to 940 millibars. 940.
Man, that pressure is still falling.
So we're in
Keep
the.
going.
So if it falls 3 millibars an hour, that could bring it down to 928 millibars or 927 at landfall.
Cat 4.
Based on, yeah, exactly. Based on pressure trends, that would seem to indicate favorability toward a Cat 4 landfall.
Technically, with the current pressure it has right now, normal circumstances would have it as a Cat 4 right now, as past trends, but the storm is an interesting storm. It's close to a Cat 4, at least.
Yeah, and continuing to lower, so very interesting to see how that's going to play out.
I say, yeah, low end 4 at landfall. Now, since the storm is moving at a fair clip, and also it seems to be going for a more southern trajectory through Florida, and it could pop through the other side relatively quickly. How long would a theoretical brown ocean effect support this? How far inland? I mean, you have marshland.
Jeez,
So.
we're up to 50 lightning, 60 lightning strikes in the eye wall in the last 15 minutes.
Gee whiz.
And you know what? I'm thinking the rainfall is so heavy in that northwestern eye wall that the winds are not sampled as strong as what the other side of the eye is. They only have picked up winds on that side just shy of hurricane force. So the rainfall may be coming down so hard within that eye wall that they're not getting. I mean, it's crazy. Yeah, rainfall rates. Man. Rainfall rates are at least 15 inches an hour on that side.
Yeah, also Justin Wilson wants you to know something about Recon.
What about Recon?
He says to look at Recon.
Yeah, I'm looking. Oh, we haven't looked at Recon yet. Oops. I thought I had it on the screen. So, yeah, here is the pressure. So, the estimated pressure, about 940.9 millibars. 940.9 millibars. And they have gotten winds at around 100 and almost 115 knots on the southeastern side.
Up in the air, correct?
What?
Up in the air, correct? At flight level.
Yeah, flight level winds. SFMR
I will be
winds.
right back.
SFMR winds 91 knots though. That's flagged though. But this definitely is earning its credibility. 940. It's within the system because, again, where the lowest pressure is, you got to look at the wind barb. So the center is probably right in here. So it's about 940.9 millibars based on this extrapolated air pressure reading. So it's probably a little lower than that. By the way, that is 35 knot wind barb. So you have to think about that. That is a bit strong in the eye. All right, if you want to question me, Andrew Lee, you can go right ahead. But I'm just saying what I see here. The estimated potential pressure is 940.9. I really like when people judge me. Like, I've been doing this.
hate it.
I've been doing this longer than anyone has imagined. No, I was just wondering. Oh, okay. Again, my pressure is because, again, that's if you have no wind, you're in the very center. So we're
Or
at
a very calm wind.
at least like say 1 or 2 knots. So either it's definitely stronger than it was before. Definitely stronger. Wow,
Stay
this is
hydrated.
very strong. We should get a new update here in 30 minutes from the Recon aircraft.
Can feel my life essence draining.
Poll has reached 1,001 votes. Woohoo! Thank you guys. 54% say a Cat 4. And at this point, at this rate, probably going to be a Cat 4 with 130 mile an hour winds. Because that is a very intense eye. Man, oh man, that eye. Very, very, very... I mean, that's a donut ring of intense rainfall.
A fire. But in this sense, it's wind.
Man, we are getting so much lightning in this.
By the way, every single time I look at a wide-jaw satellite, I just see Franklin staring me in the face.
We're getting 70 lightning strikes on this. 70 lightning strikes. Look at the eye. Completely closed, Taniel. Completely closed. We got orange wrapping almost all the way around.
Great.
All the way around.
Lovely. Just lovely.
And we have echo tops of 50,000 feet, 55,000. That is rapidly intensifying. Oh my gosh, yes. The Tallahassee radar has winds up to 160 miles an hour. 161.
By the way, the eye has warmed up to negative 38 Celsius as of current, and is progressively... Oh, excuse me, that is out of date. Wait. That was... Hold on. Pretend like I didn't say anything. I was looking at like a frame from an hour ago. So let's put this in perspective from that what I just said from an hour ago. Currently for I'm just making sure this is the lowest. Negative 12 Celsius.
By the way, the 161 is not at the surface. So before you guys saying, oh, it's a Cat 5, it's a Cat 5. No, it's not.
No.
It's not. It is not at the surface, but that is just showing you the immense wind on this. That's out of the Tallahassee radar, which right now we're 120 from there. Yeah, the Tallahassee radar is closest to the system right now than Tampa. So we're going to use this because this is going to give us the most high resolution sample.
David,
What?
we're at -8 Celsius now.
-8 Celsius.
In the eye temp.
Let's see.
We were just at -14.
Yeah, we're at 15 degrees Fahrenheit. That eye is warming quickly. It is warming really quickly. Look at all the lightning strikes in this. I mean,
Ding, 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 ding.
tons.
If there was a ding sound every single time a lightning bolt happened, it would probably be going off ding 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 ding, etc.
Something like that. I need to get this
mean-
map out. Lightning detection. Get the number of strikes on that, because there is a lot of lightning in that eye right now. Oh,
Me
yeah,
staring
look
down
at this.
Franklin.
Gosh, look at this, Taniel.
Mr. Tan Man is here. Hold on.
We are getting 150 lightning strikes in that eye wall right now. Look at this. Jeez. There's a lot of lightning going on.
And that right there is what you call emotional damage.
Lightning strikes in the last 15 minutes.
Right. By the way,
Man,
David,
look at
you're
all these
currently-
lightning.
David, you're currently one of the most watched people on my For You page
Really?
with the most amount of viewers. Yeah.
Yeah, because
Well, we all know that's gonna change once someone that starts with a R and ends with an L goes live. The big boy. Ryan Hall.
I'm expecting
dun,
130 at 5 a.m. That's your time, Lava Command, so that would be 2 o'clock my time. Yeah, look at all the lightning with this. Actually, can I get... Yeah, the last 5 minutes we have had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have had literally a lot. I can't even count.
David, you realize it's like 3:31 here where I live, right?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, we're getting it over 50 lightning strikes in a 5-minute period.
I love how your stream is the most popular compared to my measly one viewer.
It's not about that. Gosh, that is so intense.
The way I said measurably one viewer to sound like a child. Well, technically, yes, still am.
I would not be surprised if this is already 125. If this is already 125 with all the lightning that we're getting with this. I mean, look at this. I mean, this is just... You're witnessing intensification.
Me over here listening to a nice, relaxing playlist over here.
I'm gonna fall asleep if I keep listening to this. Okay.
Getting gusts already up to 41 miles an hour, sustained at 30 on the horseshoe camera, or on the horseshoe station. Gosh.
At this point, it's just a waiting game. There's
Man.
there's no more like now casting kinda. It's like you're near the ends. I've learned this through doing stuff with Force 13 and all that. I've learned through doing it all with other weather channels.
This is really serious. This is bad. This is... That's a lot of lightning in 15 minutes. You can see the lightning map. That's just crazy.
The song I'm currently
I'm back.
listening to goes very well.
Ethan, we have almost 200 lightning strikes within this eye wall right now.
Holy cow, what?
According to the live lightning map in the last 15 minutes.
That is a very strong eye wall. It is very circular.
I mean, look at my stream, Ethan. Look at the lightning density. Look at that.
I know, that's incredible. That is a good signature of a very strong hurricane with a very strong convective element here if you're having that much lightning. Because again, as I have said a couple times on the stream tonight, lightning is not that common with hurricanes. Unless they are strong. Very strong. We saw it with Harvey, and I think we saw it possibly with Ian last year. And we're seeing a lot of it with this one.
This is bad. This is bad. By the way, Ethan, I don't think you were here. Maybe you were gone. They found... Oh, yeah, you were, because I said 940 millibars. They found pressure of 940.9 millibars in the center.
Wow. Yep, it's still falling and still strengthening.
Andrew Lee said 944 with the drop zond. I did not get a new drop zond yet. Wait, maybe... Yeah, it's hard.
That convection is just really intense and really dense.
Oh, yeah. Man, all these... This is getting even more significant now. We're at
Colleen,
we're at 300.
Asks, what's the chance of millibars dropping to 938 or lower?
It's there.
It's nearly at 100%. Because we're getting now 100. We're getting 100 and 200 lightning strikes in the last 15 minutes in that eye wall. Yeah, Ethan, 200.
Absolutely. I don't know if I've seen that much lightning from a tropical cyclone.
I mean, you could see the dots. It's like stars. Like a constellation.
Yeah, that is
Yep.
really remarkable to see, especially in real time. Neptune asks, David, where is the live camera from?
Cedar Key, Florida. Cedar Grove, Florida. You could actually see it right here. There is Cedar Key. The eye is going to get closer. And I'm telling you, the storm surge is going to be exceptional once it gets there. Oh, gosh, this lightning. This is
Also
not...
an interesting an interesting note from Storm Chaser Jeff Petrowski, who is in Perry, Florida, ahead of this landfall. He says the pressure is dropping rapidly, and his ears are hurting like crazy. The same feeling when I have a major tornado headed for me.
No, no, no. Are you...
That's what Jeff is saying.
Gosh.
I mean, if you think about it, a hurricane is pretty much a ginormous tornado.
Yep, it has similarities there.
Has similarities and also can produce tornadoes. But the power output of a storm like this is, I don't know the magnitude much, but it's several hundreds to thousand times the energy output of a normal tornado.
Jeez.
Yeah,
Cloud top's
really,
negative
especially over
85.
city.
Sorry to interrupt. Cloud top's negative 85.
Oh, yeah, they are cold.
Well, not nearly as cold as they were. But I have to mention that in the Atlantic, a common trend I have always seen, for the most part, is that the Atlantic, in more major storms, unlike other basins, the storms have cooler cloud tops around the negative 70 Celsius range, maybe negative 80, but they're a lot cooler than what you see in the Westpac, or just in general on the other side of the world, that have a negative 80, negative 85, and sometimes negative 90 Celsius up here. So. Yeah.
They're penetrating the western eye wall. They're gonna fly right through that deep convection.
That is going to be something we're really interested in seeing because that convection is extremely intense. It might be so intense it's actually a little bit dangerous for them to be doing.
Cloud temperature,
yeah,
the eye temperature's 35 degrees, just above freezing.
By the way, you remember that clip from Ian when they went in and that the recon plane was shaking a violent storm?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Wonder if any of that is happening right now in the recon plane. I bet it has, at times. I mean, turbulence is to be expected, but Ian was a whole nother scenario. But this is probably
Oh,
doing...
storm surge coming up quick. Storm surge coming up quick on the Cedar Grove. Also, cloud tops on the northeastern or northwestern eye wall, Ethan and Taniel, negative Fahrenheit.
At this point, it's just a waiting game. We've already said what we had to say. At this point, we just kind of have to wait to see what happens.
Uh-huh. Oh, also, Ethan, the hurricane is so strong that the velocities are de-aliasing, whatever it's called, they're malfunctioning, with 145-mile-an-hour winds, not on the ground, but in the air. It's aloft. But gives you an idea how strong this hurricane actually is while we're waiting for Recon data to get the western eye wall.
Oh yeah. Really, you know, if it's 144, that'll do it.
Listening to the perfect song right now for this moment. Kind of like a, I don't know. It's a weird tone. It's like a song that you're about to reach the top of the mountain, but you're not quite there yet.
Boomer asks, can you see our current temperatures in the Gulf waters?
Oh,
temperatures,
absolutely. Let me see.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, the current temperatures in the Gulf where this storm is tracking over are anywhere from 88 degrees Fahrenheit to 89 to 90 degrees Fahrenheit as it approaches land. So, not not a good scenario.
Yeah. These sea surface temperatures on my end, and Ethan, you're going to be stunned to hear this. Right along the Big Bend, water temperatures just over 32 Celsius right now, and the hurricane is within an area of 31.8 degrees Celsius and warming up with eastward extent.
Yeah, it pretty much
That
feels
is
like
incredible.
pretty much feels like a hot tub when you go to the ocean near Florida right now. People actually might be relieved to have some of the energy taken away. So it's a little
Man,
cooler.
you would be shocked to see how many lightning strikes we have had. Almost 500 lightning strikes in the last 30 minutes.
It's really incredible, and I was not expecting it to be like this.
This is not good. Not good at all. Man, that eye wall. That is very clear. That's a very clear eye now.
Also, check your DMs.
Oh boy.
The eye is exploding with deep reds. Yes, Storm Spotter 227. It is very dense convection here on the northern side, the western side, even trying to wrap around the south as well.
What? This camera is not Cedar Cove Resort. Oh no. No, 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 no. I was hoping to get some storm surge on camera. Well, we do got some. Cedar Cove Resort.
I don't know where your camera is exactly.
All right, no, this is in Anna Maria. That's where it is. So we lost the camera out of Steinhatchee already. We don't have a camera out of Steinhatchee. It's gone. Oh wait, no, Steinhatchee's on, isn't it? Yeah, this is Steinhatchee. That's good. See if there's another live camera. No, there isn't. This is the only live camera that we can get. Crap. Thank you for catching that, Ethan.
Yeah. Let's see. Based on the lace movement, it doesn't look like it's heading directly toward Horseshoe Beach, so that would probably be aiming more toward Perry at this point.
Hey guys, look in the group chat. I sent the perfect thing for this time.
I'm ready.
If I'm sweeping away the search.
A Neptune, the cam link is in the description. If you're still watching. Oh, that is so disappointing. I thought it was in Cedar Key. You know what? I wonder if there's a Cedar Key camera.
Can someone please advise on Tampa storm surge?
Oh my gosh, yes we do. Look at the storm surge out of... Look at this. Hold on, let me... Oh my goodness. Look at the storm surge. Big. I'm going to put the link in the description so at least I'm doing my part at... Oh, look at the storm surge. That is what we're talking about. Wow.
Whoa, yeah, that is concerning right there.
Jeez Louise. Okay.
Okie dokie.
It's lagging. This is terrible. It's lagging the camera, and the camera's shaking violently. Look at the camera shaking.
And where is this again?
Cedar Key.
Let me see here, because we did have a question about what the storm surge was going to be in the Tampa area. Let me pull the map back up.
Look at the waves. You can see the waves crashing in.
Okay, the latest forecast from the National Hurricane Center has Tampa Bay getting 4 to 6 feet of storm surge, and that is as of the 11 p.m. map that they drew out.
4 to 6?
4 to 6 feet at Tampa Bay.
All right, we got a nasty problem on our hands. I believe the Recon just found 120 knot flight level winds on the eastern quadrant with a pressure down to 939.9 millibars.
Whoa.
And that's a 45-minute interval. Look.
It looks like it's making a run for Category 4 now.
It is. It's going to be a Cat 4 based on the Recon data. Oh yeah, this is a Cat 4, I think. It looks definitely Cat 4-ish. That is not good. That is not good at all.
That is not. We're talking about a violent hurricane here, and we should get some update here within a few minutes.
Again, they did not get the exact center. Oh, and Aston got 123 knots. 123 knot winds, Ethan.
That is incredible, but it fits with the trend we've seen with this, because this is an incredible hurricane. So we just keep seeing these winds get stronger and stronger as that pressure falls.
This could be 135 miles an hour, Ethan, based on that flight level wind and extrapolated wind data. Could be 130, 135 miles an hour.
That would be an incredible jump in the wind speed, but we've seen the pressure continue to fall.
Gosh, there it is, 940.8. But again, that is on this barb right here. So extrapolating that, the center is right over here, where you probably are down to 939 millibars. 939 millibars. In the 3 passes, in the 4 passes, we have seen a 8 to 10 millibar drop in pressure, Ethan.
Yeah, that is we are headed toward category 4 at this point. So for the 55% of people who voted for category 4 here in the poll earlier, it looks like your prediction is headed that way.
Estimated eye temperature is about 45 degrees.
Gee.
And that is surrounded by a big area of deep convection of negative 110 to negative 115, with negative 100 surrounding the entire eye wall right now. The entire eye wall has negative 100 degree temperatures in Fahrenheit.
Yeah, that eye has become very well formed. I'm seeing it on radar. It's quite circular. The satellite presentation you see there, it is enveloped in deep convection, indicating a very strong system. So, by all means, it's a major hurricane, obviously, but it is still, it seems, in the process of strengthening.
Oh my gosh, this image. Look at this image.
That is incredible to see.
Okay, I'm gonna start recording this at... You know what? I'm gonna start recording this right now.
That cam could go out at any moment.
That's why I'm
At
recording
that
it.
rate.
Oh, big wave hit the camera. Big wave hit the camera.
Oh, man.
Big
Welcome
wave.
to the surge.
That's total storm surge right there.
And this is in Cedar Key, correct?
Yes, Cedar Key.
Okay, that is a live view out of Cedar Key here. Conditions are deteriorating rapidly. You can see the ocean is very angry. And we've got some big wave action that's almost hitting the camera at this point.
And remember, that's not even in the eye wall, folks. I'm just giving you a heads up. That's not even the eye wall.
By the way, I can confirm this is now steering north again.
Shoot.
So
Man.
it looks like it went up, did a little bit of a turn, and then recurved. This storm is very, very confusing to track.
It is. And that's what...
It's just going wee woo, wee woo, wee woo. It's
Yeah,
turning, it's doing weird things.
That's why earlier we were talking about specific areas of potential landfall, and then we just kind of broadened it out to Dixie County, over to Taylor County. Jefferson County could be in play as well if it's moving more northward, but it looks more like a Taylor County aim.
I'm
gonna
dock the camera here, and I'm going to keep an update on while you guys are watching this. This is pretty bad. I am recording this as we speak, so your conversations are being recorded, but that's for so I can look back at this as I would if I was here. Don't worry, it's not going to go on YouTube. It's just... It might. We'll see. We'll see for documentation.
The perfect explanation of what the storm is doing. The storm is drunk. Fantastic job. Congratulations. That's a fantastic analogy. If you can't tell, I'm very tired.
Yeah. Oh, man. Look at these waves. You could see the white caps on there.
Oh, absolutely.
So at the current time, right now, this storm seems to be making its closest pass towards that camera. But that could change if it wants to wobble back towards the east again.
Looks like storm surge
Yeah.
is coming up quickly on this camera. I'm keeping an eye on it. I think it's coming up pretty quickly.
10 seconds later, we just see a ginormous wave and the camera blacks out.
That could happen.
Well, I mean, we already saw one wave kind of crash right over the camera. It only takes one ginormous wave to crash over the camera to rip it off whatever it's on.
Justin Wilson says it is now upgraded to a Category 4. It's a Category 4. We have a Category 4 hurricane. 130-mile-an-hour winds.
Is this the update from the NHC?
Oh, no. Wait. You guys are pretty much... I'm just quickly glancing at the chats, and you guys are saying Cat 4 like it is a Cat 4 now. Making me think to believe it's a Cat 4. Oh, come on, update. Update. We need it.
That would be something very important that I need to relay to the chat also. We really appreciate having everyone here and everything, but we have to be careful about how we share information at this point because there are a lot of people who are going to be seeing this, relying on this information, and if we get some false or misleading information in there, it just kind of, it makes things messy, it can give people the wrong impression, and we really don't want to do that.
I'm surprised that building's not destroyed by now. Okay, 125-mile-an-hour winds and the pressure's down at 941. Catastrophic storm surge and devastating winds expected in Florida Big Bend region this morning when Adelia moves inland. Data from the Air Force hurricane indicate that Adelia continues to rapidly, explosively intensify. The maximum sustained winds have increased to 125 miles an hour with higher gusts. Adelia's pressure is dropping enormously quickly. So it went from 944 to 941 millibars.
That camera is going in and out now.
I think the power flickered or something on that camera. So it is still... I want to update you all on this. We should get the 5 o'clock advisory in the next hour. In the next hour or so. Oops, I need to stop recording since I'm not showing the... There we go. Let's see... I'm really concerned about my stream being so long. Oh,
Don't worry, David. That's why I'm live, so I can archive this other half.
Sweet. All right. Are you?
So everybody, go over.
Are you streaming my stream? Correct.
I'm streaming my own thing, but I'm also streaming the webcams that you're putting up. So.
Okay, good. All right. Yeah, I want you to archive that if you can, so I can look back at that. Because if I'm in about 45 minutes, my stream is going to be at the threshold where if I will continue streaming, but it won't be saved. So the stream will probably be like 18 or 19 hours long, but when it's up on YouTube completely, it's going to be 12 hours long. So this portion right here is being captured, which is good. I'm able to get this on the stream. I hate YouTube sometimes because it's uploading the stream onto YouTube, misleading CI. But Ethan, can you better explain with what I'm talking about? I can't explain things well.
What are you talking about? How the stream is saved?
So YouTube, I'll try my best. This YouTube saves only up to 12 hours of archived DVR recording of the stream. Okay? Anything beyond 12 hours will not be saved. So let's just say I capture a building collapsing or falling over at 14 hours into the stream. When this is uploaded, that won't be captured because it's outside of that 12-hour mark. No, the stream's gonna be running. I'm not ending it, but there is that window. That's why I should have went live like at 6 o'clock tonight, or about 7 hours ago. So then I'd been able to capture the juicy stuff. Again, this is a documentation and a live stream tracking the hurricane. Man, that is a very thick eye wall now, Ethan, on the northwestern side. The eye wall is about 10 miles thick.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I want to get back to that camera, or I lose data.
Yeah, at this point, the waves are making their way up that structure. Is that housing? I can't really tell from this point.
I think that's
housing.
I think that's a house or a building of some sort.
Yeah. I don't think that's gonna probably be fully intact by the end of this at the current rate.
No, it's not.
And this camera's probably not gonna be either. There might be remnants of where it once stood, but I somewhat doubt that too.
Oh my gosh. They found flight level winds, Ethan, of 125 knots on the eastern eye wall, with surface frequency microwave radiometer winds at 110 knots.
Yeah, have they reported anything from the northwestern eye wall?
They did that earlier. It wasn't that strong, remember? The strongest has been on the western south. Ah, man, this mission.
Okay.
Oh, they just did a drop, Zond, into the eastern eye wall. Oh, no, they didn't yet. We'll have to wait with what they get. Northwestern eye wall. Wow. Get this, Ethan. At 925 millibars above the surface, that's 283 meters. Okay, 283 meters above ground. They got the northwestern eye wall, 132 knots.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Me trying
well,
to whistle, but fails miserably.
that would be certainly stronger than what we're seeing right now. So it is definitely making a run for Category 4. It's very near Category 4 already, based on that position update.
Yeah, that's based on that's as of 7:13 Zulu. So that's...
By the way, new tornado warning.
Oh, gosh. Really?
By the way, that is close to Cape Canaveral. I don't like that because that's close to one of my buddies down there. That is southeast of Orlando. Currently going to
Ooh, yes, there is a
heading.
tornado warning.
So just keep an eye on that. Luckily, I know that area. It's relatively sparsely populated. Most of it is more marsh.
Oh gosh,
in
that's a
that
tight
region.
TVS.
Yeah, keep an eye on that. Again, this is close to Cape Canaveral, but not quite over it. Me and my space nerd part of me is being very worried of Cape Canaveral. David, you want to know something?
What?
That an Atlas V was canceled due to this storm.
Atlas 5?
It's a rocket from United Launch Alliance, which is it used to be one of the top dogs. Now, since SpaceX has come into play, it's no longer one of the top dogs, but it's one of the OGs.
Dang. Do you
Yeah,
know
But they had to-
there's no planned Starlink launches, right? Or, anything with Starlink, right?
I think some launches went off already. I think possibly one or two might have gone a little pushed due to this storm, and it probably will be pushed due to the storm. Even that we might not have winds at ground level that are tropical storm force when that thing is looping out near the Carolinas and whatever. But the atmosphere still has winds that could be unfavorable in upper level. So it could still not have launches for some time.
So why I have a question, and some viewers are probably wondering, why can't, even so it's not a tropical storm like wind threshold, or the weather is simply inclement like lightning or something, why can't they launch?
So fantastic question there. And this is also definitely educational, since satellites, weather, all this stuff is in one way or another connected. So with the lightning side of things, we in the past in space flight have experienced lightning versus rockets the hard way. I believe it was Apollo 14. It was one of the Apollo missions on a Saturn V. Midway through flight, it got struck by lightning twice, caused the flight computer to shut down. Mid-flight, they had to restart the computer. Luckily, it went fine, but to cause not to have that cause again, there cannot be any lightning in around a 5-mile radius of the rocket. And sometimes, depending on the launch, it's a little bit more, but it's usually around a 5-mile radius. With other things, upper level winds, there's also other things in the atmosphere. Upper level winds, stronger winds in the upper atmosphere, especially when you have a tropical system that could be dying out. Upper level winds could be heavily affected and a lot stronger than down on the ground. You could have, normal winds of, I don't know, 10 miles per hour on the ground, but up in the sky, that could be, 30, 50, 60 miles per hour up in the sky if there is some type of weather event happening elsewhere. Also, you have your ground wind threshold. So, right now, to be safe, all the vehicles that would be out at the pad are currently being stored away in their hangars or storage areas right now to not be affected. Most rockets have a threshold around a Category 1 hurricane. Can't really handle too much beyond that. So that is something to keep in mind. The only rocket that I know that can survive a Category 5 winds in theoretical situations is SpaceX's upcoming Starship vehicle, which can withstand Cat 5 plus winds. If it was out on the pad. Which might, at one point, probably, might happen. But it's unlikely. There's your breakdown.
All right. I have to type this now. Updating my title and description. Ideally, rapidly intensifying as it's 4 hours away from landfall. As its latest Recon data along with satellite data indicate winds of 130 miles per hour with a central pressure of 939 millibars.
So, yeah, the mission for Atlas V was supposed to take off yesterday, but obviously has been pushed to a later date. Currently unknown, but probably sometime after the storm fully passes. Probably sometime in early September. There's also a Falcon 9 mission happening soon, but that is not going to be... that's going to be happening tomorrow, but not in Cape Canaveral. That's going to be happening at Vandenberg in California, near your neck of the woods. Not Starlink, just another launch provider. It's a demonstrator mission for future military stuff. Ooh, cool. Falcon 9 mission. This one's likely to be pushed to probably some later date as the storm moves away. Starlink 6-13. Either on October 31st, which I highly doubt. What am I talking about? August 31st. God. Or September 1st. Both of those dates are out of the question. I was looking over at another date, which is
Power's out.
October.
We lost power on the Cedar Key. That was it.
Oh man.
That's it. That camera was like, I can't take this
Nope,
anymore.
it's back.
It's back?
Yep.
Oh shoot. I need to record this.
Yeah, it's coming in and out, so it's impressive what it's doing, but
Come on.
oh, come on. You know you want to show us a little bit more data. Data. About to start a whole entire argument.
It's out. Camera's out.
10 seconds later, comes back. Yep. I called it.
Wow, look at these waves. Dude.
Tell me about it. My cute dog is currently coming to say hi to my setup and being very annoying and pulling the cables. My dog named Freddy.
Dude, water's hitting the camera. Waves are hitting the camera.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me anymore.
By the way, check your DMs, David. I would not want to be in that structure. That is a... It's going to be seeing some very rough weather here. Conditions already deteriorating, as we can see. Jay asks, where is this? This camera is from Cedar Key. And we are having some connectivity issues because conditions are deteriorating very quickly.
I think okay, there we go. It's fixed. Yeah, this is Cedar. This is Cedar Key. Cedar Key. Oh my goodness, this is not good at all.
Yeah, you can just see how relentless that sea is as it's slapping up against those pillars there, against the bottom of that structure as well.
Our lightning count, Ethan, is up to 145 in the last 15 minutes.
Yeah, tremendous lightning still continuing in the eye of this, it seems. Also, just a brief note too, that tornado warning is still in effect for the moment. This is for southeastern Orange County, north central Osceola County. It's headed up toward Wedgefield. Nothing extremely defined in the low levels based on the TMCO site. This is from the Orlando airport. But still some wind disturbances headed up toward Wedgefield, so it is best to treat this as though there was a tornado, because it could still produce one headed up toward Wedgefield, Christmas, and Bithlow.
So the system has another 70 miles before landfall. So if it's moving at 15, 30, 45, another 4 hours until landfall. Another 4 hours for this to rapidly intensify further.
Another tornado warning. Okay.
Oh, yeah. I just switched
Is-
back to Tampa.
Is this where we start having our tornado event take place?
Yeah, this new tornado warning, northeastern Hardy County, south central Polk County, this goes until 4:45 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. This is impacting some more populated areas than the one to the north. Currently, it is right over Zolfo Springs, headed up toward, looks like Lemon Grove, eventually almost to frost-proof Florida. But that is a new tornado warning that is moving to the northeast at 35 miles per hour, right over the town of Zolfo Springs right now.
Interesting.
Boy, these waves. Now how's the rotation on that tornado warning? Is it like significant where I need to kind of shift gears over there, or because I want to get the storm surge?
It's not extremely strong, but it is evident.
Okay.
You can focus on the storm surge until we start seeing anything that looks like there could be something.
Because this right now is catastrophic. I'm witnessing storm surge that's actually making its way onto the patio of that building. Water that's splashing onto that building. And it's just getting worse. It's like all of a sudden more water hits the camera.
By the way, I love how this storm went like, I'm gonna make a turn here, guys, and I'm gonna go right into the spot that I have the most optimal conditions for the longest amount of time.
Man, there's a lot of lightning all of a sudden. This thing is just exploding suddenly. There is Idalia on Doppler radar for documentation purposes. There's Stahachie in Florida. This is August the 30th, 2023 at 1:22 in the morning. And we are witnessing potentially a powerful Category 4 with 130 mile an hour winds. And boy, with all that lightning that we're seeing, really adds credibility that this could already be upgraded to a Cat 4 right even before it makes its way to Steinhatchee, Horseshoe Beach. Wow. And Cedar Key is right in here where that eye is going to be passing, and the winds will get stronger as this intensifies further. Oh, we do have a Steinhatchee camera that we have here, and this is live. Looks like it's quiet as heck there. I hope this is the right camera, and I'm sure it is.
Tornado watch extension.
Tornado watch extension.
Extended more eastward.
Oh my gosh, that storm surge is getting bigger by the moment. I'm just amazed, but it takes the wind, the amount of wind energy that is able to push this water up on shore is pretty immense. And there it is for reference. There is the hurricane. There's just so much lightning in that eye wall.
Yeah, it is such a powerful system that we're seeing right here. Now, also for everyone who is on the stream right now, because we've got over 460 people here, actually at 480. Thank you for being here, especially at this late hour or early hour, however you want to look at it. We do really appreciate you all being here. We're going to continue keeping track of the system coverage as this is approaching landfall in several hours. It is now a major hurricane, strengthening toward Category 4 intensity. We get a new update coming in about 30 minutes.
Oh my! Oh my! Water's hitting the camera. Water is hitting the camera right now. Water is hitting the camera.
Oh wow!
Waves are hitting the camera right now. You can't even see anything. Gosh.
Whoa. Yeah, we've got intense conditions at Cedar Key. This is a live view out of Cedar Key as the hurricane is making an approach.
Dude, you can't see anything. The building's gone. Look at this. The building is gone.
Well, not gone in the sense that I got swept away, but it's obscured.
It is obscured. Wow.
So that is to go to show that the wind power is probably whipping water from the waves that are crashing ashore and whipping it right in front of the camera. And aka launching it a field goal at whatever the wind speed is over those areas, definitely at hurricane force. Camera shaking a lot more violently too.
Yeah, it's not good. It is not good right now. We're witnessing hurricane force winds probably on Cedar Key right now, based on visuals.
Also, another
we do have a
tornado
new
warning. Yeah, near Spring Hill.
All these tornado warnings, man, it is like all of a sudden the wrath.
It's when it gets closer to land that usually happens. This was about the distance. When Ian was about this distance from Florida, it started doing the same thing.
Yeah, so just to get that off really quickly, new tornado warning for southeastern Citrus, west central Sumter, and central Hernando counties in west central Florida. This is located near Hernando County Airport or near Brooksville, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. This is in effect until 5 a.m. and does include several towns: Brooksville, Spring Lake, Nobleton, looks like Panola, Floral City, and Bushnell. Those are within this tornado warning, and rotation has been fairly strong in recent scans. Maybe not quite as strong in the latest, but in the last couple, it's been pretty noticeable.
Lightning update. We're getting almost 600 lightning strikes in a 15-minute period throughout the eye wall.
Wow.
That's incredible. This is a This is an incredible system, though, as we have seen.
I'm not surprised if they find the pressure's probably below 930, 935. That is a lot of lightning in the eye wall.
It is. And again, for those who are new here to the stream, we've got over 500 people now. Lightning is not that common when it comes to hurricanes. It's something that you tend to see more in the really strong major hurricanes. We saw it with Hurricane Harvey. I believe we saw it with Hurricane Ian as well. And we're seeing a lot of it with this one, indicative of very strong convection here around the eye of this system.
Gonna try to keep radar up, so at least we're covering all grounds on this. Man, there are 3 tornado warnings on this.
Yep, we do have 3 active tornado warnings at this moment.
I need to
want
get.
to say though. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was saying I need to get rid of my face cam so at least we can see as much of this as we can. Documentation and process. Documentation. This is part 3. Hurricane Idalia making landfall very soon near Cedar Key, Stahachie in Florida. We're probably seeing winds up to about 130 miles an hour. Pressure's down to 939 millibars potentially. This is becoming catastrophic. Storm surge battering at Cedar Key live right now. Right now, we're witnessing catastrophic impacts. This is bad. Okay, go ahead. If you need to, yeah.
I'm going to say right now, while I have this time to say anything, that it might hold on, I'm going to see something quick. It seems, remember how how this thing went east and now is going north? It also kind of now looks like it's trying to do a hook back towards the west. Please don't tell me this thing's trying to do a loop-de-loop.
Oh my gosh. Northeastern eye wall. They have 100 and... Those are flagged, though. That's suspect data. But flight level winds are at 120 knots. 120 knots and pressure down to 939.9 millibars. 939.9.
Oh yeah, we're certainly headed into Category 4 strength at this point. We're on the doorstep of it based on the latest update.
There it is. 940.1 on the thing, but based on a good range of this, maybe 939.9 millibars at least. So we're in the 930s potentially. Wow. Very strong winds on that northeastern eye wall. Man, that's bad. That is Cat 4 at least. Cat 4.
Yeah, we will be getting the new update here within about 30 minutes.
Whoa, big wave crashing in. Big wave. Adelia making landfall.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, no, just...
Yeah, just wanted to say the Orange County tornado warning has expired. It is no longer in effect.
Okay. Let me see how this eye is coming along on... Wow, significant warming of the eye. Estimation, because there's cirrus clouds, probably below the cirrus clouds we're seeing cloud, are eye temperatures of 50 degrees Fahrenheit. With another burst of deep convection, with cloud tops, Ethan, negative 20. Off the charts. Uncharted cloud tops, negative 120 Fahrenheit.
Yeah, this is still indicative of very deep convection here. Persisting. This has been persisting for the whole latter part of the stream that I've been on for. This really, really deep convection. Even so deep that the computer is misidentifying hail being in there. And oh my gosh, yeah. I'm seeing reflectivity now of over 60 decibels again in that eye wall.
60 decibels? No way.
61 decibels.
61. Oh
Yeah,
my
even
god.
worse.
That is incredible.
Man, we're at 800 lightning strikes in that eye wall, let alone in the last 30 minutes, we're at that level. Almost
Yes.
1,000 lightning strikes.
That's remarkable to see. We're not dealing with a supercell. We're not dealing with a severe weather outbreak. This is a hurricane.
Man, one could even treat it like a tornado outbreak or a line, a nest.
Well, in Central Florida, it's kind of doing that right now. A bit of a tornado threat right now for that side of things.
Yes. Let's see the velocity on this now. Let me do a velocity check on this. Man, those winds. We're at 142. It's off the scale, Ethan, with these winds in the eastern quadrant.
Yeah, the radar is indicating that, and we'll see here when we get the update pretty soon. We do suspect the winds will probably go up a little more because of the intensity that we're seeing and that trend that we have seen for this to continue intensifying.
Those waves are massive. Gosh, I can't believe this is real time. Ethan, promotion time.
Yeah, well, every once in a while we just want to say welcome to everyone here to the stream. Especially if you're new here, we really do want to extend our gratitude because sticking with it through this late hour of the night, that takes a lot. I mean, it's 4:30 a.m. where I am. And our goal here is just to really get that information out to people, to make sure they're informed, to make sure you're informed, and you can inform everyone else. So if you're new here, please subscribe and give the stream a like. It helps to get YouTube to promote it more, so we'll get that information out to more people. And we can, through you, you can help us to achieve that goal of warning people and getting them up to date on the latest when this is happening.
Because this is pretty bad. This is essentially catastrophic right now at this point. I mean,
also corruption, the YouTube user here, is a hurricane outbreak a possibility in this hurricane season? I wouldn't say a hurricane outbreak necessarily, because
That was 2020.
I'm not going to go with that term, but as we had alluded to before, there are disturbances that we're going to be watching in the main development region to see if those eventually become things we need to look out for. So, certainly if you're new to the channel, you got to stick with David. He's going to be up to date on those after we're done tracking this hurricane.
Hey guys, should look at my screen because the radar glitched on WSB3 and put it into Florida.
Yeah, we do have a tornado warning, a new one now, actually.
No, but look at the glitch that's currently going on. The radar glitched, so now it looks like the storm made landfall like an Irma event here.
Oh, yeah. That's a bit of misplacement.
Yeah, just a slight misplacement.
I don't have it on my end.
No, you have to look on my screen.
Let
Yeah,
me
my
see.
Discord screen.
Let me see
It
this.
it glitched. It put it south
Oh
instead of over the
my
storm. So
god!
now it kind of looks like there's a strong
Oh,
eye over West Palm Beach right now.
look at this, you
Um,
guys. A glitched up program. What
I mean, this is how you could April Fools a lot of people, but you know,
What the heck?
I'm gonna keep it like that just for the WSV3 does this sometimes. It misplaces the radar for some obscure reason. But actually, this might help me see the direction on this a little more clearly.
Yeah, I do want to note too with the new tornado warning that is in effect for southeastern Seminole County, east central Orange County, and east central Florida. This is going until 5 a.m., moving north at 40 miles an hour, so that's moving more quickly than some of the others we've seen this evening. It is near Bithlow right now, headed up toward Geneva. That is that is a tornado warning that's in effect for another 22 minutes at this point.
Less than 20 minutes at least until we get a new update from the National Hurricane Center. I bet you this is going to be Cat 4. Lightning, the recon data proves it all. And you could see it on the screen that I have. I have a radar and an IR satellite imagery showing you all with what we're dealing with. Oh, big wave hit the camera again. Big wave hit the camera. Oh my goodness. That camera is shaking so violently. Big wave. Wow, huge. Oh, that wave hit the front. Oh, we're getting water hitting the porch, Ethan. We're getting water splashing well over the porch.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Hey
Also, the
guys.
latest update. Huh?
Yeah, I was just about to say, with this glitched radar, but it does show me a few things here. That I can confirm that the storm is taking a westward jog.
Oh man. These cloud tops. Guess how cold the cloud tops are and how much lightning we're getting, Ethan, in this system on the western eye wall.
How much?
First of all, the cloud tops, negative 35 Fahrenheit, and we're getting over 500 lightning strikes in the last 15 minutes detected.
Oh my, that is incredible. I have been astounded by the reflectivity presentation and the lightning aspect of this thing. There is an enormous amount of lightning taking place in this eye wall. And again, that is very unusual to see, except in very strong hurricanes.
Let me undock this window and show people. I mean, this is... Look at the lightning. I mean, this is just bizarre. And each click you're hearing is lightning being detected. Man, living. This whole... Look at, even on the northeastern side, we have negative 105 degree cloud tops.
Yeah, In Focus Investing says, where is the camera set up? That is at Cedar Key, Florida. This is a live camera, of course. And to what Rob said, Rob Mikkel, there, I fish at Cedar Key. Yeah, we certainly hope that the best comes. It's going to get rough there, but we certainly hope that it goes as well as it can given the circumstances.
This is a lightning outbreak at this point.
Classic
Yeah,
severe weather.
Also, the eye is extremely small.
You know what? That's probably why it's exploding rapidly all of a sudden. It's moving over that
hot towers.
33 Celsius waters, Ethan.
In that regard, this is kind of that worst case scenario that we've been discussing, in past tropical forecasts here. A tropical storm moving over those record warm waters in the Gulf.
This is bad. This is, without a doubt, this is going to be a Cat 4 with winds of at least 130 miles an hour. At least. And that's me being generous. At least 130.
Also, a question from Joshua Jerk says, will there be this much lightning at landfall?
That is a good question. Probably right when it makes landfall, there will be a lot of lightning. But it should start dying down once the system loses, again, that heat engine. Because hurricanes are heat drivers. So the lightning will subside right when the entire eye moves through.
Unless storms are built different. Sandy.
System's turning more north now.
Yeah.
And the building's gone. The building is gone.
Again, obscured.
Obscured. Waves are hitting this, Ethan. We're witnessing waves.
Oh.
Waves are hitting it. Big waves. A set of waves.
By the way, if you look closely enough, you start seeing some glitching happening on the thing a little bit, coloration. That also could just be my eyes because I'm so tired at looking at a stupid screen.
Gosh.
If I stare at that too long, I'm gonna get a headache, so I'm gonna stay away from looking at that screen with...
Corruption is saying water temperatures, well, he says, is 33 Celsius, 93 Fahrenheit, or 95 Fahrenheit. 93 or 95.
33
90.
Celsius, that is 91.4 Fahrenheit.
That's ridiculous, dude. 90-degree water temperatures in the 90s.
That's what you find. You can't even find that in the Westpac sometimes.
And you could even find that at my location today. It only hit 89 degrees here. So the water temperatures here, where this hurricane is warmer than the daytime high that we had today.
That's incredible.
One thing that never makes sense to me is that the Pacific, Ocean, you guys have such warm temperatures, but yet the water's so cool.
Because we have the the California coast current.
Yeah, but still.
I know. And I think the camera's out again.
Nope.
Good. There it is.
I'm the one to serve justice to that camera if it's out or not. Me be like in the background control. Just a little bit more internet dial up here. More dial.
Oh my gosh. Ethan, let me send you this. This is really, really sickening.
Right now the camera kind of looks like what happens underneath Starship Super Heavy at liftoff right now. What I'm seeing.
SoCal Bohogal, this is the camera is in Cedar
Key.
Cedar Key, yes. Thank you.
Dude, look at these lightning strike area.
Wow, that is remarkable. I don't know that I've ever seen that dense of a clustering of lightning strikes in a tropical cyclone.
Cloud top still negative 25 degrees Fahrenheit. Oh man, this is not good. Oh
Tell
man.
me about it.
I bet you the NHC is gonna pull Cat 4, I think, on this. They're gonna pull it.
Maybe.
Yeah, we are awaiting that update.
Recon mission is going back in for another pass on the western eye wall.
Hmm. Great.
Oh man. How are you guys enjoying the live coverage? If you guys are enjoying it, hit the like button. Man, I've been live for 11 hours and 48 minutes. An entire work day. I mean, that's just oh yeah, well, a work day and a half, pretty much at this point. Yeah.
I've been live for about 5.5 hours myself. Oh yeah, Ryan Hall's now live. The thing is that surprised me. Why wasn't he live earlier?
Because they were sleeping. It's morning over there. They all woke up.
Well, I mean, they were doing their things earlier.
So, yeah, we're going to be live on this, though. Man. For, like, ever.
Yeah. We are still maintaining that coverage here. This is a live view that is showing Cedar Key, the worsening conditions there. It's looking quite terrible, and it's only going to get worse as this approaches landfall.
I have not seen that building clearly in over 5 minutes. In over 5 minutes. The building is being obscured. Literally is being obscured.
Absolutely. We expect that. I mean, even if this camera would stay together, when this is getting closer to landfall, you probably wouldn't be able to see that structure anyway. But we're gonna keep with it as long as it does.
Yup, because this gives us visually the conditions. And there is the eye.
Right now, oh my god, right now I'm looking at Ryan Hall's stream, and my god, how many screens he has. Puts my setup to shame.
Also, that tornado warning is still active. We only have one single tornado warning in effect right now, and that is the one still going for Seminole and Orange counties. Any information on Tampa Bay area? Satellite looks like the storm surge was going to push their way.
Let's see. Again, for documentation purposes, we are going to have to keep that on, the camera on as long as possible to document this. We are waiting for. So what were they? What was he saying? The person.
The question is, any information on Tampa Bay area? Looks like the storm surge was going to push their way.
Yeah, guys, just you can't show the video that I sent in the the live stream that I sent in the group chat, but look at the surge coming over the wall.
Let me.
live.
Ooh, let me.
That is in. This is in. That cam's in Cedar Key as well. And
Let me.
cars are currently being flooded.
Oh, let me see this. Is it on your stream?
On my, I'll just put it on my Discord thing. Yeah, sure.
Oh my! I can't view this. Oh no, this is Severe Studios. Oh my gosh, that storm surge! Wow, that storm surge.
For the people watching the stream here, note that the camera is bouncing around a lot more now, so the winds are picking up even more.
Wow, dude, that storm surge in Cedar Key is outrageous. That's what I have here. I got that camera, well, not Severe Studios camera, but I got the Cascade Technologies. I want to thank Cascade for putting this courtesy credits go to the camera. So, again, because this is historic by all standards. I mean, oh, that storm surge. This is scary. This is just sad.
Yeah, we certainly don't like to see things like this taking place, and that's part of what drives us in meteorology is to, because we know about these events, it drives us to try to alert people. That happened to me when I saw my first tornado 10 years ago. It drove me to want to warn people further, and that's what we're doing right now. That's what we're going to do into the morning as well.
Oh, you just aged yourself.
Is the storm surge up to the camera? At times, some of the waves are so big, it does crash onto it. Yeah. That's what we're seeing right now.
The camera that we can't show you right now due to it, likely without permission, we can't show it. There's currently a car parked, and it's already in the spot where.
Oh, that
this
car moving. That
go.
car's moving. That car was moving. It's floating.
Yeah,
it's literally
it's
ready.
Floating.